It was Wednesday. I think it's Wednesday.
Monday and Wednesday news conference. So we'll do one today. And then he does his Hey Coach show. How many does Dion? Do you know how many Dion is doing in a week? Is he doing about the same, or it's not every day, right? Forster?
I think he does. I think it's only 2. I think he does a Monday and then a post game.
I wonder if he does a coach's show like Saban.
I haven't heard that yet.
I don't imagine there's that much interest in Colorado until now for something like this.
Hey, would it be an easy fit Buffalo Wild Wings?
Yeah, you would.
Yeah,
and you'd call it Hey Prime.
Hey Prime.
Hey Prime.
Yeah. If they beat Colorado State, which I fully expect them to do at Folsom Field Saturday night, Luke and Bill pointed this out yesterday on Ball. They now have a path to 6-6 that includes potential. Well, basically, Luke and Bill said they can now do it without having to beat Oregon, USC, UCLA, Oregon State, or Utah.
Yeah, I mentioned that on the show Monday because he said it on Monday Morning Live that all of a sudden, when they beat Colorado State this weekend, they can get to 6-6 without really beating anybody they're not supposed to beat.
Stanford and Arizona are still on that schedule. Those are far from gimme wins, but those are games that I think right now, both of those are home games. You would say Colorado wins those games, or they'd be favored to win those.
Stanford
games. And Arizona. Arizona's tough. Jaden Dellar is a good quarterback.
Oh, that'd be a great game.
Yeah, I think it'd be a really good game.
A really fun game. But yeah, Stanford 100%. Yeah, that's something. Right now, I think that game would be Colorado 2 or 3.
Yeah,
but
right now. But so Dunaway now, all you got to do is find one more win to get bowl eligible, which would be an amazing story if he gets that program bowl eligible in year 1.
It would be an unbelievable story, I think.
Coach of the year.
One more thing after I tell you, our friends at Champy's Chicken, open for lunch now. They bring you this hour. We appreciate Sterling and his crew so much. Mississippi Delta recipe tamales, cooked to order fried chicken, hand-cut chicken fingers. Perfect for your tailgate this weekend, champyschicken.com. We'll leave you with a little baseball nugget because the Braves could clinch the National League East tonight with a win. Not only does Matt Olson have 51 home runs, his next one will break Andrew Jones's record. They now have the most home runs as a team in National League history, 281 home runs. The record is held by the Minnesota Twins in Major League Baseball with 307 home runs in 2019. I don't remember that at all.
I really don't either.
Do, yeah.
When you said that, I thought you were going to tell me it was one of the Baggy Dome teams with Kent Herbeck and Kirby Puckett and all that bunch.
Yeah. If you'd held a pitchfork to my backside, I would have said it would have been something from the 20s with the Bronx Bombers.
Who were their big hitters that year?
Oh.
Good luck.
Yeah.
I mean, so they set the record. You can't even think of one guy?
Yeah, they were in the postseason. Hold on.
Doug Minkiewicz?
No.
What year was it, Jim?
2019. It was just a couple of years ago.
2019.
I forgot all pre-pandemic baseball.
Kirby Puckett? No.
Been dead a long time.
Hebner?
All right, here you go. I'm going to just do this based on, I'm going to sort it by home runs. I'll give you their big hitters here. Mitch Garver was their catcher.
Yeah, catcher.
Where the hell is he now?
Miguel Sano is their third baseman. Eddie Rosario was this whole team juice, and I never heard of any of these guys.
Troy goes
Ryan
Nelson
Buxton?
Cruz. Was Nelson
Cruz was on that team.
Yeah, he hit 56 of them. Oh, no, wait a minute. He hit 41 of them. Max Kepler.
Oh, yeah, I knew Max.
Byron Buxton, Eddie Rosario, Miguel Sano, Jorge Polanco. God, I mean, this sounds like you're making names up.
Yeah.
That's not a real baseball team.
That's like we didn't pay the rights fee for EA Sports Home Run Derby. We had to make up names.
Their lowest starter, you don't see this very often on a team that's that many homers. Their lowest starter was their third baseman. Miguel Sano only had 19.
Only 19.
I mean, that's a wild. I couldn't name one player off that team, and they're the all-time leader in a single season.
281 for the Braves now. They're trying to chase down 307 for the Twins. Yellow Hammered 75 says juiced ball era.
It was juiced ball era.
Eddie Rosario with the Braves now.
That sounds like make up a name for a baseball player. Eddie Rosario.
Yeah. So Rosario. All right, final minute of the show where I remind you right now that don't go anywhere. A special free look into what we're doing over on Disrupt the Media. Go follow that on YouTube. This is part of Roll Tide Pods, what you're about to get here. Roll Tide Pods. Follow that as well. Like and subscribe. You'll get all the Alabama content from Disrupt the Media. This is our friend Mick Gillespie and national championship winning quarterback Jake Coker. They do a show a few times a week called Elephant in the Room. And you'll get yesterday's Elephant in the Room coming up here in about 20 seconds. We're back with you at 9 a.m. Central tomorrow morning, and tomorrow night we're at 10 Roof for Bud Light Game Night. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America. Now enjoy Elephant in the Room.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Nobody higher than the Atlanta Braves as we start the show today. We'll get to football and the night in the NFL. But up on the roof is Greg from Pell City Storm Restoration Roofing. He's as high as the Braves. Most days you can get him on your roof with a free no-cost roof inspection. 205-542-3531. 205-542-3531. Greg from Pell City on Facebook as well. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau. Insurance companies trust him. You should too. The best warranties in the business. Get that free no-cost roof inspection today. 205-542-3531. Or again, Greg from Pell City Storm Restoration Roofing. On the roof of baseball, top of the list is the Atlanta Braves. They are cruising along. They clinched the National League East title. I've got some amazing numbers. You know, when I was a kid, the Braves sucked. But since they moved to Atlanta, they have won their division when the division started in 1969, whether they were in the National League West or now the National League East, 41% of the time. They've won their division. Now, it's been helped out since 1991, but that's a pretty amazing number.
Yeah, it is. And, you know, now 26 division titles, which is 2 more than the Dodgers and the Yankees.
Isn't that crazy?
It is really crazy. You know, I would say this. I would take a shot as a Dodger fan and say, you know, what have they really gotten out of it but the 2 World Series? The Dodgers hadn't gotten much more.
I was about to say, I don't think you got any room.
Yeah, I mean, you got 2020 in 1988, and before that it was 1981. So it is pretty crazy that those 3 teams, as good as they've all been, and the Yankees had that nice run under Joe Torre in the late 90s and early 2000s, but not a lot's come from that.
You know, it feels different now with the Braves. Like, in the 90s runs, you always just assumed something was going to go wrong in the postseason for them. I don't really feel that way anymore.
Yeah,
about them. I just assume they're going to dominate the postseason.
Well, that's because their biggest threat, the Los Angeles Dodgers, is held together with masking tape on the pitching staff. I mean, Clayton Kershaw's their go-to guy. Lance Lynn is about the only other healthy starter, and he's given up more home runs than anybody in Major League Baseball. He had a great quote this week. Did you see that? So they asked him about giving up more home runs than anybody in Major League Baseball. Lance Lynn said, when it goes over 30, who gives a shit? That was his quote.
That's a good quote. Now, when we get to the postseason and you're playing the Braves, who seem like they hit, 3 or 4 a game, with no Dustin May, no Tony Gonsolin. I mean, the starting pitching, but, Max Scherzer goes out yesterday for the Rangers. He's done for the year.
Rice is done.
That may cook the Rangers, too. I mean, they're just narrowly holding on against the Mariners in that wild card race.
And obviously, in the NFL, we've already had it in week 1. It's just, the starting pitching. When you go out and you get a Jacob deGrom if you're the Rangers, and then you go at the deadline and you get a Max Scherzer, and both of those guys are out for the year. Fortunately for the Braves, they've stayed relatively healthy this year. I know, pitching early on wasn't 100%, but Spencer Strider has just been unbelievable.
And I know you know these numbers, Brown, but I want you to react to them. The Braves win the division for the 6th straight time in the National League East. From 1995 to 2005, they won the National League East 11 straight years. But 3 years before that, in the National League West, before they came to the East, they won it in 91, 92, 93. There were no division champions in 94 because of the strike, so 14 straight years there. So 14 straight years back in the 90s. Now they're on a 6th straight year run. They had one in 69 and 82 as well, just domination in the division race for the Braves. And now they've got a chance to go on and celebrate and get pitching right and try to win another world championship. Back to our stake bet from back before the season started, I had the National League East versus the World.
Really? So you took the East versus the field?
Yes.
I kind of like your play right now.
LT had the field. How do you feel right now? Because
I still feel okay. I mean, because, I'm going to have roughly you're going to have the Phillies and Braves, and then I'm going to have everyone else.
So you were thinking maybe Phillies, Mets, and Braves, weren't you?
Right.
At the time.
Right.
You didn't know the Mets were going to be one of the biggest disasters we've seen.
I mean, we did. We did
It is
know.
the Mets,
Yeah, we
after
did
all.
know that they were going to break.
Yeah.
They were going to literally break. I don't think I thought the American League. I thought it would be Astros Yankees, and that would be it. I didn't think.
You think
I
the
don't- I don't-
Mariners would be good? You didn't think the Orioles would be anything?
Well,
Yeah,
no. I
Who
didn't
thought
think,
it?
No, I had the Orioles in the playoffs. I
Yeah.
didn't think my Tampa Bay Rays would be any good. It's just, to me, it's sort of like the NFC and the AFC in the NFL. That AFC, I mean, you can just start picking teams and say, oh, that team could win it all.
Yeah.
That team could win it all. That team could win it all. That team can win it all. I mean, there's a handful of American League teams, if they're in the World Series, will give the Braves an interesting series.
No, you're right. If I watch the AFC Sunday, I'm like, well, Dolphins look like they could win it all.
That's right.
Chargers, even in the loss, look like they've got the tools to win it all.
Chiefs,
look like they
Jaguars.
had the Jaguars look
Yeah.
like they could go to the Super Bowl. And I watch the NFC, and I'm like, all right, the 49ers look like it.
Yeah.
The Eagles look like it.
Yeah. Did the Eagles really look like
I mean,
it?
I don't know.
Yeah.
They did when they were up
Yeah,
16 to nothing.
We'll see
in
how they
New
bounce
England.
back tonight
Yeah.
at home.
So we'll talk about tonight's NFL game and a lot more. But there you go. Braves fans celebrate champagne for everyone last night as they win the National League Eastern Division to start our conversation today. So they'll get a ring. If you need a ring, Bromberg's is the place to go.
Yeah, since 1836, family owned and operated. They are your diamond specialist. Again, if you're thinking about popping the question anytime soon, go see the diamond specialist. They're going to walk you through every single step of the process. 2 locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. You can also shop online. Go to Brombergs.com.
Yeah, Nick's right. Phillies are in a 6-team race for 3 spots. They may not even get in there anymore. Chase, thank you. Jimmy segue there. It's not always easy starting off on the roof with Greg and the Braves and then segging to a ring in Bromberg's there. We'll figure out maybe the Eagles will play with their hair on fire tonight. We'll get to Dr. B here in a second. But the Eagles, they were up 16-0. But then they sort of got lulled to sleep, and the Patriots made that game interesting at the end. I don't know who the Eagles are, but we do know who Kirk Cousins is. The Vikings tonight in Philadelphia. Philadelphia, 6-point favorite, mybookie.ag. There is a running joke among those who cover the National Football League that you do not take Kirk Cousins in a primetime game, that he sucks in primetime. Last I checked, 7:15 Central
That's
tonight
right there in the middle
is
of it.
prime
Yep,
time.
right
Yeah,
there
right
in it.
now, Philadelphia opened as a 7-point favorite. They're down to 6.5. They're missing 3 starters. But I think more importantly, when you look at Philadelphia's pass rush, their ability to get after you. And by the way, Jalen Carter, his get-off time, 0.68 seconds, the fastest in the NFL last week. This guy is going to be dominant.
You think he's going to be eating a Kirk Cousins sandwich tonight?
I think he possibly could. You know, you lose Dalvin Cook in the offseason, you lose Adam Thielen, you get TJ Hawkinson, which is one of the better tight ends in football, and you've got Jordan Jefferson. But Darius Slay is going to be on Jefferson. He got the best of him last year with a couple of picks, and I think he limited him to 3 catches. I think it was Jefferson's worst game last year. So, I think Philadelphia wins the game. Did they cover? We'll let you know on Lance'sLock.com, where we were 1-0 last night. Had the Padres against my Dodgers. I got a text from a buddy that was out there battling the MGM cyber attack, and he's like, Blake Snell sucks. I'm back in the Dodgers. I was like, well, have fun with it.
Yeah,
Good luck, my friend.
Good
And
news
Blake
is,
Snell's actually been pretty good this
news
year.
is you couldn't get your bet in, so it's no big deal.
Yeah, it's September. Blake Snell's good in September.
But, I talk about that Philadelphia pass rush.
Yeah.
So, Garrett Bradbury, your starting center, is out. You have got tackle Christian Darrisaw is questionable. So there's a chance they're going to be down 2 offensive linemen on the road going against that Eagle front.
Look, the Vikings were, I said it all year last year. What, they win 12 games of the regular season? And I said all year they were a house of cards. That is not a 12-win team in the NFL. The Giants go there and they prove it in the playoffs, right? They've already been exposed early on. I mean, I think we know who the Vikings are. And
Well, I mean, to lose at home to Tampa, a team there was no
come on.
expectation. 3 turnovers, bad penalties. Jordan Jefferson completely disappeared in the second half.
That's right.
Yeah, it was not a good week 1.
Yeah, it was not. So I think we know Dunaway who the Vikings are. I think we know that. And the Eagles are obviously a quality squad. Now, you never discount desperation in the NFL. And I know week 2 is way too early to start talking about desperation. But before the expanded playoffs, the statistics on teams that started 0-3 making the playoffs, I think it was like 8% chance if you're 0-3 or something like that.
Yeah, look, and
It basically depends on you being in a crappy division, which, by the way, Minnesota might be.
Yeah, and I don't know
that
how
might be a crappy division.
you guys feel, but anytime you go on the road in the NFL and you win a game, it doesn't matter how you win it.
Feels like 2 wins.
It's a great win, and especially you got to look at this. So Philadelphia went on the road. Philadelphia's got a unique offense. Bill Belichick had all summer to prepare for Jalen Hurts and that offense. And they threw everything at them. Philly was up 16-0. They had to hold on, but they still got out of there with a win. And I believe New England's a little bit better than most people think.
Remember, when it was 16-0, one of those was a pick six.
That's right. Yep. Mac Jones gave them one.
It wasn't offense. I don't think the Eagles' offense had found their footing yet. -6 tonight, Minnesota, Philadelphia, 7:15, streaming on Prime. So that's what's happening tonight. That's the Al Michaels Herb Street crew. Aaron Rodgers sent out a tweet, Instagram post last night. Before we get to that, a lot of Jets fans' hair were on fire this week when Aaron Rodgers went down. Tell us about Dr. B. You got hair to burn.
Yeah, the dude I talked to a couple of days ago sent me a text yesterday. I have booked my appointment with Dr. B. We had another one of our friends book one a couple of weeks ago. I'm telling you, Dr. Beckenstein is the name everyone mentioned when I said my hair was thinning out. Dr. B, for more than 20 years, women and men have turned to him for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. He will use that experience, his advanced training and genetic testing to help his patients fully understand the procedures they are considering. Call Dr. Beckenstein today, 205-319-0316. Schedule the consultation. For more information, you can always go online, t3hair.net.
Smuff, that was my opening line joke over in the Vulcan Tire and chat room. Smuff says, get off time stat seems like a joke Jim says to Maggie, or Maggie says about Jim.
Wow.
The only thing I remember, I blacked out right after my opening line joke for my payoff at the Stardome. Do you remember the opening line
I
joke?
do remember the opening line. Much like I said to my wife.
Here we go.
Okay.
Here we go.
Get it right, Lance.
It's hey, folks, thanks for having me. I won't be up here long, much like my honeymoon.
What does that mean?
It's get off time is what it is.
Yeah, but
Jalen Carter,
explain
he
to me, what
rushes
does
the
that
quarterback.
mean?
Quarterback pressures.
32 minutes later. All right, everybody, Jim Dunaway.
That was my 5 minutes,
Yeah,
guys.
thank you, everybody.
Blacked out.
Yeah.
Blacked out. Aaron Rodgers last night, he gets deep here at the end. He gets deep. Post on Instagram, thank you to every person that has reached out, called, texted, DM, connected through a friend, etc. It has meant a ton to me, and I'll try to get back to all of you very soon. I'm completely heartbroken and moving through all the emotions, but deeply touched and humbled by the support and love. Please keep me in your thoughts and prayers as I begin the healing process today. And then he goes, the night is darkest before the dawn.
Is that 100% true? That gets said a lot. I don't know that it's actually true.
Well,
Scientifically, has it been proven?
It's a 17th century quote.
Yeah, but I don't think scientifically it has been proven. It really can't be.
To finish that up, the night is darkest before the dawn, and I shall rise yet again. Is my takeaway line?
Yes.
Proud of my guys. 1-0 Jets forever.
So you think he's coming back? Is what I'm saying.
He doesn't indicate it. He should rise again. He can do that in business, his personal
That's
life.
true.
But,
Yep.
but a lot of people do think, and the head coach said yesterday, they think he's coming back. What a great picture of him. What a way to go out, carrying the American flag.
His longest run of the night.
in the spotlight.
Sounds like something Jon Snow would have said in Game of Thrones. The night is darkest before the dawn.
It's got to be darkest in the middle of the night. I don't know how it could be darkest right before the dawn.
Yeah.
I don't think so, because you see, you have the before the sun starts to rise, you've had the sun go down, and then it's completely the furthest way it can be, and then it's darkest right before the dawn.
Yeah, I got a feeling, and you can check this.
I'm going to use my challenge flag here, Jim. I don't think you're right.
I know you guys disagree with me, and most people do, that the Jets should stand pat. Zach Wilson needs to be the guy moving forward.
I don't disagree with that, because there just are no good options out there. I just don't think they're going to be any good with Zach Wilson. That's where you and I disagree.
I got you.
Yeah, you seem to think they could piece it together with Zach Wilson and still make an impact in this division.
Yeah, I do. We'll see what happens. But, on Unlocked yesterday with Fox's Brock Huard, the question was thrown out there to him. And also a great story from Brock, because we were talking about Geno Smith, and I'm sure you guys got to see it when Aaron Donald had a free shot at him, and he said, oh, my God, when he was mic'd up. I asked him if he ever had an oh, my God moment, and it goes into the worst time that he was hit in the NFL, and it led to him pissing blood. But it's a pretty good story.
Yeah. Which I never think is a good thing. Anytime that happens.
You don't think that's a good thing?
It's time to not only walk, but run to the doctor, right?
Yeah.
That's right. Okay, so this one is we'll say the darkest part of night. Okay,
right in the middle of the night.
Okay, so the sun sets.
Good night, everybody.
And then it goes here.
Right. Yep.
and then it gets back to here, and then it starts to rise again, right?
Right, that's right. So the sun's right there by the one.
You're thinking about sunrise time, and that's not when it's darkest. It's the darkest before the dawn. So at some point, it's the furthest away.
Right.
The darkest part of the rotation.
Yeah, it's middle of the night.
And then at some point, it spins back around. No, you're thinking sunrise. That's not dawn. Sunrise and dawn are two different things.
What is dawn?
Is when the light starts to come back.
Yeah, but
Is it that sunrise?
No,
What brings the
but
light?
this is
it would be sunrise.
this is kind of vague. I
I
mean,
don't
the
know what y'all
night
are
is
talking about.
darkest before dawn,
How?
but it doesn't say exactly when.
That's right.
Yeah. Or is it 3 hours before dawn?
Well, it could be.
1:36.
Yeah, see, you're
So
caught up on sunrise, like at 6:33 this morning
Well,
or
I
something.
mean, where do you think that light comes from for dawn, Jim? It comes from the sun.
right.
Well,
No,
right.
That's
So
that's a factual quote.
yeah.
Darkest before sunrise. I mean, before dawn.
Yeah. I think it's darkest in the middle of the night. That's what I'm going to start going with.
Which is before dawn.
Which is before dawn.
Well, it is, but it's very broad.
Yeah.
But it wouldn't sound as good. The night is darkest in the middle of the night.
Yeah.
It doesn't work on a T-shirt?
No.
Oh, okay. I can't buy that at Cracker Barrel.
Tell us about marinade real quick. Our
will.
friends at Moore's, and then I've got one more thing to get to in this opening segment. Roman Harper next, Buster Olney at 10, Dan Orlovsky at 11:05, Trent Dilfer at 11:45, all on our guest list today, all Central Time.
Since my daughter has graduated high school, we got Friday nights free now, and my wife and I made an executive family decision that every Friday night now is going to be steak night, date night. So steaks at the Brown House every Friday night. That means Moore's Marinade back on the menu tomorrow night at the Brown House. Moore's Marinades and Sauces, your secret sauce for grilling success in football season. Don't forget the Buffalo Wing Sauce. I used that during a Miami Dolphins exciting win over the LA Chargers this weekend. Perfectly tangy flavor that will keep you licking your fingers even after the wings are gone. You can dip, you can drizzle, you can slather Moore's Buffalo Wing Sauce on everything you eat. From chicken fingers, burgers, sandwiches, pizza, pasta, tacos, fries, and more. See why grill masters prefer Moore's Marinades and Wing Sauces. Online, you can get recipe ideas and grilling inspiration as well at mooresmarinades.com. That is mooresmarinades.com.
Michael, thank you. I'm looking forward to being on Hey Coach tonight on Crimson Tide Sports Network radio stations around the state. Everyone else will be at 10 Roof tonight for Bud Light Game Night. 10 Roof tonight, 5 to 7 for that. The show on the video platforms, 6 to 7. Come on out, QR code at 10 Roof tonight. You register using that QR code. You'll register that QR code for a chance to win Alabama and Auburn tickets at the end of the year. That's all tonight, getting ready for Vikings and Eagles for Bud Light Game Night with our friends at Adams and Bud Light. Look forward to that coming up. All right, big game in college football this weekend in the SEC is South Carolina and number 1 Georgia. One positive stat for Spencer Rattler so far is his completion percentage. So for our friends at Fox College Football, quarterbacks with over 80% completion percentage going into week 3. J.J. McCarthy, no surprise, 87%. Friend of the show, Jacob Zeno, Brandy talks to him every week, 85%. They're 1-1 on the year. And then there's Spencer Rattler at 83%. Just dangerous enough to make this interesting this weekend.
30 of 39, Lance, against North Carolina in a game where he got absolutely zero protection and his team could not run the football to save their life. I was probably a little too hard on him yesterday when I said I think that Jackson Dart is the quarterback that has played the best over the first 2 weeks. I think all things considered, if you consider what Spencer Rattler has had to deal with, he might actually be the guy to throw for 353 yards, complete 30 of 39, and not throw a pick. In that North Carolina game, as much pressure as he got and as little run support as he had, that was actually a good game by him.
Yeah, I mean,
I owe
look,
him an apology.
And I think the big thing you said there is he hasn't turned the football over. And when Spencer Rattler doesn't turn the football over, we saw it last year against Clemson. We saw it against Tennessee. This is a quarterback that can start to light you up. And he's got a legit go-to in Xavier Leggett, who leads the SEC in receiving yards right now with 296 through 2 games. If the offensive line can hold up, I would love how much more exciting would this game be if it was in Columbia?
Oh, it'd be much more exciting. I would agree, yeah.
We thought that last year.
Yeah,
and
I know, 48-7.
In South Carolina, they had 306 yards of offense and 7 points.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
that was the worst loss by either side in the history of that rivalry.
Here's the alarming thing, Dunaway. If I'm a South Carolina fan, I know good and well Spencer Rattler can have the exact line against South Carolina or against Georgia as he did against North Carolina. 30 of 39, 353 yards, no touchdowns, no picks, and we lose that game by 3 scores.
Yep.
I mean, that's the truth for South Carolina here is Spencer Rattler can play that game right there. That game he had against North Carolina, and I'm going to lose by 3 touchdowns because I can't run the ball and I can't protect him. I mean, and I'm probably not going to slow Georgia down a ton, though we haven't seen Georgia challenged by a SEC-level defense yet. I still reserve the right to be wrong about that one, too.
All right, so Georgia this weekend against South Carolina. That is part of a weekend that doesn't have any ranked versus ranked teams, but you get that one 2:30 as the SEC returns to CBS. Roman Harper returns to the show coming up. Our friends at Milo's want you to return to that classic burger with our friends at Milo's all over the place. Classic burger, if that's not enough, if you download the Milo's app after your first purchase, you get the original cheeseburger for free. Stuff your face, earn free stuff. Download the Milo's app today and start earning rewards. We're back in a moment on TNR.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Going to a big football game? Walking around all day? Then you'll want comfortable shoes. This is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Score a touchdown with a new pair of ultra-comfortable running or walking shoes. Come to the New Balance Birmingham store. I'm telling you, we'll make sure you have a perfect fit and we'll treat you like the starting QB. Our job is to make sure your feet are happy. Visit the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Your feet will thank you.
The 9 o'clock hour is brought to you by the Yellowwood 500. It's the NASCAR Playoff Series at Talladega Superspeedway on September 30th and October 1st. Get your tickets at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone, the New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service. IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. It's our friends at HydroLive. Mention next round at checkout, save 20% off any service. HydroLive's got 3 locations, Homewood, Tuscaloosa, and coming soon to Greystone. Football season is here, and Legacy Credit Card is just what you need to manage your spending safely and wisely. Credit cards offer better consumer protection against fraud when compared to a debit card, which is linked directly to your bank account. Legacy offers rates as low as 8.9% APR on credit cards compared to major card providers who advertise rates as high as 29% APR. Look no further than Legacy. Open a credit card online in minutes at legacycreditunion.com/join. APR's annual percentage rate, rates, and offers subject to change. See website for details. Federally insured by NCUA.
You hear a lot of interesting phrases while playing golf, like, I think you're on the beach, or the classic, you gotta hit it, Alice. One word you're sure to hear right now at Bentbrook Golf Club is wow. Brand new carts with complimentary GPS, and the bent grass greens are so consistent, you just might drain a few more putts, Alice. Tee it up and find out for yourself. Book around today at bentbrook.com or call 428-1999. It's better at Bentbrook.
The next round brought to you by the biggest and baddest track in NASCAR, the Talladega Superspeedway. The Yellowwood 500 NASCAR Playoffs weekend is coming up. You don't want to miss it. The action kicks off Saturday, September 30th with the Craftsman Truck Series Playoffs race, all leading up to the NASCAR Cup Series Playoffs on Sunday, October the 1st. Be there to see these drivers battle for 500 miles to survive and advance to the next round of the playoffs. Get your tickets now at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com. Again, that is TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
Roman Harper in a second, HydroLive, reminding you to stay hydrated as we get through these final few hot days of summer.
Yeah, IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, compression therapy, all under one roof, open 7 days a week. The newest location in Hoover, one right there in Homewood, 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. If you can't make it to HydroLive, not a big deal. You saw Nurse Lacey in here just last week. They can actually come to your home or business. Make sure you mention next round at checkout. You're going to save 20% off any of those great services. Follow them on Facebook and Instagram at HydroLive Therapy, and you can go online for more information at hydrolivetherapy.com.
Roman Harper in just a second, not related to sports at all. The oldest chicken in the world. How old do you think it is? The oldest chicken in the world.
Currently alive?
Currently alive.
I'm going to say 28 years old.
I was going to go 37. Now, it's tough as a chicken to dodge in and
It's a
out.
hard knock life.
Just think of how many times you eat chicken every day.
Is it free range?
This one is, yeah. Peanut is 21 years old, the oldest chicken in the world right now. This is Peanut when he was 20, now 21 years old. Lives in a house now, moved in with his owner. She said he was in a coop until he was 15, was hatched back in May of 2002. When Nick Saban was just coming off a national championship at LSU.
Yeah, that's what they serve in the Circle K taquitos. Yeah. That's the chicken. You got to be over 20.
You think you'd bite it and say, this chicken tastes old.
By the way, see how wobbly? The owner, she says, who's also old, she says that that Peanut now has arthritis, stumbles around, occasionally falls, but so do I. We'll all be okay.
Look how dicked up its beak is just from pecking over 21 years.
21 years, man. How about that?
Got a bad pecker.
So little Peanut, 21 years old.
So when it dies, do you batter it and deep fry it? Do you grill it? Why?
You know how tough that'll be?
Oh man, that'd be like Christmas dinner at vacation.
I'd have to be
at the Griswolds.
I'd have to be in a plane crash in Antarctica to eat that.
You'd eat it with the feathers on in that part.
That's right.
Blood
it would be on the menu right before Brown. If we all crashed in the double down plane crash or the disrupt, whatever plane crash we were in. All right, Roman Harper in just a second after LT tells us about, from that one to this one, chicken cock.
Hey, somebody called it over there. Yep. They knew it was coming.
Dude, I get paid to be here. To set these up. It's what I do.
Again, the official bourbon right here on the next round is chicken cock. We've told you. Incredible expressions here in the bourbon and the rye. But if you're looking for all their expressions, they're available for special order. Your local ABC store. You can order online, chickencockwhiskey.com. Again, chicken cock's got a name you won't forget. Let us tell you a little bit about it. Chicken cock preceded popular usage of the term rooster in describing a male chicken. Additionally, rooster tails were used to stir cocktails, i.e. the cocktail. Again, for more information, chickencockwhiskey.com.
All right, correcting something. Actually, the chicken is older than Nick Saban's LSU national championship. That was 03 for LSU.
I bet that chicken never thought they'd live to see Saban do this.
I only remember the Alabama national championship, so I apologize for getting that one incorrect.
I mean, how many friends has that chicken lost? I mean,
well, actually,
it's like, another one gone.
A lot of daughters and sons.
Yeah, another one gone too soon.
Yeah, there's
fry that one.
There's Peanut one more time there before Roman Harper joins us. Scheduled to be with us here in this segment, Buster Only, coming up in a little bit. By the way, as we get ready for football this weekend, Ole Miss is getting ready to come off that big Tulane win. They got Georgia Tech this weekend. Interesting, we keep waiting for Ole Miss to be able to run the football like they did last year. Hasn't happened so far. Last year, 5 yards per carry is what they averaged, just over 5 yards. Now they're barely over 3 yards a carry. What has changed, you think, with Ole Miss so far?
I don't really know. Well, I'll tell you this. Tom Luganbill on Ball, if you go watch that at Disrupt the Media on YouTube, the links to everything is in the description of this YouTube video if you're watching us there. He said they got dominated at the line of scrimmage by Tulane. Luganbill was on the field, remember, for that game for ESPN with his crew. And I asked him about that in Ball, Lance, about, it's just weird. Lane Kiffin is so run game heavy. He is so good in the run game, and they just could not run the ball effectively. I think they had 13 rush yards at the half against Tulane. And he said, Brownie, I'll tell you why. They got dominated at the line of scrimmage by Tulane. Now, I know Tulane is a good team. I'm not trying to sit here and take shots at Tulane, but I think you'll see some better defensive lines in the SEC.
Well, on Spitting Luke's yesterday, I asked him kind of the same thing about that game, knowing he was there last weekend. And I said, is it more that Ole Miss isn't going to be as good running the football, or is Tulane better than we thought? And he's like, I thought Tulane was going to be really good coming into the season. He said they've got 2 or 3 legitimate NFL guys on that front seven.
Wow.
Yeah, and I said, how do they do that? Is Willie Fritz a good recruiter? And he said, what happens now with the portal is they have so much talent around New Orleans, and these guys will go somewhere else, and they want to come home.
So you're not panicking?
Yeah. That's. I don't
you're Ole Miss,
know. If you're Ole Miss, you're not panicking.
Okay,
no.
So you're not panicking if you're Ole Miss. Well, they're a little banged up too, Jim. They should easily beat Georgia Tech, but banged up, if you can't run the ball effectively, You never know in these situations. I don't think they will be looking ahead to Alabama, but that, I guess, would be a natural reaction to.
Georgia Tech struggles stopping the run, so we'll keep an eye on that. Speaking of Alabama, they get ready to head to play South Florida. Nick Saban last night after practice taking a different approach to getting his team ready, agreeing with those that have criticized the Tide.
I talked to the players about internal standard versus external noise. And, I think that we didn't play great. So, people get upset that we get criticized. But why wouldn't we get criticized if we don't play well? I mean, people call me and say, hey, man, this guy's a jerk for, saying this about you. No, he really isn't. I mean, it's right. We didn't play good. I'm responsible for that. So we did all these things on offense that I just talked about, add them up. Well, I mean, I'm responsible for that. So, I mean, in the real world, when you don't perform and you don't produce, you probably get criticized. Sometimes get penalized. Some people lose their job when they don't perform well. I don't really know what the noise is. I haven't listened to one talk radio show. I haven't read one newspaper. I have been focusing 100% of my time on the next team that we play, the last team that we played, and what we need to do to fix that. And I think all the players would be better served, and everybody in the organization would be better served if they all did that. Because what somebody else thinks really doesn't matter. It's all about what you do and how you respond to what you need to do so that you have a chance to be successful in the future.
Good to have a USF on the schedule, or would it be better if it was Ole Miss this week, Lance?
USF.
Well, it depends on what are you going to do here. Are you going to see if you got a different quarterback? I mean, there's a growing speculation, and Nick Saban hasn't done a whole lot to tamp it down. Now, I don't know that he's been directly asked, is Tyler Buchner starting this game? But there is growing speculation that Tyler Buchner is going to start this game. Now, that is just rumor and speculation.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that's any verified reports or anything.
But if that is legitimate, it's better that it's USF. I mean, again, I don't know what we're going to get from Buchner.
Yeah.
And maybe not fair the sample size that we saw at Notre Dame that he was turning the football over as well. I don't know. Again, I think Alabama will destroy South Florida. I think they would beat Ole Miss, whoever starts at quarterback.
So you guys believe that the guy who sat and watched Tua in practice all of 2017 and Jalen Hurts struggle after Mississippi State and struggled in the Iron Bowl, losing that game, struggled in the Sugar Bowl, winning that game.
This is the reason why.
Struggled in the first half. You think that guy's going to switch and play Buchner to start this game?
I think he realized his mistake. I think he realized that he was far too loyal to Jalen Hurts and ignored Tua Tagovailoa sitting on the sidelines and tearing it up. And you guys remember, all that year we heard, guys, you would not believe how good Tua looks in practice.
Yeah, but are you hearing that about Buchner?
I am not.
Okay.
But you're hearing it about Milroe?
Well, you've heard it a little bit about Lonergan, and why would you not play the true freshman if he's the best one?
I just don't think it's characteristic of him to have made a decision on Milroe to not start Milroe this game and then maybe make a change or play two, but Milroe usually would start in this case.
But the problem is, can you evaluate Buchner the way you need to if he's not playing with the ones?
Oh, I'm not saying he won't play with the ones.
I know, but if you don't start him, you limit how much he does play with the ones.
You can, or you can play him equally. But the first quarterback to go out, I would be shocked if it's not Jalen Milroe.
I mean, I think Milroe will start too. I'm just saying there is a chance that Nick Saban looked back on 2017 and said, yeah, I made a mistake there. I mean, I think Nick Saban admits. I like that quote that cut from Nick Saban we just played there, because I haven't really ever heard him say we deserve the criticism, right? Well, I mean, he's not
that was a key word too.
He's not had many chances to say that. By the way,
hasn't listened to talk radio.
That's right. We're still on the board because we're not talk radio, so we're still in play here.
I agree with you. I think it would. I don't want to say it would kill the confidence of Jalen Milroe. I think his confidence is already probably a little shaken. But if you were to immediately, because you know that, I say you feel really good that Jalen Milroe can have a lot of success against South Florida.
Did Cooper Bateman start that game against Ole Miss in 2015?
2015, yeah. I mean, that was Lane Kiffin pushing for that. Kiffin wanted to see Bateman. He thought he had a better quarterback in Bateman. And in the long run, Kiffin was wrong. And Nick Saban came back and realize that. And maybe that's why Saban never went away from Hurts in 2017. Maybe, Jim, he looked back on 2015 and said, it was a mistake to do that in 15. I don't know. I mean, there's a million different reasons. I just think, and people are like, hey, look, Hurts was the reigning player of the year. Yeah, but you go back and look at that season. You know good and well coming to that Mississippi State win in Starkville, where Alabama was very fortunate to win in 17, you knew you had passing game issues. And you had a fluff week where if you wanted to go to Tua and see him, you could have. They didn't do it. And it burned them in the Iron Bowl. Now, ultimately, Alabama still was able to play for and win the national championship. But they got burned in the Iron Bowl because they were still playing Jalen Hurts.
Our friends at A Plus helped to remodel Brown's and LT's house. We're going to take a quick break here. Tell us about A Plus. We hopefully will catch Roman on the other side. Tell us about A Plus, and we'll head to break here on TNR.
Yeah, listen, A Plus did my bathroom at my house, my master bath, and they could do the same thing for you. Master Bath and Kitchen is where Brad Bill and his crew at A Plus dominate, man. They dominate the competition, and it is where you're going to get your money back when you sell your house. We had a bathroom when we bought the house that was very white and bright. My wife and I kind of wanted the darker tones. We shared that image with Brad Bell, and Scott, for those of you watching on video, is showing you the result of that. He did exactly what we wanted. His crews worked clean, efficiently, and they were on time. Lance liked it so much, he did the opposite. He had a darker tone bathroom. He wanted the lighter colors. So he shared that visual with Brad Bell, and Brad did the exact thing Lance wanted done. It is terrific work. Master Bath and Kitchen, Master Bath and Kitchen. I can't tell you enough. It's where you're going to get your money back when you use Brad Bell. Here's the number, 205-422-1758. If you missed anything I have said here, I will gladly get you in touch with my man Brad Bell and A Plus Tile Home Remodeling, 205-422-1758.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
The next round golf cart is here. Your chance to play 4 area golf courses for just $89. Get 18 holes in cart at Limestone Springs, Cross Creek, The Meadows, and the newly renovated Woodward Golf Club. A $247 value for just $89. Get your golf cart now at nextround.store. DryTech Water Restoration is a locally owned company that specializes in mold remediation, fire and water damage cleanup, and SteraMist services. DryTech's goal is to provide clients with expert guidance when dealing with any home disaster. DryTech's highly trained specialists are available 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. They will work closely with you and your insurance company to make sure the process is stress-free as possible. Call DryTech today, 205-637-0143. The moment you discover damage to your home, DryTech's team will handle the rest.
No one does happy hour like Twin Peaks. Whatever your preference, we have everything from tequila cocktails and an extensive bourbon category to local craft beers and handcrafted whiskey cocktails. And don't forget about that 29-degree man-sized drafts. It's Twin Peaks at the Patton Creek Shopping Centers.
The next round is brought to you in part by the biggest, baddest track in NASCAR, Talladega Super Speedway. This beast is 2.5 miles of nothing but pure speed and always puts on a great show for the fans. The Yellowwood 500 NASCAR Playoffs weekend is coming and you do not want to miss it. Saturday, September 30th is the Craftsman Truck Series Playoffs race, followed by Sunday's Yellowwood 500 in the NASCAR Cup Series Playoffs. Be there to see drivers battle 500 miles to survive. Get your tickets now at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
It's NBA time, Birmingham, as we hoop it up with the New Orleans Pelicans and Houston Rockets, October 12th at Legacy Arena. Single game tickets are now available. Visit BirminghamSquadron.com or call 205-719-0850 for more information or to buy tickets. And the game is packed with former local players like Herb Jones and Kyra Lewis Jr. and Jabari Smith, and other superstars like Brandon Ingram and Zion Williamson. You can also become a Squadron season ticket holder to get complimentary tickets to this huge event right here in the Magic City. The Pelicans preseason game in Birmingham sold out last year, so get your tickets as soon as possible. Do that online at BirminghamSquadron.com. or by calling 205-719-0850. October 12th, it's the Pelicans and Rockets at Legacy Arena right here in Birmingham. BirminghamSquadron.com. Back with you on the next round. Buffalo Wild Wings pick 3 every week. NextRoundLive.com. NextRoundLive.com brought to you by all the local Buffalo Wild Wing locations. Get by there and enjoy football. Give me Lunsford's, Mike. We went over 50 the first week with pick 3 winners. Guesstimation, was it higher or lower in week 2, Lunsford? Lower number. You got a guesstimation on number? 47. 47. It's the best you've ever sounded. By the way.
Is he doing smoke signals back there?
47 is the winners this week. Slightly under, just over 50 in week 1. Week 2 at 47. You can be a week 3 winner for the big prize at the end of the year. NextRoundLive.com, brought to you by our friends at Buffalo Wild Wings. Look for the big logo when you go to the website to play. Up and rolling there for week number 3, all the way to kick times. You can go play those. Show being brought to you in part as well by our friends at NASCAR. Race time coming up over at the Talladega Superspeedway. You can get your tickets. Truck playoff race at Talladega on September 30th. And then the Cup race, the Yellowwood 500, October 1st. It's another playoff race for both. And Hardy's in concert on Saturday night. Turned 31 yesterday. Hardy ready to rock out and get everybody popping over in Talladega Superspeedway on that Saturday night concert. TalladagaSuperspeedway.com, TalladagaSuperspeedway.com for tickets. September 30th and October 1st, the race weekend at TalladagaSuperspeedway.com. Roman Harper moving now to 1 hour from now, coming up at 10:45. So Buster's our next scheduled guest with us at the top of the hour. Then Roman at 10:45. Dan Orlovsky at 11. Trent Dilfer ends the show at 11:45 today. And Tin Roof tonight with our Bud Light game night. I mentioned earlier, Tin Roof for them. There is a group of college football teams that has yet to turn over the football yet. Again, our friends at Fox College Football with this graphic here. Look at this. Texas, having already played Alabama, no turnovers. On there is Oklahoma. Oregon, a big win on the road. Penn State, 0 turnovers so far for them. Oregon State continuing to roll on. Navy plays tonight against Memphis. Purdue and Western Kentucky, who gets Ohio State this weekend. So those 9 teams are the FBS teams still yet to turn the football over.
Yeah, well, Oregon, if they would have turned it over one time, they lose in Lubbock.
Yeah, you're right about that. They're lucky they haven't turned it over.
I mean, I don't know how in the hell that you are plus, was it 4 or 5? They were plus 4 in turnovers. 14 penalties didn't help. But how that was still a game.
Yeah. I will say for Penn State, you'll see them against Illinois in the Big Noon this week. Drew Aller has played really well. Now, they have not played anybody. They have not really been tested, but he's looked good against those teams. 78% completion percentage, and he's thrown 4 touchdowns. And as the graphic shows there, has not thrown an interception. They have not turned the ball over. They have run the ball well. They have thrown the ball well. I don't put a whole lot of faith in Illinois. But I got to tell you, having watched Ohio State some and not knowing about Michigan, I'm starting to buy into Penn State a little more than I was in the preseason.
Yeah, Western Kentucky and Ohio State this weekend. Kyle McCord is the starter. I will make just 2 points on this for Western Kentucky. One, considered to have a really good secondary, so that could challenge McCord a little bit. He can't have a sloppy game. And Western Kentucky hasn't been whole offensively yet this year. They do get Malachi Corley back this weekend, their top receiver. So maybe closer than the experts think in that Western Kentucky-Ohio State game if Kyle McCord, who's now named the starter, comes out and is sloppy with the football and their offense isn't clicking yet, because it has yet to seem like it has hit its stride.
Well, you know, he had opportunities last week, missed 3-4 wide-open receivers. He's going to get better as the year progresses. He needs to get better faster or sooner than later. But on the other side, Austin Reed has got a ton of experience, and this is a kid over the last 2 years, 56 total touchdowns. So in this Tyson Helton offense, they will sling it all over the place.
Yeah, Ohio State's been good against the pass. Now, it needs to have the asterisk of the fact they played Indiana, who's not very good, and Youngstown State, who's not even on their level. So I don't know that we could read a ton into that, Jim. But they have been they're number 6 in the nation in pass defense, but they have only picked it off one time. It's not like they've feasted on turnovers, but Indiana was only 9 of 21 against them. Indiana didn't even complete double-digit passes in that first game. That was an ugly game.
But Austin Reed threw it 50 times against South Florida.
Oh, he's good now. I like Austin Reed.
Yeah.
You know that from last year.
He's a DraftKings giant sometimes. It's a big game for Ohio State to get right because next week they go on the road to South Bend to play Notre Dame in one of the now more anticipated games for next week. Ohio State, Western Kentucky this week, and then it gets real when they go to South Bend next week against Notre Dame. And so far, Notre Dame has been checking a lot of boxes, Brown.
Boy, they have. I mean, Sam Hartman has looked good for them. I thought their defense looked really good, especially after the rain delay against NC State. I mean, they created turnovers. They controlled the remainder of that game.
Yeah, I thought Brennan Armstrong pressed a little hard when they got it to one possession. It looked like NC State was going to have an opportunity to come back and maybe win that game. But, yeah, Sam Hartman's playing great football. I'm not surprised. He's been an elite quarterback for the last few years. And that Notre Dame team is one of those that's just kind of hanging out in the weeds.
How often does Ohio State play a game where they don't have the best quarterback in the game? Over the years with Ryan Day, how often do you think that's happened?
I seriously asked this question to Luganville yesterday. Who's got the better quarterback in Columbus? No, it was Brock, because Brock's going there.
They do. I was about to say, I think they're going to do it 2 straight weeks right now.
Yeah,
I mean, very rarely does Ohio State play 2 straight games where they don't have the best quarterback. Now,
very rarely do they play a game in a season where they don't have the best
quarterback. They're about to play back-to-back games, Ohio State is, where they don't have the best quarterback.
Well, and then is Talia Tagovailoa better?
I would say right now he's better than Kyle McCord.
Then you've got Drew Aller coming up.
Then he's definitely better than Kyle
Tanner
McCord.
Mordecai and J.J. McCarthy. I mean, I don't know. This could be a season where half the quarterbacks are better, but again, Kyle McCord could come out this week, throw for 500 yards, and everything's fine.
Yeah.
Alabama Power is looking for new ways to help you save time and money. That's why they offer a suite of digital tools right now that make managing your account and staying up to date convenient and easy. All you need is an online account. Visit alabamapower.com/digital tools. That's alabamapower.com/digital tools to get started, Brown.
Now, you could make this same argument about Alabama. I mean, they obviously just faced a team that had a better quarterback than them. I don't know if you would say Jackson Dart is.
I would lean that, but, it's not 100%. But I would say that Jackson Dart is a better quarterback.
Rodgers? Would you go Will Rodgers?
I need to see Will Rodgers this weekend against LSU.
Yeah. Would you go Texas A&M?
Yeah, I think Wegman's better. Even in the loss, Wegman pressed a little bit when they got down and made a couple of mistakes, but he was still good.
KJ Jefferson?
Yeah, KJ Jefferson.
That's the next 4 quarterbacks Alabama's about to play. We just did this exercise with Ohio State. This is really weird to see this happen with Ohio State and Alabama. It almost never happens. Ohio State's about to do it 2 straight games. Alabama, you could make an argument once they get past South Florida, is going to do it 4 straight. And then Joe Milton is the one after that, and that's up in the air to me. I don't know if Milroe's better than Joe Milton.
We'll know more about Milton this week.
We'll learn some of that. Yeah, I think they're going to lose that game, as you remember from Tuesday, maybe. But
was that you or the Bandit?
It was the Bandit. Yeah. But I agree with him, and I think you agree with him too.
I think it's going to be a good game. Yeah, it'll be tight.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what Joe Milton can do. Colorado with Colorado State in a rivalry game this weekend. If you don't think the students at Colorado are fired up, here's the line early in the morning, in case you're wondering, 6:41 a.m. yesterday morning, for the line to go get student tickets to get in to see Colorado play host to Colorado State. Camping out, you can get there and try to get in to Folsom Field to watch the game. What is interesting about this this setup for Colorado is they're playing Colorado State. We know what Dion has brought to CU. Colorado State comes to town. Jay Norvell is their head coach, and Brian Hamilton writes the story about Colorado State's roster. Here's what's on their roster this year, and I'll read through this and just you talk about a team that would be interesting to follow in a Last Chance U or Hard Knock style. They have a player on the team who won the Arnold Amateur Strongman Championship bodybuilding. The bodybuilding.
Yeah.
They have a guy on the team who is was a professional sumo wrestler. They have 2 members of the same South Sudanese tribe. They have an openly gay defensive lineman, a 30-something father of 3 that's on the team, and 2 legit NFL prospects on the defensive side.
This
of the
is
football.
all made up. There's
No,
no
this-
way.
This is all on one team.
It's like they're playing the Village People, Jim.
Would that not be a great documentary to follow those people around in their, in their earlier lives and now what they are now on this football team?
Oh, my gosh.
This is like the United Nations coming
Yeah.
to play Dion in Colorado this week.
Yeah.
They're going to get beat down like a small country in the United Nations.
I don't know the most interesting angle.
Oh, I'll go the 30-year-old dad with kids. He's trying to play college football, and he's got 3 kids? Did you just say 3 kids?
30-something father of 3, according to Brian Hamilton.
I mean, how the crap do you have 3 kids and you're still playing college football?
You got a wife that can juggle 3 kids.
I guess. Well, I wonder what she does.
Yeah, the one,
nothing.
the one
Juggling kids.
The one that is least interesting are the 2 NFL prospects.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
I want to see the sumo wrestler. Hopefully it's a defensive lineman.
Hey, Rockstar LT's neighbor in the chat room. So-and-so had 3 tackles, but he's gay. I'm blind. No, he's gay. No, he is gay. Wait a minute, he is gay.
So that's Colorado State and Colorado happening this weekend. And then they get to the good part of their schedule. Colorado, I mean, it may be interesting for a little bit, but they will beat down Colorado State. It'll be another name-your-score offensive game. And that gets Dion to 3 wins. And then it's off to play Oregon, host USC the next 2 weeks, and we'll find out. I just hope,
I'll be pulling hard for Oregon in that, or excuse me, for Colorado in that game. I'd love to see them to beat Oregon. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because
it
it
helps USC.
Well, I just think it hypes up the USC game more.
Yeah, that you're now not going to.
Now probably not. I talked to my buddy where he left me a message yesterday. Heard you talking about on the show that you're going to Auburn and Georgia instead. Just let me know for sure, because I'm really pulling for Oregon to win this or to lose the game, because these tickets are already high, and it's no telling what I could get for them.
I don't know about you guys, but watching Colorado, Nebraska, it seemed like there was a lot of red in that crowd. Did you notice that?
Oh, yeah, but Nebraska travels well.
They do travel well, but New Money didn't know quite what to do yet, and New Money got beat to the gate by Old Money, and Old Money bought up the tickets. I would imagine, I don't know how well USC travels. Not as well.
But you probably have a lot of alum in the Colorado, the Denver area.
I bet that Nebraska ticket got out of whack, though. I don't know what the ticket price got up to. But, I mean, those Nebraska fans, they were all over that stadium. You could tell they beat Colorado to the ticket on that one.
For all your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name Birmingham's trusted since 1954. It's our friends at Hemp Hill Services, 205-229-2090, 229-2090 for our friends at Hemp Hill. Football continues tonight, not only with the college, Navy in Memphis, 6:30 on ESPN, Bethune in Miami, 6:30 on the ACC network, but NFL, Minnesota and Philadelphia, 6-point favorite at mybookie.ag, 7:15 prime for the Eagles tonight in that contest. A couple other interesting notes. What's up with Stetson Bennett? What happened with him?
You know, it's something personal, and it doesn't sound great, because there's a reason they went out and they got Stetson Bennett in the 4th round. They really believe that this guy can play, and there was potential for him to maybe one day, and maybe still one day, be the the starting quarterback after Matt Stafford is gone. But they said it wasn't related to the right shoulder injury that he's been dealing with.
Yeah, he's on the non-football illness list.
And for McVay, I mean, here's the quote. I mean, you guys just try to dissect this. Out of respect for him and the situation, I'm going to leave all the specifics and particulars in-house. And I want to be able to do that out of respect for the situation. So I'm not going to really have any follow-up information or anything that I'll give in the regards. And then somebody asked about the quarterback room, and he went on to say, quote, I think there are certain things that are a lot bigger than that. This seems really personal. It doesn't seem like a disciplinary situation. It seems like a personal issue right now. I don't know if it's health. There
are several things that pop to mind.
Yeah.
Yes. But it would be unprofessional, I guess, for us to sit here and speculate.
It would be. I will say this. I have been told from someone that I think knows what they think it is, and I think they know what it is, and they were just kind of trying to ease it is, because people are saying, I hope it's not a life-threatening illness. I don't think it's anything like that.
Yeah, well, again, it's the non-football related illness list.
Right.
I mean,
we use illness in there, that sounds bad, but it covers a lot of things.
Yeah, like substance.
Substance, mental illness issues, things like that. Things that might not necessarily be immediately life-threatening, but it just falls under that category.
Right.
And I think when people saw the word illness, they're like, oh, my God, does he have cancer? Does something like that? I don't think, from what I have been told, it is nothing like that. It is still an unfortunate issue, and hopefully it is something that Stetson Bennett can get past and get back in the league.
What's strange is when somebody has something like a more serious, I'm not going to say more serious illness, but maybe something terminal like that.
So like a John Mechie.
It seems like, chemotherapy,
leukemia.
Yeah, leukemia. Those seem to come out quicker than something else, like maybe something that is mental or maybe something that is substance.
I mean, it's unfortunate. Stetson has lived a charmed life as a quarterback, but he's also had, I don't know, demons is not the word I necessarily want to use, but he's had some missteps late in his Georgia career. And, between that and his time in the NFL.
Yeah, but I wouldn't call it like Manziel-like.
No, not yet. Not yet.
Kadarius Toney had a few drops in the opening weekend. Kansas City's at Jacksonville. Kansas City on the road, a 3.5-point favorite this weekend in the National Football League as you get ready for that big week. If you're the Chiefs, you get Chris Jones back. You likely get Taylor Swift's boyfriend back on the field after the injury, but you want Kadarius Toney to start catching the football.
Well, he's got to. I mean, that's what you get paid to do. I mean, you heard Nick Saban talking about it in the offseason. A wide receiver is supposed to catch a football, and when you're at the highest of highs and you're playing with best quarterback on the face of the planet, you got to be able to make those easy catches. And Toney is one of these guys. You saw him at Florida in spots a little bit for the Giants. He can make plays if he's able to catch football. I think the biggest question is, how healthy is Travis Kelce?
Yeah, if he plays, it's a pretty big game, Kansas City and Jacksonville. Kadarius Toney, though, would be a huge play in your daily fantasy this weekend because I bet he bounces back and plays well. Green Bay, surprisingly, a 1-point favorite at mybookie.ag on the road in Atlanta this weekend. Jordan Love played great in week 1.
Yeah, I was talking to a Green Bay fan last night at Odie's Team Trivia. Green Bay looked really good in the second half. I know we don't know what we're going to get from the Chicago Bears, but I thought Green Bay's offensive line played well. I thought Jordan Love played with a lot of poise. Aaron Jones was really good, and the defense clamped down, and they forced turnovers. I'm not surprised they're favored because of Desmond Ridder.
3.5 points at home, Cincinnati. Joe Burrow as they play host to Baltimore. Baltimore now trying to figure out their running situation with J.K. Dobbins on the shelf for the rest of the year. Got to feel like Burrow and that offense bounces back this week.
Yeah, well, so Gus Edwards and Justice Hill will be the running backs that are going to take the majority of the reps for Baltimore. Joe Burrow, again, last year had 4 turnovers in week 1. They were able to bounce back. Joe Burrow's too good. He was pressing. It was bad conditions. He hadn't played the entire preseason because of the injury. I feel like he's going to be better. Is it going to be good enough to beat Baltimore? I don't know. That's going to be a great game.
I'm building all the way up to this. The Jets, who they don't have Aaron Rodgers. They're playing with Zach Wilson moving forward. On the road at Dallas, 9.5-point underdogs. Meanwhile, your Rams at home, 8-point underdogs to San Francisco. Well, that's a huge number.
I'd feel a lot better on Lance's Rams than I would on the Jets.
That's my point.
Yeah.
What's up there? That's a huge NFL number to be 8-point dogs at home for the Rams.
Well, there's a couple of things. Look, the Rams caught Seattle just on their heels. I mean, it was perfect storm. They lost both tackles. They lost Tyler Lockett. The San Francisco 49ers have absolutely owned the Rams in the regular season under Sean McVay for whatever reason. And San Francisco is a much better team, and they're going to be able to get after Matt Stafford. Stafford was clean in the pocket all day Sunday, wasn't sacked one time. San Francisco is going to bring that pressure. And, again, you don't have Cooper Kupp.
That is a huge NFL number,
it's a
right?
Big number, yeah.
There'll be more 49ers fans at the game in all likelihood.
There have been. They take pride in coming to SoFi and taking it over.
I don't think it'll feel like a road game for San Francisco.
Back to Dallas and the Jets. If the Jets would have won by 7 or 10 and Aaron Rodgers is healthy, that number's probably only 3 or 4. But let's not forget, Dak Prescott was a turnover machine last year. How well is he going to do against an elite Jets defense that turned Josh Allen over 4 times?
Friends at Pants Store, pantstore.com, get you ready for the big games coming up in week 3 of college football. Alabama and Auburn game day polos, hats, and quarter zips. In those polos, you get famous name brands like Gentile, Cutter and Buck, Antigua, Elephant Head, and Taylor and Mick. Ladies, look no further than the Pants Store for your game day needs. The skirts, the rompers, the clear bags, and the booties. Find any of your game day needs at pantstore.com, anywhere in America. Pantstore.com, or at the 6 locations: Auburn, Crestline, Hoover, Huntsville, Leeds, and Tuscaloosa. The Braves are champions again. Buster Olney on the other side right here on the next round.
Now, at 205-734-0923.
You have all heard of Red Wing Shoes, but what is Red Wing Shoes? It's the place where men buy boots, plain and simple. Who are Red Wing's customers? They are construction workers, warehouse employees, college students, the guy that fixes your AC, the guy at the end of the bar, the IT guy. Red Wing is a father, Red Wing is a son, Red Wing is a cult following shared by all men. A classic, comfortable pair of cool boots with a story to tell. What's your Red Wing story? Red Wing Shoe Stores, located in Pelham and Trussville. DryTech Water Restoration is a locally owned company that specializes in mold remediation, fire and water damage cleanup, and SteraMist services. DryTech's goal is to provide clients with expert guidance when dealing with any home disaster. DryTech's highly trained specialists are available 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. They will work closely with you and your insurance company to make sure the process is stress-free as possible. Call DryTech today, 205-637-0143. The moment you discover damage to your home, DryTech's team will handle the rest. Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, the Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
The Next Round brought to you by the biggest and baddest track in NASCAR, the Talladega Super Speedway. The Yellowwood 500 NASCAR Playoffs weekend is coming up. You don't want to miss it. The action kicks off Saturday, September 30th with the Craftsman Truck Series Playoffs race, all leading up to the NASCAR Cup Series Playoffs on Sunday, October the 1st. Be there to see these drivers battle for 500 miles to survive and advance to the next round of the playoffs. Get your tickets now at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com. Again, that is TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Braves have done it again. Another division championship. Let's get right to Buster and talk a little baseball with him of just about how awesome the Braves are.
He's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline, and as always, Buster presented by MyBookie.ag, code Next Round. Welcome in. Buster, how are you today?
I'm doing great. Watching the Braves. I've told you guys my son, 19 years old, is a huge Braves fan, so I'm getting all kinds of text messages from him. He's doing the victory dance. He's probably got his championship hat on at college. He's all fired up. They have been phenomenal during the regular season. They've already broken the National League record for home runs for a team. We got 2.5 weeks to go. It looks like they're going to break the Major League record for a team for most home runs in a season. That's at 307. The Twins did that in 2019. They have 55 more home runs than the next closest team. That's crazy how different their lineup is. And what's so fun about it, I think just as a baseball fan, is that as great as they are in the regular season, there's got to be some anxiety about what they're going to do in the postseason, because you could see them matching up against teams and running into trouble in part because of the bullpen.
It seems not long ago, Braves fans were panicking that Freddie Freeman was off to the Dodgers, and they were getting a guy named Matt Olson that a lot of Braves fans weren't familiar with coming in from Oakland. And look, if it wasn't for Ronald Acuna, and I know Mookie Betts is in the conversation, But Matt Olson is having an MVP-like season.
Yeah, 51 home runs, ties Andrew Jones for that record. He'll beat that. There's a chance by the end of the year, because he's got 8 homers in the last 11 games, that he's going to be flirting with 60. Think about that. I was texting back and forth yesterday with Chipper Jones about, what he's seen in Matt Olson this year. And he mentioned that, he talked to Matt Olson about doing a little bit of a tilt in his upper body while they were discussing this in spring training, and rather than be so upright. And he feels like that's really helped Olson's balance. What's pretty clear is that whatever adjustments have worked for him, there is no kryptonite when you talk about pitches against him. He's batting over 300 on fastballs. He's got a slugging percentage close to 700 when it's on sliders. He's got a batting average close to 300 on changeups. He's killing everything. Chipper's belief is that the balance and the way that he is tilted forward a little bit has enabled him to drive the ball to left center field, hit the ball to center field. And you're so right. I think in a normal year when you didn't have Acuna, Betts doing superhuman things, I think Matt Olson would probably be, running 1 or 2 for MVP.
Historically speaking, the Braves, my school years were the 70s and 80s. 1982 was an oasis in a desert for the Atlanta Braves. They sucked, Buster. But now, historically, you stack up all these division championships since we went to divisions in '69, and the Braves are the top of the heap.
Yeah, 100%. And I think there's going to be a conversation by year's end about whether or not this lineup ranks among the greatest of all time. For me, the team that I saw on a daily basis, the best team, the 98 Yankees, Scott Brosius, who batted 9th in that lineup, drove in 98 runs. They had Tim Raines, Hall of Famer, batting 7th in that lineup. They had Darryl Strawberry, hitting 6th, hitting a bunch of home runs. But that team didn't have the power that this team has. And what's amazing about this team is, with those Yankee teams, it felt like with older guys in the team, it was kind of a short window. Lord knows how long this can go on, right? Because they have all these guys in their mid-20s who are locked up to long-term deals. It's pretty remarkable, and it's got to be daunting if you're David Stearns and you just took over baseball operations for the Mets. It's not only trying to make the organization better, but you got to climb that Mount Everest of a franchise right now in the Braves and how well they're run, as well as the Philadelphia Phillies, who are a dynamic team.
ESPN's Buster Olney with us each week, courtesy of MyBookie.ag. Code next round when you sign up there at MyBookie.ag. The Max Scherzer injury, if you have followed his career, is no surprise. He has struggled with injuries such as this, especially late in the season. Does that cook Texas? Can they survive this injury?
I don't think it necessarily cooks them, because as we always see in the battle of the wild card teams, you're not talking about a race among greats. You're talking about a lot of teams that are just maybe a little bit better than mediocre. The Toronto Blue Jays are having all kinds of problems. They just got destroyed by the Rangers in Toronto. So maybe the Rangers are able to sneak their way in. And look, it's interesting, because I think Chris Young has done a great job, generally speaking, since he took over the Rangers. But a former pitcher, sort of swam upstream against the old baseball adage that the biggest predictor, the most notable predictor of future injuries are past injuries. Jacob deGrom had that huge injury history. They give him a 5-year deal. He breaks down. Nathan Eovaldi, 2 Tommy John surgeries. They sign him to a whopper contract. He breaks down. Max Scherzer has all these injuries. They go out and pay big for him at the trade deadline, and now he's hurt. So, even if the Rangers get into the postseason, I do wonder if, they're going to be any kind of a challenge, because of the simple fact that while they have a good lineup, their pitching is so beaten up.
Your favorite ballpark hosts the first of 4 tonight as Baltimore hosts the Rays coming in. Baltimore's got a 2-game lead right now in the AL East. How big is this series for both?
Well, I mean, if you're sitting in the Orioles position, this weekend, you could wrap it up. And on paper, you would think that the Orioles playing at home with the young players that they would have an advantage. But the Rays, I don't know how their season's going to end, but the resiliency of this team during this season and everything that they've been able to withstand is staggering. Shane McClanahan, Cy Young frontrunner, I think at the time he got hurt, out for the year. Other guys in that rotation gone. Wander Franco, their best player, placed on administrative leave because of allegedly inappropriate relationship with minor. He's gone. Yandy Diaz leaves the game 2 days ago. Jose Siri, their center fielder, placed on the injured list, and they just keep winning. It's like the old movie Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid, where Robert Redford's looking behind her. Who are those guys? That's the way it feels like with the Rays this year, with everything they've had to deal with.
Could they at least slow down or speed up or just change something? That's what Paul Newman says.
Yeah, they have a fun team to watch. I'll spin the wheel of destiny in the National League wild card race. 6 teams battling for 3 spots. It's a fun race. This is why we added the extra wild card spot, right?
Yeah, and I can remember when Bud Selig first introduced the wild card in 1995, and me being an old school guy, I was like, that's terrible. That would be awful, and it's been great. And I think adding the team has been great. It keeps more teams in play. What a fun race. I think going into yesterday, my colleague Carl Ravitch tweeted out that you had 4 teams within a game of each other, essentially. Look, I think the Cubs are in a great spot to make the team. Think about this number. Since June 13th, the number 1 team, as you guys know in baseball and scoring runs, the Atlanta Braves. Number 2 were the Cubs.
Wow.
And they have great defense. And they have this terrific pitching staff. Justin Steele, their best starter, is probably going to be a candidate National League Cy Young Award. Jordan Wicks, rookie, just 3 starts so far. He looks like he's the real deal. That's a really dangerous team. The Diamondbacks, a lot of talent. Corbin Carroll probably going to win National League Rookie of the Year. The Giants, we saw them over the weekend. They'll hang in there. They have a lot of veterans. And the Marlins, they just, they're not going away either. So I do think, it's sort of what Rob Manfred envisioned when he proposed that they go to a 3rd wild card team.
Buster Olney presented by MyBookie.ag, code next round. When you sign up at MyBookie.ag, he is on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Cubs fan in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat wants us to ask you about Pete Crow Armstrong, who has just been called up. You say, wow. He asks, should he be more excited about him than he is a young Javi Baez?
Yes, because with Javi Baez, I think we all saw the big question at the beginning of his career was, would he stop at some point swinging at balls out of the strike zone? And the answer, generally speaking, has been no. Pete Crow Armstrong, I think, is more developed. I know from talking with Cubs people last couple days, because we've got them on Sunday Night Baseball against the Diamondbacks. They feel like that he could play himself into a more significant role for the rest of this year. And I don't know if you guys saw the catch he made the other day in right center field, sliding backhanded catch. It was shocking how much ground he covered. And I saw that the StatCast said that it's a 15% probability for him to make the catch given the amount of ground he covered. I was like, wait a second. Is that 15% based on like Kevin Kiermaier and Ken Griffey Jr.? Because I don't know how many players make the catch that he made. And think about that Cubs outfield as we go forward into the postseason. They have Happ in left field, Gold Glover, Cody Bellinger, this guy to finish out games. They have that tremendous infield. If Suzuki winds up DHing in the playoffs, their defense is ridiculous. We talked going into the year about which teams might have an advantage under these new rules with regulations against defensive shifts. I don't think there's any question the Cubs are one of the teams that have really taken off, in part because they're so well suited to playing with these rules.
Speaking of taking off, I know you fly a lot. I saw today that Boeing CEO David Calhoun commutes to work 400 times more plus a year on a private jet. He commutes on a private jet. When you fly, Buster, I assume it's not a private jet. Do you like peanuts, pretzels, Chex Mix, or that Biscoff cookie you get on Delta? Which is your favorite go-to snack?
Yeah, I hate the Biscoff. I don't know whoever invented that.
Me too.
It was wrong. It was just wrong. Okay?
It's a dog biscuit for humans.
Well, and they're killing the flight attendants. They got to clean that shit up because it gets everywhere.
It does. It's terrible. I don't know what they're thinking. I usually go for, they have those the small bags of potato chips, or like once or twice a week are my test of my my eating habits. Seeing those seeing the potato chips, I think that's what I would go for. And in lieu of that, I'd go for peanuts.
Yeah, but as much as you fly and as long as you fly, you got to have some great upgrade status, though. You're probably first class all the time, right, Buster?
Whenever we see the upgrade, because I fly every weekend for Sunday Night Baseball, and so whenever we do the upgrades, it's like you have that list, and you're like, yeah, I'm first.
I hate to flex, but I'm going to be first. Yeah. Cubs at Diamondbacks. Buster will be flying to Phoenix to see that one. 6 o'clock ESPN Sunday night. Thank you very much for the time, Buster. Safe travels. We'll see you next week.
All right, guys. Thanks for having me.
All right, buddy. Take care. Buster with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline, as always, presented by MyBookie.ag. Code next round.
All right. We'll do our stock report in the next segment. We're about to get to Rockstar's 4 downs here in this segment in just a second. I'll remind you that NASCAR playoff weekend is not too far away. Talladega Superspeedway coming up September 30th, October 1st. You can get your tickets right now at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com, TalladegaSuperspeedway.com. Hardy's in concert on Saturday night. We're talking 40-plus cars on the track, door handle to door handle, bumper to bumper, going over 200 miles per hour on the world's fastest speedway, 2.66 miles around that tri-oval there in Talladega, the high banks, if you will. A whole lot of fun at Talladega. Be a part of the race weekend, TalladegaSuperspeedway.com, TalladegaSuperspeedway.com. Rockstar, I'll be honest, I was reading your questions earlier. You always have them 4 downs on Thursdays. The first 3, I'm not sure I have an answer for. I've got one for 4. I'll try to think of one on the 1, 2, and 3. It's brought to you every day by our great friends at Slice.
Yeah, Slice, 4 incredible locations. The original in Lakeview, 1 in Vestavia, Crestline Park, Montevallo. For more information, get in and see the Bedalia brothers, but you can go to slicebirmingham.com.
First down.
What seemed cool until you tried it?
You don't have one either?
I just saw the questions today.
Yeah.
Just now.
Now?
Yeah. I mean, I can come up with something. Do you not have anything?
Well, I mean, for LT, I believe it's going to be
dunks.
See how long it took him to get that leg up there?
No, they seem cool until Dunaway tried them.
They seem cool until I tried them.
Until you tried them.
Yeah, I may get pair 2 or 3 later today.
Yeah. Oh, really? What are you going with? You're not going to wait on the Dolphins ones?
No. There's a red and black pair, and then a either all black or white with black that I have my eyes on.
Interesting.
I went to get them last Thursday, but the 4 square or the T square or the whatever square that you pay with at that store, it went down. It was landmine. I took that as a sign from God.
Yeah, it might be.
Yeah.
I'll be back.
I told him. I said, I don't want you to set these on the side, but I'll be back. I'll come back.
Discount Daniel said 2 chicks. It was overwhelming.
Wow.
Yeah. Wow. They make it look easy in the movie, Discount Daniel.
God, y'all are needy.
Yeah. They make it look easy in the movie. Oh, Forrester, they're not a sponsor. The new Chick-fil-A sandwich. Everyone is.
Scott is so down on it. I think it's very, very good. Forrester is 2 thumbs down on that thing. He brings it up anytime he sees it on the screen. He's like, not as good.
Listen, I had such high hopes for that sandwich.
It's good.
It's not.
I've had it once. How many times have you had it?
Twice.
I mean,
it is a sloppy disaster. It's just not that good.
You don't believe in third chances. I mean, we know Chick-fil-A's a quality product, right?
There's no doubt.
They get the bun right. The chicken breast is right.
No,
the pimento's good.
Chick-fil-A.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't love that sandwich.
Andrew goes, sandwich is great, but for $8, come on.
I don't know if this seemed cool or not, but I started running a while back, and I thought I was going to run in 5Ks all the time, and it just ended up tearing up my knees, so I just quit running in 5Ks.
How many Ks did you get down?
I did like
half
4.
K?
I did like 4 or 5 5Ks, and every one of them, like my knees hurt for 2 weeks afterwards. I'm like, why am I doing
Really?
it?
I got 4 or 5 5Ks?
Yeah.
I didn't see pictures. That's amazing.
Yeah. Why would I share a picture of me doing a 5K?
So
I don't know.
When I was 8, my next door neighbor Bart would have been at that point. He was 11 years older. He was 19, and so he used to dip skull all the time. And so we would play hot corner in the front yard.
Yeah.
And I thought it was so cool that he was dipping. He finally let me dip, and I threw up all in his Corvette.
Yeah.
And so I quickly knew that dipping was not right for me. I thought it looked really cool.
Me too.
But boy, it wiped me out.
I remember exactly where I was the one time I tried to dip.
Do you remember how old you were?
Would have been junior or senior in high school. which means when you did it, you were probably 9 or 10. Because
I was 8.
Yeah. See, that's usually. I figured out I'm about 9 years behind LT. LT's usually 9 years younger than me. I was 17. He was 8. Susan Allen was having a house party at her house, and I remember dipping before I'd go in. Got to put a dip in a guy, and it was legit. It wasn't like that, training wheel Hawkins stuff, I think it was, which was basically candy. It was the real stuff, the skull, and this was way before they had to pack it.
Yeah, if you ain't ready for it, it hits hard. Speaking of the
never made it in the house.
The 10
never
year
made it in the house.
We were talking to EG Employee 13 about the show we're going to be doing tonight from Tin Roof, and so we were talking a little handicapping, and she's getting used to to the verbiage and everything. And I said, look, it'll come quick. I said I never started wagering until I was a senior in high school. And I didn't think that was a big deal, and her and Kelsey started laughing.
It is kind of funny, though.
It is for you that it wasn't in the single digits, 8 or 9.
Second down.
What can you proudly say you have never done?
Smoke a cig.
I have never had a drag of a cigarette.
Yeah, it's just never once appealed to me.
Good for you guys.
I was offered. It was like high school and middle school. It was just nonstop. Come on, man, just one drag.
Even my later years of doing local TV, occasionally I'd be down at the Blue Monkey, and me and the girls would go outside and gossip and pull some cigarettes out.
You had that little stick.
Did you see that Virginia Slim?
Yeah.
Did Art Franklin not creep out there with you guys?
I cannot believe they did that. Absolutely.
Yeah, for me it's cocaine. People still don't believe I've never done cocaine because
Not one time.
Not one time. Swear to God on my life.
Like this would be the time you admit to it.
No,
Yeah,
I've never done shrooms. I've never done Molly. I've never done acid.
shrooms. I've never done shrooms.
Again, the only thing I've ever done is weed.
I took a bump in the 80s, Brown. I took a bump in the 80s.
I just
I would love to see that.
Oh, I know.
My scare with that was I would be out with friends and we would be out all night, and that's what kept them. Yeah. You would be a mess.
It's gonna shock you.
With that little monkey toy.
It also made me paranoid.
No, but
are you on it right now?
More.
It was one of those things I thought that I might like, so I knew better.
Yeah.
And there's just no need for it. Again, I've said this. You've heard me say it. You've requoted me. Bottle of tequila gets you anywhere you want.
Yeah, you've said that's a famous line from Lance. Yeah.
Third down.
What is the worst thing you have seen at a wedding? So what set this up for me was, oh God, this is many, many years ago. I was playing at a reception. It was just an acoustic. It was a small wedding, but I had got there and somebody, I don't think it was the bride or groom, but somebody in the bridal party got really upset. I was playing on the second floor of this place, and they had like one of those little exits that it's just a railing and then a stairway. Took the bridal cake and threw it off into the street.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was not a fun
That's
gig.
incredible.
But I didn't see how it happened. I just saw that it was on the ground.
Yeah.
And somebody said, well, we had a little disgruntled bridal party.
I saw a fight at a wedding once. I mean, it was not like an all-out brawl fist fight. It was, it was a fight. Maybe a cat fight.
Can we go post-wedding? Because this was just last week.
Sure.
Yeah, sure.
So we were in Pensacola. It was last Thursday, a week ago today. And so I went out with the youngsters, and we ended up going to this dive bar, and we got into a pool game. And there were a couple of locals, and they were talking, and so I started talking. And so it got to be a pretty high-stakes money game. And I can actually send Foister the video because this ultimately got us all thrown out, and it led to a fight in the parking lot. But on top of the, what is the shade above the pool table?
The light?
Well, whatever it is, but it's
sure,
more.
yeah.
But I had put all the money up there, and so right when my boy put in the 8-ball, I hit that thing, and all the money came falling down.
Yeah.
And then I started dancing around the little guy that was talking shit all night. And so we go to the parking lot.
So you made it rain.
And so one of the bridesmaids, they think that he had taken the phone because I was talking so much to him. She's like, I can't find my phone. I can't find my phone. I was like, you need to give up her phone. I don't have it. The next thing I know, she comes out of the car with a right.
On him?
Hits him square in the face.
Did it drop him?
No. But I mean, everybody was like, people were peeling out and just going every direction.
Did it knock the phone out of his hoodie?
They
That
found
would
the
have been
phone.
great.
The girl in the back was sitting on her phone.
So it's all over nothing.
Yeah. But lucky when he gets shot.
All right, now I'm dying to see the video. I don't have one. Let's do fourth down.
Fourth down.
What is a different way of saying, hey, I'm going to the bathroom?
I got a Waz.
I'm always taking a phone call. It's better service over on
How about I just shit my pants?
Well, you have to go to the bathroom
You
then.
just did it then.
No, but you might need to.
Yeah.
Yeah, I need to take a call, but I just say, hey, I'm going to the bathroom.
You'll hear us.
I'm going to go wee-wee.
It occasionally
TT
comes
and
out
poo-poo,
on the
man.
show, but it is actually universal on this show. We call it a level 2 because when we worked in another building, level 2 was basically deserted, so you could go down there and get some privacy. So we would always say, I got to do a level 2.
And that's our 4 Downs today, brought to you by our friends at Slice. The show today also being brought to you by our friends at the University of Montevallo. If you're looking for a great place for your son or daughter to go to school, Montevallo is a great place to look. A wonderful athletic department and academics, 23 NCAA Division II fully funded scholarship sports there, and some of them are national championship quality already as it continues to build in dominance at the University of Montevallo. Multi-million-dollar theater department, broadcasting school, home of Chris Stewart, the voice of the Crimson Tide basketball team, and a lot more. Check out the University of Montevallo for your son or daughter right now, montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu, and our friends at Sympio LT. They helped us get started. Tell us about Sympio.
Yeah, again, one of the first calls we made here on the next round when we started this venture was to our friends at Sympio because we didn't know anything about the 4 pillars that they're going to make sure they take care of when you call them up. That is HR, payroll, benefits, and, of course, healthcare. On average, Sympio is saving companies of all sizes and industries over 18% net of their fees. You can join any time of year. There's no annual contract. With that being said, Sympio has a 99% retention rate. Call them today, 205-635-7467 or Sympio.com.
Follow John Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy, all under one roof. It's our friends at Hydra Live Therapy. IV therapy treatments are packed with nutrients to increase energy, reduce stress and anxiety, and boost your immune system, and more. If you mention the next round at checkout, save 20% off any service. You can join the IV League today. Members are rewarded with deep discounts. Make sure you ask about that. Hydra Live Therapy open 7 days a week. Homewood, Tuscaloosa, and coming soon to Greystone. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service. As summer starts to fade, get ready to welcome the arrival of fall. But hey, it's not just football season making an entrance. In the world of pest, it's fall invader season. Hold on tight because we've got 4 major troublemakers stepping into the spotlight. Box elder bugs, kudzu bugs, ladybugs, and stink bugs. These pests don't just knock, they barge in like they own the place. But fear not, dial up Wayne's Pest Control now, 865-588-6686, and let's show those fall invaders who's boss. Don't let pests crash your party. Take charge today. Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
DryTech Water Restoration is a locally owned company that specializes in mold remediation, fire and water damage cleanup, and SteraMist services. DryTech's goal is to provide clients with expert guidance when dealing with any home disaster. DryTech's highly trained specialists are available 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. They will work closely with you and your insurance company to make sure the process is stress-free as possible. Call DryTech today, 205-637-0143. The moment you discover damage to your home, DryTech's team will handle the rest.
Don't miss your chance to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Open 24/7, so come on in for non-stop gaming action. You'll find the latest, hottest, most exciting games around, and you'll love the fun bonuses and big jackpots. Plus, you can watch and wager on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. Your best bet for big wins is just minutes away at Birmingham Racecourse Casino, where you can be a winner too. Birmingham Racecourse Casino off I-459, exit 31 Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older.
Back with you on the next round. I just finished one of my protein bars. Well, didn't finish it. I'm 3/4 of the way through from my friends at Way to Wellness. This is the one that is tastes a lot like a Baby Ruth bar. with the peanut butter and the caramel and the peanuts all in it right there. These protein bars about 4 times a day, my lunch, my dinner. It's a great weight loss plan, controls my blood pressure and cholesterol. You can get a plan designed for you, including, if you choose, these protein bars. One of my favorites is the Caramel Crunch, which tastes just like a 100-gram bar, my favorite candy bar out there. Spot on, just like it. Wonderful, wonderful program there with the Way to Wellness. No cookie cutter plan. Everything is designed for you. It can help you with weight loss, blood pressure, cholesterol, and a whole bunch of things. Leslie and her board-certified team, no contracts, no sign-up fees, and the first consultation is free. Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living. aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. Hey, we want to go to the coaches show for Colorado State. Forrester has found this for us. This is a big discussion around college football going into this rivalry game. And this, of course, is going to turn into a flashpoint today when Deion Sanders and company respond to this. This is the coaches show last night, and this is Jay Norvell of Colorado State. And he makes this comment, and I'll get you guys to react on the other side of this.
And I sat down with ESPN today, and I don't care if they hear it in Boulder. I told them I took my hat off and I took my glasses off, and I said, when I talk to grown-ups, I take my hat and my glasses off. That's what my mother taught me. So, nice.
Wow.
Yeah.
So when the fans in the background clapping.
When I take my hat and my when I talk to adults, I take my hat and I take my glasses off, and that is now bouncing around everywhere. One more time from the chest with Jay Norvell as he takes Colorado State into play his rival Colorado.
Sat down with ESPN today, and I don't care if they hear it in Boulder. I told them I took my hat off and I took my glasses off, and I said, when I talk to grown-ups, I take my hat and my glasses off. That's what my mother taught me. So,
how's that going to play, LT?
It's not going to play well. Now we've got another. I go on to get on Colorado.
Yep,
because they will stomp a mud hole in Jay Norvell's ass now.
I mean, it is something every week, isn't it?
It is every single week, and I don't understand why Jay Norvell wants to do this. Is this going to help his recruiting?
Nope. Is it going to help him Saturday?
Yeah, look, he's been fired before. He'll be fired again, so I guess he can take his hat and his glasses off when he gets fired. Look, I mean, if we're out somewhere and I've got glasses on, then I'm probably going to take them off if I'm meeting somebody for the first time, but I might not. I don't know. I don't know if I think about it.
I mean, what's the situation,
Right.
Lance? Are we inside? Are we outside? I'm not wearing them. Huh?
We do the coaches show with the sunglasses tonight?
And a hat.
I will not. If a hat was an option, I would take a hat, but it's not an option.
Why is it not an option?
I just think it's a bad look to be up there when nobody else has a hat on. I'm not going to wear a hat.
I think you should wear one of these.
Yeah, wear it next round.
I'm not going to wear a hat unless.
And take gifts for him. Give Eli one. Give Coach one.
Tom Stipe.
No, I mean, look,
Tom actually wants one.
We'll take him a hat.
Yeah. There are certain people that can get away with certain things. I'm looking at Cedric the Entertainer right now.
Yeah.
It's Cedric the Entertainer, one of the original Kings of Comedy, is on with Stephen A. Yeah, Stephen A.
Yep.
And he's got his hat on.
He always wears his hat.
Right.
Yeah.
But, I mean, Deion always wears his sunglasses, and he can get away with it.
Well, I think it's a bad look, sunglasses inside. I never wear them inside, so this is not something. But if I'm outside and it's sunny, I don't take my sunglasses off. It's sunny. That's why I'm wearing my sunglasses.
Yeah, the Matt Rule thing was a stretch. This one at least.
Oh, this is a direct shot.
Yeah, this was directed right at Deion Sanders.
Now on the golf course at the end of a round, when I'm shaking somebody's hand, I'll take my hat off. That's just like customary. I don't know that you do that in general public. Like if you run into somebody and you're out and about and you're wearing that beautiful next round hat there, you don't take it off when you talk to them.
No.
Sometimes
I bet you Jay Norvell doesn't either.
Can I make an honest admission?
Yeah.
I just by looking at this, thought the dude on the right was the coach.
Hey, Rockstar,
100%.
I don't think anybody watches this show for your sports takes.
Yeah.
They don't watch for mine either, but I do drive the show, so I do think they think I know more about sports than you. If you'd have said pick which one is Jay Norvell,
to the right,
I would have picked the guy on the right too.
Cue it to the front where he's not laughing right there. Let's see the good clean shot on the front there.
Yeah.
So you thought,
I did.
I'm kind of with you.
Yeah, I was like, here's the geeky play-by-play guy on the left.
Yep, and
there's the old coach who's trying to make it out of Fort Collins.
Well, a couple of things. He looks mean as hell.
Who does?
Just pull
Jay
images
Norvell?
of Jay Norvell. Yeah, he's always looked mean. He looks like he definitely has a military background. He looks like he's a smoker, and he looks like he's got more than 32 teeth.
But
is
I
Jay
think he's
Norvell,
probably
is
got
he-
like 36 teeth.
Is he not the former tight end from the Cowboys?
No,
no, that's Jay Novacek.
Yeah, that's Jay Novacek. Jay Norvell, by the way, 36-36 as a head coach.
Oh, Rockstar. No, the Oklahoma one, he looks mean as a snake in that one. Look at that. I mean, there's a little smile. That is a mean-looking smile. My gosh.
Oh, my goodness.
What's the dude's name?
That looks,
Trejo.
Yeah, that looks like the high school picture of the machete guy.
Yeah. Danny Trejo. No,
Right.
this is Danny Trejo's classmates.com
Back when he had like skincare.
Yeah. That's him in high school, and people voted him most likely to chop somebody up in movies.
Yeah. No,
I will take him
to They go, Coach, smile. I am.
I'll take him to whip Deion Sanders' ass. I mean, Deion is missing two toes.
Yeah.
But boy, this is
I'm not
going
sure
to...
Jay's not missing two toes either. You don't know.
That's true.
May have lost him in a fight. Well, this will be an interesting pregame discussion if those two talk or meet.
Here's the sad thing. I don't believe Jay Norvell. I think he's just saying this for effect.
That looks like an AI coach there. Computer-generated coach for Madden.
Strong jaw.
Like, do you believe if Jay Norvell's out on the practice field and his athletics director walks out, he takes off his sunglasses and his hat to talk to him? Do you honestly believe that?
Does he need a contract extension? Then maybe yes.
Do you honestly believe if Jay Norvell's pumping gas and somebody walks over to him and says, Coach, I wanted to meet you. Oh, hang on, let me get my hat and sunglasses off. Do you honestly believe that?
No.
No, this is all for effect. That's what makes it even worse. I don't know why it's even necessary. You're doing it for effect, and all you're doing is fueling a fire that was going to burn you anyway.
Well, now, I was excited about watching this game anyway, just to watch Colorado continue to roll, at least until they get to Eugene next week. But I can't wait to see midfield shake now. Deion ain't taking those sunglasses off.
Oh, that actually would be the funniest thing if he did.
Our friends at Harbin's can shake up your backyard.
Nice segue there,
I
Donaway.
like the shape.
Again, our friends at Harbin's One-Stop Shop. It's an award-winning landscape company specializing in installing custom fiberglass pools, landscaping, hardscaping. Jeremy and his team, one-stop shop for your pool construction needs. Harbin's does it all, from the install to the lighting, final hardscapes around the pool, everything in between. It's beautiful work. You can find them on Instagram at Harbins_outdoors. See it for yourself. Call or text Jeremy directly, 205-300-0718. At Harbin's, you and your home are the center of all that they do.
Caleb's right. Jay Norvell saying, he ain't Colorado, I'm Colorado.
Who's Colorado? I'm Colorado.
Back to the Alabama State coach. Viewing menu every day brought to you by New Life. You'll tell us about New Life in a second. Rockstar, what are you watching tonight?
Strike is still going on, but also they said for everything to be scripted, all these scripted series, we need to reach an agreement by October 1st. So anyway, there's a new reality show coming on tonight at 8 p.m. on CBS, Buddy Games. This is hosted by Josh Duhamel, whatever. 6 teams of lifelong friends join host Josh Duhamel at a lake house where they compete in absurd physical and mental challenges to claim the title, champion, and a cash prize. 7 p.m. on the CW. You guys, have you been fans of Survivor or
Nope.
Naked and Afraid?
I watched the first Survivor. I thought it was good, but I never watched another one.
My son loves Survivor.
What about like the show Alone, where you have to be alone for 30 days, filming yourself?
Naked and Alone?
Naked and Afraid, I watched a couple of those.
Oh, Naked and Alone is my dating life. Sorry.
That's Jim's documentary.
There's a show called Fight to Survive. 17 competitors that are former Survivor, Alone, Naked and Afraid, and throw this one at the wall. An American Ninja Warrior contestants set out to survive on a remote island for 25 days while fighting each other to win $250,000.
Rider Strike still going.
Yeah, that's what. October 1st.
I did watch the first 2 of the morning shows last night.
I did too. Jumped the shark, man. Not good.
So really not good?
Was not good.
I fell asleep. I kept falling asleep. Jennifer said it was okay.
Was John Hamm introduced his character?
Oh, yeah. John Hamm's got a prominent role in it. Yeah.
Yeah. It's, you know me, I stayed to things to the end, and I'll stay to the end. But season 1, really good. Season 2, less than that. Season 3 is off to a horrible start.
All over the place.
And episode 1 was a sleeper.
Boy, it was bad.
Yep.
Yeah. See, I just have no. I think we're 2 episodes in on season 2. I was just like, let's shut it down.
Yeah.
I'm done.
I dozed off, so I can't
stop watching them because if I start a series, I like to finish them if I can. For some reason, I can't do Breaking Bad, but
and James Bond.
James Bond. I finish every movie I start. I'm two in. What is the third one? What's the third one I'm waiting to do? Started in the pandemic.
Diamonds off forever.
So, on Spitting Lugs, we throw out little hidden gems, entertainment things to watch.
Right.
And I told him yesterday, you need to watch the Barkley Marathons. And he texted me, him and his wife watched it last night. I saw somebody in the chat room said they got hooked on it last night and they watched 3 different versions of it.
Yeah, there were better ones recommended to us. I don't know if you saw the timeline.
I did not see that.
But
You were tagged on
YouTube.
all.
Yeah.
Go ahead. What?
I said they were apparently on YouTube.
Yeah, they were. I think we were all tagged in it. So go back and look at your timeline. They were saying that one's good. There are better ones out there. So
yeah, I'll check it out. I don't use Twitter as much now that it's X.
Right.
And it's nothing like political or Elon Musk related. It's just the icon. When I used to see the bird, I used to hit it. I just don't hit that X.
You gotta flick that bird.
I'm just saying.
That is Lance's least favorite alphabet character there, so he's not going to do it.
You got to hit that X.
Yeah.
I guarantee it's not just me. Like people that were kind of casual Twitter people.
My Twitter usage is down about 74% myself.
Mine is only because I've recently discovered TikTok, and I'm hooked on that.
Friends at New Life Art brought you that viewing menu right there, though.
Yeah, Daniel Moore announcing that Masterwork in Oils legacy continues. The sequel to Moore's 1992 sold-out painting. The Crimson Legacy features iconic moments and memorabilia from the last 30 seasons of Tide football. To order, go to danielmooreart.com.
Okay, Roman Harper next segment, then Dan Orlovsky, then Trash, then Trent Dilfer. That's how we're finishing the show up here. I mentioned about the CEO who commutes to work on a private jet over 400 times a year. Did you see what Gannett is doing? This was the biggest thing in my timeline last night.
The newspaper company?
Yes, the newspaper company. They run the USA Today and also newspapers like the Tennessean, and they have some TV stations as well. They are hiring a reporter to exclusively cover Taylor Swift, a Taylor Swift correspondent that will pay in the neighborhood of $105,000 per year. And you get expenses, and you travel around, and you travel her tour the rest of the way, including the European leg coming up. So $100,000 a year, and you travel Europe following Taylor Swift, the impact on local economies, everything going on in her life. For all the Gannett newspapers, including the Tennessean, they are hiring a specific Taylor Swift correspondent. And I appreciate every one of you who suggested in our Twitter feed last night, our X feed, that I would be perfect for the job. So I'd like to announce today. No.
Yes. My last show.
Would you do it?
For $100,000 a year and get to see her on concert?
Yeah.
No, I wouldn't do it. I mean,
it's a perfect job if you're 20 to 30 and you don't have a family.
Do they send you to every concert?
Oh yeah. You're about to go to Europe.
Boy, that would wear your ass out.
Yeah,
though.
but expense account in
No,
Europe?
I get that, but I mean, how many times do you want to see Taylor Swift?
Oh no, I mean, I would get tired of that. But the trips themselves, she only goes to good cities.
And she's there for a few days.
Yeah.
Plus, you have it down to a routine after a while. You find an interesting person who traveled a long way to see her in concert, somebody crying, take a few photos, write a story.
Hey, we're gonna have
blah,
we're gonna have a backstage party tonight.
Yeah.
Taylor might not be there, but I'm throwing it.
Side notes: Travis Kelce showed up at this one. He wasn't at this
I don't
one.
believe that's legit.
Well, it continues to percolate on the old X there, Lance.
Roman Harper on the other side. Last night at Odie's, great night at trivia. What was the question?
The question last night was, what came first, Starbucks or the McDonald's Egg McMuffin?
Oh, that's got to be Egg McMuffin. Yeah, that Egg McMuffin's been around a while.
It has been around a while, but I think the first Starbucks was in the 60s.
Oh, really?
I'm going to go Starbucks.
Well, I think you had coffee stores back then.
Starbucks 1971.
Oh, it's going to be tight.
The Egg McMuffin 1972.
Wow.
Little factoids you learn at Odie's Team Trivia. Great crowd last night. Of course, we'll have live music tomorrow night and Saturday night. Incredible food from Rodney Davis, including the award-winning wings, delicious burgers, great sandwiches, including the Diablo sandwich, ice-cold beer buckets full of the Bud Light. Get in, see Will Haver and that great staff, Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
DryTech Water Restoration is a locally owned company that specializes in mold remediation, fire and water damage cleanup, and SteraMist services. DryTech's goal is to provide clients with expert guidance when dealing with any home disaster. DryTech's highly trained specialists are available 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. They will work closely with you and your insurance company to make sure the process is stress-free as possible. Call DryTech today, 205-637-0143. The moment you discover damage to your home, DryTech's team will handle the rest. The Next Round Golf Cart is here. Your chance to play 4 area golf courses for just $89. Get 18 holes in cart at Limestone Springs, Cross Creek, The Meadows, and the newly renovated Woodward Golf Club. A $247 value for just $89. Get your golf cart now at nextround.store. The next round is brought to you in part by the biggest, baddest track in NASCAR, Talladega Superspeedway. This beast is 2.5 miles of nothing but pure speed and always puts on a great show for the fans. The Yellowwood 500 NASCAR Playoffs weekend is coming and you do not want to miss it. Saturday, September 30th is the Craftsman Truck Series Playoffs race, followed by Sunday's Yellowwood 500 and the NASCAR Cup Series Playoffs. Be there to see drivers battle 500 miles to survive. Get your tickets now at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
There are so many things I love about walk-ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got 2 great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 and Hoover with walk-ons.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Roman Harper, hopefully here in this segment, Dan Orlovsky in the next one. Also in the next segment after Orlovsky, we'll do our stock report for today, which is being brought to you in part by our friends at Redmont Vodka, Redmont Distilling.
Again, ask for it by name. Available in 22 states now. If they don't have it, tell them to get it. Locally owned and operated product. Fantastic. Their aim, clarity, and taste, color, and smell. It is vodka perfection. It's gluten-free. It's 8 times distilled. Available at the local package store, including the Beverage Place, Pink Package, ABC stores. Again, it is Redmont Vodka.
And also our friends at NASCAR getting ready for Talladega. Take that Redmont Vodka over to the track and enjoy the world's fastest speedway, 200 miles per hour and a lot more door handle to door handle racing. TalladegaSuperspeedway.com, TalladegaSuperspeedway.com, September 30th through October 1st for the 2 playoff races, including the Yellowwood 500 at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
All right, Roman Harper joins us every week. He does so courtesy of MyBookie.ag. Don't forget code next round when you sign on at MyBookie.ag. Here he is on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What is up, Harp? How are you?
Oh, man, sorry about my calendar didn't go off or something early. I don't know. I've been in the car all day running errands before I got to get out of town. But, to each their own. It's all good, though.
Well, it's all right, man. We'll take you anytime we can get you. You know that. Let's get to the X's and O's. You wanted to see some things out of Alabama defensively. Obviously, they lost the game. It was not a successful defensive night. What is the most glaring issue or two that you saw in Alabama's defense?
They're kind of back to the same thing that they were last year, which is not taking the football away and questionable, being able to affect the quarterback. You have to be able to affect the quarterback with rush and coverage most of the time in that order. And so if you're not blitzing, and I'm not saying they're not blitzing, but they're not getting to the quarterback enough. I thought that was their biggest problem. They had 0 sacks. They gave up 5 sacks. They had 2 turnovers and they forced no turnovers. So anytime you play that game, you're not going to win that game, whether you're playing in Little League football or on NFL on Sundays. You can't lose a takeaway turnover battle, lose the explosive play battle, have 10 penalties, don't get any sacks, give up 5 sacks, and win that game. It just doesn't happen. So for me, I always come away feeling a little bit better when in any situation I watch football, whether I like this team, don't want this team to win or not. But the fact that ball don't lie, as Rasheed Wallace would say, ball don't lie, that as much as we've changed formations, we pass more, nobody's doing I formation, nobody's doing fullbacks. Those key stats and factors in football never change. So I'm cool with it because of that.
You say they obviously blitz some, but every big play I keep thinking back in my head, it seemed like it was a 3-person or 4-person rush trying to get there with the defensive lineman. Alabama used to have those D linemen that could create the pressure with just 3 or 4 in the rush, and that helped the secondary. It doesn't seem like they have the same kind of talent on the D line anymore. What's a reasonable time, Roman, I should expect a DB to cover a receiver? What's a reasonable time? How good are you at covering a receiver? It can't be forever, right? At some point, they're going to run open.
3 seconds. For the great ones, 4.5, 5. I mean, something with the great ones, like Darrelle Revis, like it doesn't matter all day. But for most college kids and what they're trying to do, I would say, 3 seconds, 2.5. But the ball was coming out fast. I think Steve Sarkisian did a really good job of dialing things up, and they understood some of the weak points of what Alabama was trying to do defensively. But it's still, at the end of the day, I don't think Alabama's as deep as we all think we assume that they are. And when I say deep, I mean like 2 and 3 deep of NFL-ready guys. They don't have that roster right now. And that's no excuse, because at the end of the day, you still could have won the game if you get one more turnover, if you don't have 10 penalties. Like, it's still a lot of self-inflicted wounds, which that's usually the case when Alabama loses games since Nick Saban's been there, is that either they have a quarterback that just plays out of their mind, which Quinn Ewers was good, but then it's also they have something to do with that loss as well. And so I look at it as, Alabama, they're in a race to improve. This game is a loss. It should make you look yourself in the mirror, players and coaches, and see and question, what can I do to get better to help this team win and be better each and every Saturday? And then from there, you got to understand, if you just go out and win, everything else takes care of itself. You could have one of the best losses in the whole country at the end of the year if you go out there and just do what you need to do the rest of the year. The rest of the schedule is still out there for them. I got some other frustrating things when I look at Alabama right now, but that's the big gist of it all. The big takeaway is that the season is still right there out there in front of you. You just need to handle business. And then you look up, lo and behold, this could be the best loss.
Harp, the whole offseason we heard from this offensive line, they were chirping, man, we're going to be physical, we're going to dominate. And, boy, they got dominated. I mean, look, Texas has got some players on that defensive line, and we've got Tyler Booker on every week, an NIL deal, and he said the thing about their rotation is they had elite guys that were coming in nonstop. But for an offensive line that was talking as much shit as they did in the offseason, you would think they'd be able to back it up.
Preach, my man, preach. Yes, you're right. So for me, I get a little bit frustrated with the offense because, all right, here we go. Let's just talk about it because, I come from this NFL background where, if I'm an 8-9-year vet, I got this coach trying to tell me like, hey, I want you to play it this way. I want you to do it like this. And I'm like, look, bro, number one, I make more money than you. Number two, I've been doing this. Like, I'm going to do it this way. And then when I mess it up, I'll listen. 18, 19, 21-year-old kids, they're trying to do whatever the coach is teaching them. So whatever they're teaching them, I don't know if it's working correctly or it's not sinking in correctly. Also, I think we need to make the offense conducive to where he can be successful in this offense. And I'm sorry Alabama has become quarterback U the last 6 years, but that's what you're dealing with, and that's what you're having to do. I think they need to do more direct runs. I think they need to do more play action and boot game with Jalen Milroe because of his threat of his legs and getting to the corner, not just being a pocket passer and a half waggle roll to all of a sudden launch one deep. I think he could be used better than that. And another thing that's frustrating when you watch Alabama is they really, once Texas caught on to what they were trying to do, they had no adjustment. I didn't see them do any wide receiver screens. You got an offensive defensive line that's just ripping up the field on you all day. They did no slowdown plays. And I say slowdown plays because as a defensive guy, that was the thing that when teams start doing screens, reverses, draws, flea flickers, it was really to slow us down as a defense because we're usually kicking their ass. And so Texas was kicking their ass, slow them down. And so that's what I did not see. I think that's another thing that I was a little disappointed when going back and just watching it. I'm like, how's nobody suggesting them to do something different than what they're doing? Because they continue to do the same thing, expecting a different result. And that is the definition of insanity.
SEC Network's Roman Harper for a few more moments on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline presented by MyBookie.ag, code next round each week. MyBookie.ag, code next round. On Auburn's side, their offense looked challenged. I thought Peyton Thorne looked better than that. He did look better than that. I thought he was better than that. Is it fixable for Auburn's offense, or do you think this is a year-long struggle for them?
Figure it out. I think you got two viable quarterbacks here. I think this is going to have to be a two-quarterback system for Auburn. And they got to figure out who's going to be their playmakers. If they can't just turn around and hand it off and run it, which I think they do a decent job of, at some point you got to be explosive on offense in today's college football. You got to be able to quick strike guys. You got to be able to threaten people down the field to make these defenses back up. And Cal was not a bad team. I thought Cal had really good team speed. I actually anticipated Cal winning that game. So for me, I walk away saying, okay, really big win for Auburn, even though Cal probably could have won the game because they missed 3 field goals and had one of them taken back off the board because of a penalty. So that's 12 points Cal left out there that we're not going to talk about as experts, but just know it was a real battle-tested game. And Auburn, sometimes when you win these tough games like this pays it forward for you later on in the season. So I like Auburn winning that game, bottom line, period. I don't care how bad they did or what they didn't do correctly. It's always easier to correct mistakes after a win than it ever is after a loss.
So Alabama, weird game this weekend going to South Florida, playing in Tampa. It's their first road game against an opponent outside of the Power 5 since 2003 against Hawaii.
Wow.
And I saw this week, I went back and watched the game last night, Harp. You blocked a field goal, took it back for a touchdown, and also had your first and only college reception. I'm lying. I read that. I did not go back and watch the game. The blocked field goal for a touchdown is not a surprise. What were you doing playing offense?
Playing offense. The punter mishandled the snap on a long 4th and 20-something yards, and I probably got 15, 16, 17 yards. I was blocking, and then I just looked back because nobody was doing anything. I just looked back. And I was like, oh, shoot, I'm open, so just throw it. And he threw it. I caught it. Made a guy miss, cut that thing back, trying to take it back to high school days, get my shine on. I still was not even close to getting the first down. Not even close. So I appreciate it. And, look, I knew that stat, too, because my man Brad Buchanan, he brought this up to me on Monday when I was in the office. He was like, the last time Alabama died? I was like, no. What? And he's like, oh, Hawaii. And then he showed me those 2 plays. And yes, the block field goal was kind of cool because I did actually score my first college touchdown.
Did you ever get in the water in Hawaii?
I'm not an ocean guy. I just don't know what's out there. I'm not a big ocean guy. The waves were nice. The really coolest thing about that Hawaii trip was it was actually the year before, I believe. I got to meet Diana Taurasi. They were down there for the little Maui kick, the whatever the Hawaii Classic is that they kick off basketball with.
Yeah, Maui Invitational. Yeah.
Yeah. She was way taller. She's a little bit taller than me at the time. So that was kind of cool. Meeting Diana Taurasi before she became Diana Taurasi. Also, shout out to my brother for letting me have his ID because I got to go to all the places, being able to all of a sudden make that age gap of 21.
Sergeant
so
Spoon.
It was just really cool. That's it, baby. Just making things happen on the mainland out there in the island, baby. Just making it happen.
It's funny. You don't get in the ocean because you don't know what's out there. I don't get in the ocean because I do know what's out there. Yeah.
Either way.
I'm a bit if it's a pool, I'm all about it. A lake, I'm cool. Like, I'll go to the beach. I just don't like going in. I'm like, dude, I don't trust what's out there. I'm sorry. It's a thing.
All right, he is Roman Harper. You will see him on SEC Nation and the SEC Network throughout the week, Monday nights on Read and React, so just catch him all week long. Harp, thank you for the time, man. Safe travels.
Guys, man, we're going to Starkville, fly out today. I will say this, though. The most improved player in the SEC so far this season through 3 weeks is quarterback Ole Miss. Because of the play of the quarterback.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. We'll talk more about that next week, obviously, because Alabama plays Ole Miss. Thanks, Harp. We'll see you, buddy.
Yeah.
Jackson Dart.
Could be a bad sign.
Yeah.
Could be a bad sign.
MyBookie.ag code next round brings you Roman Harper.
Show also brought to you by a couple other great sponsors, like our friends at Wayne's. For the past 50 years, Wayne's Pest Control has been serving our communities, doing what they love to do, and that's providing world-class pest control and termite protection. And they care about you, and they have for 50 years. They love making their customers happy, and that's why they want to continue to make you happy by giving you $50 off pest control and termite protection. All you have to do is go to callwaynes.com, and get $50 off pest control termite protection with our friends at Wayne's. Happy 50th anniversary to Wayne's. Also, the great folks at Hemphill. If you got a plumbing problem, a heating problem, or a cooling problem, LT, Hemphill's where you go.
Yeah, call Adam, Chad, Andrew, the guys at Hemphill Services. Make sure that AC unit is ready to keep up with this changing weather. Right now, 0% for 60 months for qualified customers, plus free 10-year labor warranty when you mention the next round. Remember, Hemphill Services, locally owned and operated independent train dealer. The team can service all makes and models for all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
The extra hours of sunshine are back on the clock, and that means it's time for golf at Timberline, a short drive from Birmingham or Montgomery. Go to timberlinegc.com, timberlinegc.com to book your tee times, schedule a lesson, or just drop by and use the TrackMan technology on the driving range. The course is always fun, in great shape, and you can even become a member. Get all the details at timberlinegc.com. It's time to get your golf on with our friends at Timberline.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
It's college football time in Alabama. This is Congressman Robert Adderholt. I grew up an Alabama fan, Roll Tide, but my wife, Caroline, grew up an Auburn fan, War Eagle. But no matter who you pull for, whether it's the Lions of the University of North Alabama or the Gamecocks of Jacksonville State or any other school in between, I want to wish all the players, the coaches, and especially the fans another great college football season here in Alabama. I'm Robert Adderholt, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Adderholt for Congress.
The Next Round brought to you by the biggest and baddest track in NASCAR, the Talladega Superspeedway. The Yellowwood 500 NASCAR Playoffs weekend is coming up. You don't want to miss it. The action kicks off Saturday, September 30th with the Craftsman Truck Series Playoffs race, all leading up to the NASCAR Cup Series Playoffs on Sunday, October the 1st. Be there to see these drivers battle for 500 miles to survive and advance to the next round of the playoffs. Get your tickets now at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com. Again, that is TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. The wait is over. Tonali has arrived. Beautifully distinctive Italian styling and performance. Come test drive the all-new 2024 Alfa Romeo Tonali plug-in hybrid at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. The all-new Tonali offers best-in-class horsepower and torque, fastest 0 to 60 times in its class, plus best-in-class range with full electric charge. And best of all, qualified Tonali leasees are eligible for up to $7,500 EV tax credit factored into your lease. Hurry down to Alfa Romeo of Birmingham and experience the all-new Tonale.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Another hour of the next round as we roll on. We'll get to the stock report in a second. This hour always brought to you by the best Southern fried chicken. Cooked to order, it is Champy's Chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and the crew ready. Mississippi Delta recipe tamales, deep fried chicken, hand-cut chicken fingers, perfect for your tailgate or watching the game starting tonight, champyschicken.com.
All right, Dan Orlovsky joins us in this slot every single week, straight off the set right there at ESPN. He is with us, courtesy of MyBookie.ag, code NEXTROUND. When you sign up at MyBookie.ag, code NEXTROUND. Sign up and get that sign-on bonus there. Dan, what is up, buddy? How are you today?
I'm doing good. What's new with you guys?
Man, we're doing all right. I saw you guys debating about an hour and a half ago down on one of our screens here. Should the Bills be worried? Was kind of the tone of the debate. Obviously, I could not hear it. I could only see it, so I don't know what side you were on. But that was an alarming loss. If I'm a Bills fan, I turn it over 4 times. I lose to a backup quarterback. I just don't play very well on offense. Is it a concern for the Bills moving forward this year?
Concern, no, but it has to have your attention, and you're getting concerned. You know, the conversation that we were having on First Take, Stephen A, was, do you trust Josh Allen to lead him to the Super Bowl? And I've talked about it like this. Like, Monday night was a disaster. And somebody in that building, we sit here Thursday, so hopefully this has already happened. But someone has to sit in that building and look Josh, and I love Josh. Look him eye to eye and go, we got to grow up. We have to grow up at certain moments when we're playing that position in those situations. The only way you lose that game, you get reckless with the football and you try to do too much and you try to show off how good you are. That's not needed in that moment. Then the conversation this week has kind of become like, well, is Josh Allen, is he done? Is the window closed? And that's why I sit there and like, what the heck are we talking about? So I very much so still trust him. It's not concerning, but you have to have those really difficult, hard conversations. That's not minimizing Josh. That's not treating him like a baby. It's really making sure that he understands, like, hey, this style of football, while some of that is so welcomed, you also get paid in part because we trust you to know when and when not to. And I'm not overly concerned, but it absolutely has to get kind of nipped in the bud.
There were plenty of quarterbacks that struggled, and I'm going to skip Joe Burrow. Not worried about Joe Burrow at all. Weird game. He had a weird game week 1 last year. But Kenny Pickett was the talk of the preseason. And, look, San Francisco's legitimate. We all know that. But, I mean, they completely dominated, and he missed some easy throws. Are you concerned with Kenny Pickett moving forward?
I'm not – again, with Kenny, my everything with Kenny this year has always been attached to the O's for me. Their offensive coordinator and their offensive line. They ran the same pass concept, drive, which is a shallow cross, an in route behind it at like 10 yards, and then like a running back check down opposite it 8 times. You can't run the same pass concept in the NFL 8 times in a game and think you're going to have success. And so my concern with their play caller still remains this. That's where my highest level of concern is. Second, is the offensive line going to play any better? They certainly didn't week 1. They're not going to see many defensive lines like San Francisco's. The 2 things that I took away from Kenny's performance were, 1, did not see the field well. Is that attached to the same plays getting called and the offensive line kind of not being great? And then to your point, like there were 2 or 3 misses where when you're playing a great defense and you can't get things going, those misses are exacerbated. So I want to see a little bit better of Kenny seeing it better, and then also kind of when the throw's there, we got to make them in the NFL. That's what you're kind of getting paid to do.
So with Pickett, you're worried about the O's, the OC, and the offensive line. For Kansas City, I'm worried about the O's. Oh, no, Kadarius Toney dropped another one. You've been in the game and around it a long time. Can you just have a bad night as a receiver like that, and then you as a quarterback go back and trust Kadarius Toney in week 2?
Yes and yes. That's why we play him right. That it's every day is so different than the other. I think with Travis coming back, you sit there and go, Patrick's going to start with Travis 100%, as he should. The interesting thing is going to be this, and it's one of two things. Does Patrick start to look past some of those open guys, a Toney, a Rice, a Moore, because of those drops? Like, if you sit there and go, last year he threw it in those situations to those guys, has he lost trust already? Or if he doesn't do that and he actually does spit it out to them and those drops start to show themselves early on in this football game again, is there that butterfly effect of he ain't going to look at him anymore because he doesn't trust him? And I think that's the question that's going to linger in Kansas City until one of those cats becomes reliable in the pass game outside of MVS. The question is going to be which one of those players consistently is trusted and steps up for Patrick.
Listen, I only caught the aftermath. Was that a Damian Woody smash of the KC helmet today, the tiny helmet, or was that you? Because that may have been the most dead-on, perfectly smashed tiny helmet in the history of that segment.
I don't have enough muscle to smash it that way. I'm built like a 12-year-old swimmer. So they all picked Jacksonville to win. I still think Kansas City, as long as Travis and Chris play, I still pick them. Great game, obviously, because Jacksonville's a very good football team. But no, that wasn't me smashing it, man. I need an actual metal mallet more than the rubber one to make that happen.
Dan Orlovsky each week presented by MyBookie.ag. Code next round when you sign up, MyBookie.ag. As a Dolphins fan, I was thrilled with what I saw Sunday offensively. But I read a lot of people that have been extremely critical of Staley's approach defensively, and that's why the Dolphins had so much success. As you've watched that film, is it somewhere in between those? Should I be as thrilled as I am about what I saw from Miami's offense, or was the defense strategy that bad from Staley?
Yeah, it's certainly both. I mean, I was shocked that Brandon Staley, the head coach of the Chargers, played so much man coverage. Tua threw for 334 yards when the Chargers played man. So I don't know why he did that. I would say this, though. I think watching that tape, and this goes a little bit back to last year as well, it's really difficult to play this team in man because of the speed of Tyreek and Waddle, because of the multiple personnels they can get to with 21, 2 backs, 1 tight end on the field. When they play Alec Ingold out there, but they use it to create issues for the defense, I think it's difficult to play them in man coverage and the motions that they use. I think it's also really difficult to play him in zone because no one at quarterback is seeing the field faster than Tua. The ball just comes out so fast, and it's surgical, the way he's operating. So I don't think the Dolphins are going to score 37 a game, but it's a very difficult offense to match up against right now.
Since he went with his Dolphins, I'm going to go with my Rams, your former teammate and a Super Bowl champion quarterback, Matt Stafford. Everybody wrote him off. It's the second youngest team in football with the second oldest quarterback, but that looked like Stafford 2 years ago. No Cooper Kupp. Puka Nacua is going to be a weapon. Tutu Atwell is going to be a weapon, but they get a little bit different animal coming to SoFi this week with San Francisco. How different will this defense look from last week in Seattle to what they will see Sunday against San Fran?
I was one of those people that was shocked by what happened in week 1. I think the thing that stood out was they prioritized keeping Matthew clean, and Matthew threw the absolute piss out of the football. It was unbelievable. And Puka Nacua listens. Like, he is a very highly intelligent wide receiver when you watch him play. It's obviously a very different challenge when it comes to the rush ability of San Francisco. I think that if they kind of lean into that, keeping him clean, and it's a little bit like they were committed to 7 guys in, chip, give him a chance to work his eyes and make some throws and open up windows and then leak out. I think they got a shot. It's a huge challenge, obviously, with Bosa and Hargrave and Armstead, but they were really impressive in protection week 1. And if they can be even 75% that good when it comes to protecting him, he'll have really good chances to throw the football in the middle of the field.
Yeah, I hope you know, Dan, how difficult it is for us not just to sit here and pick your brain about our favorite teams. Do you want to ask a Bucks question before he goes?
I'm 1-0. I do not have to ask Dan about the Bucks. I just look at the scoreboard.
That's right. Okay, scoreboard said you won. All right.
Yes.
So we'll promise the audience we'll try to limit the Dolphins, Bucks, and Rams questions this year, only when they matter, which will be every time Dan joins us. Okay, thank you, Dan. Have a great week. It is always a pleasure.
You got it, guys. Appreciate you.
All right, buddy. See you next week. Dan with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Presented each week by MyBookie.ag. Code next round. He's such a good mind. I want to hear him talk about my team. I really do.
And tell us more about the next round promo code with MyBookie and all that on how we sign up for MyBookie.
Yeah, I'll do that. You can go MyBookie.ag. MyBookie.ag. And when you use code next round, a lot of things are going to happen. Number one, they're going to know you came from us, which means your family there, okay? So that's number one. You're just going to get great treatment. They're always going to treat you well, but they're going to say, oh, these are next round people, all right? So that's number one. Number two, you're going to get a sign-on bonus, and you're going to be able to use that sign-on bonus right away, and if you win, you keep it and keep it forever. You don't have to use it like 8, 9, 10 times. Number three, for a limited time, you're going to get a chip you could use in the MyBookie casino. All those things are going to happen right there when you use next round. So it is worth your while to use code next round when you sign on. Now, they've also got this parlay deal. You win the first 2 legs of a parlay and you don't like leg 3 or you just don't want to sweat it out overnight. Well, guess what? You can cash out and use that money anywhere you want to go. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. It starts again tonight with the NFL. It goes all the way through the weekend. Great time to jump on MyBookie.ag. Code next round when you jump on MyBookie.ag.
Absolutely. And, of course, tonight is Bud Light game night. We're back out at 10 Roof tonight. QR code. Come by. Got to be in person to register for a chance to win Alabama-Auburn tickets at the end of the year. 10 Roof Week 2, Vikings-Eagles kickoff tonight. Before we get to the Stark Report, LT, tell us a little bit about Michelson Laser Vision.
Yeah, make the phone call that I made, 205-969-8100. Ask for Amy. Tell her the next round sent you. They're going to hook you up with a hassle-free consultation. You have nothing to lose to find out if LASIK is right for you. If you wear the glasses, contacts, you're wasting money each and every year. I'm speaking from experience. I now have 2015 vision, better than 2020. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, best in the business. Again, 205-969-8100 or michelsonlaservision.com.
Okay, our Stock Report every week is about college football, and I will ask you right now, everyone knows Georgia has the longest winning streak in college football, right?
Yes.
Yes, 19 games now.
That's right. Troy was second, I think, until last
week.
week.
They were second. They lost last week.
Right.
Does anybody know who's second now?
I would say...
Is it Tulane?
Either you know, you don't know. Tulane
just lost.
Yeah,
okay, Jim.
Okay, I don't know that.
Yeah. Fresno State.
Okay, I would not
at
have
11. Fresno State at 11. Washington at 9, and you almost got it, Jeremy. Fourth longest win streak in football right now. Florida State sliding in at number 8, but 19 for Georgia. They get South Carolina. It is time for our Spotlight today, brought to you by our friends at Maestro Dobel Diamante Tequila. Got caught on the golf course yesterday with our usual birdie juice.
Oh, no. Nobody made a birdie?
No, we had birdies. We just didn't have our usual birdie juice, which is usually some, flavored whiskey, bourbon type things, that taste like chocolate or something. But we didn't have Mike Kennedy with us yesterday. So the only thing I had in the bag was a small little sampling of the Maestro Dobel Diamante Tequila. When you take one good tequila shot after a birdie, then you get a birdie later on, you take a second good birdie shot.
The double bogey starts.
You know what you don't get after that? A third birdie shot.
No, see, what you're supposed to do, as good as Dobel is, you make whoever loses the hole. This is the way we used to play Tiger Woods golf. It was tequila golf. You make them take the shot, and then the hand-eye becomes a little slower, and then you've got every opportunity to win.
That sounds like a punishment. Maestro Dobel Diamante is not. It is so pure, 100% natural. The process is so good. The result is a pleasant, crystal clear tequila. Ask for it by name, Maestro Dobel Diamante Tequila.
The College Football Spotlight.
Stock up, stock down. College football stock report.
All right, I'll start us off here today. Stock up for me, good old Hell State. Hashtag Hell State stock up. Interesting, 4 times against Arizona. Into the red zone, 10 points. Jim, you're saying stock up. That sounds like a negative.
Yeah, what's up, Jim?
But they were in the red zone 4 times. Opportunity this week against LSU if they continue to run the ball. Marks has been good at running the ball. If they continue to run the ball, Will Rodgers is good. Possible upset in Starkville. # Hail State. Stock up. Stock down, off the Taylor Swift theme that I have in my life, we have champagne problems. In Illinois, with Penn State coming to town, Illinois' defense giving up over 6 yards per play. If I run it on first down and I get 6 yards, and I run it on second down and I get 6 more yards, is that a first down?
That is a first down, Jim.
You can't stop people giving up 6 yards a play.
That is going to be tough.
Mathematically impossible. Champagne problems in Illinois.
I thought it was an awful win by Mississippi State.
They were +4 in turnovers and had to go to overtime.
Awful.
Yeah.
Hail State. # Hail State.
I'm not saying they may not beat LSU, Lance.
Positive things about Mississippi State. There you go.
But I'm with Lance. When you're +4 in turnovers and you're hosting Arizona and you got to go to overtime.
So we watched one of the worst offensive games week 1, Thursday night, Minnesota, Nebraska.
Yes, we did.
Minnesota, though, has found their running back in Darius Taylor last week against Eastern Michigan.
Any relation?
193 yards. He only had 1 touch week 1 against Nebraska. He is not related to me, Brown.
Really?
Not that I know of.
Okay.
I could look back at the 23andMe.
Yeah.
But they've got their running back. Minnesota operates much better when they have a dominant running back. I think they do now. So watch out. The Golden Gophers could be a tough out in the Big Ten. My stock down. Texas A&M finally found their offense. They found their quarterback, their offense coordinator. They've got weapons all over the place, but they can't stop anybody. They're 100th in scoring defense, giving up 29 points per game.
I like
They're
the logo.
66th in total defense. Bad drawing today. That's my stock up.
Hey, where does Minnesota go this week? Is it North Carolina?
Yeah, they're in Chapel Hill.
Yep.
That's a very winnable game for them.
And by the way, defense, running the football, those travel.
Chapel Hill?
Under 50.5. Play that game under.
Okay.
Minnesota's going to slow it down. Not a lot of points. Under 50.5.
Of course, last week, every game he picked, he was like, it's Minnesota, but they won't cover. It was like every single pick, but they won't cover. Somebody's got to cover, Lee. Hey, I'm going to go Bedlam with mine, Jimmy D. We're all Bedlam here. Oklahoma defense, stock up. They're giving up now. They haven't played much, but they're giving up 5.5 points per game. This is a defense that gave up 30 points a game last year. Their head coach was a defensive guy. That was their problem last year.
So about 24.5 points better.
Yeah, just about 24.5 points better. Just giving up 5.5 points per game right now. My stock down. It used to be a very reliable offense. Oklahoma State, not okay. 2 games. They've scored 27 points in both games. That's going to tell me quick math right here from Jacksonville State University and Sachs High School. Go Wildcats. That's 27 points per game. That is not what we're used to from Mike Gundy. Spencer Sanders, he's holding the clipboard in Oxford. I think he could help that offense right there. But guess what? He ain't there.
Probably so. That's our stock report today. Brought to you in part as well by our friends at JohnstonRVCenter.com. 2 great locations up I-65. Man, if you're looking for the best in the business, it's Johnston RV Center.
304 in Coleman is the exit. 334 in Decatur, where you find Johnston RV Center right there off I-65. Cherokee is the #1 selling brand in the country, the #1 selling brand in the state of Alabama, and the #1 Cherokee dealer in the state. That's JohnstonRVCenter.com. The Gray Wolf, the Alpha Wolf, the Cherokee Arctic Wolf, toy haulers like the Wolf Pack. They got something everybody could choose from, just $199 a month, and a lifetime warranty on every single new camper and used camper under 2 years old or newer at Johnston RV Center. I-65, exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur, always online, JohnstonRVCenter.com.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
The wait is over. Tonali has arrived. Beautifully distinctive Italian styling and performance. Come test drive the all-new 2024 Alfa Romeo Tonali plug-in hybrid at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. The all-new Tonali offers best-in-class horsepower and torque, fastest 0 to 60 times in its class, plus best-in-class range with full electric charge. And best of all, qualified Tonali leasees are eligible for up to $7,500 EV tax credit factored into your lease. Hurry down to Alfa Romeo of Birmingham and experience the all-new Tonali.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
There is nothing like the speed of NASCAR racing at Talladega, the world's fastest speedway. I'm told with that banking over there that cars could run upside down if they wanted to.
Upside down?
Yeah, that the banking and they could just suck up to the track. They're just so good. That track is built perfectly, and you can be part of the wonderful people watching right there at Talladega coming up September 30th and October 1st. 2 races. The Truck Series race on Saturday in the playoffs for them, and then the Cup race on Sunday, the Yellowwood 500 playoff advancement race there in the NASCAR playoffs. And in between the 2 races on Saturday night, you get a Hardy concert, all with your race tickets, TalladegaSuperspeedway.com. TalladegaSuperspeedway.com. And don't forget, our Buffalo Wild Wings Pick 3 is up and going right now. NextRoundLive.com. NextRoundLive.com. It's real easy. So people say. I don't do it usually, but when I go over there, I'm never 3-0. But if you go 3-0, you get a ball in the bucket. And at the end of the year, everybody's got a ball in the bucket. You get a chance to win the big prize at the end. We'll draw out a winner for the big prize. Thanks to our friends at Buffalo Wild Wings. We appreciate them so much. And coming off the stock report, getting ready for this upcoming weekend, I get the feeling you guys don't think Mississippi State has a chance against LSU?
Ooh, incorrect.
Okay.
I do think they have a chance. I was a little bit concerned with what Lance pointed out, that they got so much help from Arizona and still had to go overtime to win that game. But I don't have a ton of faith in LSU right now, especially on the road. So, no. I think they've got a chance in this game.
Boy, LSU has dominated this series. I think LSU is the better team. I don't think we've truly seen the identity of this Mississippi State offense. I do think they want to run the football with Marks. And then obviously Will Rodgers is a guy that's got a ton of experience. I'm just waiting for the real LSU to show up, and maybe they never do. Grambling was going to be a cakewalk, but I think LSU is a much better team.
Not as bad as they look second half against a really good Florida State team.
It is weird to see Will Rodgers through 2 games against not great opponents throwing for less than 200 yards a game. I mean, we're used to seeing him throw for almost 400 yards a game under the Pirate. Totally different offense.
Somebody projected that he wouldn't break the record this year because he would average right around 200 yards passing.
He's almost at 400 through, and I think he only needed 2,400, right?
24 or 2,700.
Yeah, so I mean, he's roughly 2,000 yards away from it, but he's only averaging 200 yards a game.
Yeah,
so
and that'll be right at it if he gets 200 yards the rest of the way.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be tight for him. It's actually less than 200. He's averaging 194.5, and that was against Arizona, and I can't even remember who they played week 1. Some cream puff out of conference week 1. So I don't know if he's going to make it.
Greg from Pell City, I do believe in LSU this year, but they will spank State this weekend. He does not believe in LSU this year, but they will spank State this weekend. We appreciate all of you in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. As always, this hour brought to you by our friends at Champy's Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster, for great Southern fried chicken and wonderful hand-cut chicken fingers, perfect for your tailgate. Sterling and the crew, Highway 119 in Alabaster, champyschicken.com. One more question before trash. What does Las Vegas know about the Florida Gators or the Tennessee Volunteers that I don't know? Because I look at Tennessee and I look at Florida, and it doesn't seem like it's a 6.5-point game, even though it's in Gainesville. It looks like it's Tennessee easy. So what does people like LancesLock.com know about that game that should have me watching that game?
Well, here's the thing you got to look at. Whoever runs the football more effectively. Tennessee right now 4th in the FBS, 276 yards per game on the ground. Jalen Wright has been fantastic. And on the other side, is discombobulated as Florida was on the road in Salt Lake City. They get back to it against McNeese State. I know it's McNeese State, but they score touchdowns on their first 7 drives, and they get back to the basics, running the football with Montrell Johnson, Trevor Etienne, Graham Mertz. He's completing like 75% of his throws right now. He hasn't been great, and again, they were completely lost against Utah, but we don't know what Joe Milton's going to bring on the road. And again, whoever can stop the run and run the football, very simple football there, I think that is the team that not only covers but wins.
And the Brown Bandit told you on Tuesday, Jim, they've only won there twice since 1972. I think Vegas, they play. That factors in when Vegas makes points.
It's got to.
I don't see how it doesn't.
Asking Luganville if that is something as a player coach they take into that, and he said he really doesn't believe if a lot of those players haven't been in this game, and how many of these players have actually played Tennessee, Florida in Gainesville with all the transfer portal.
Not a lot.
Yeah, not a lot.
2003, I think, the last time Tennessee won in Gainesville. That gets us to trash today. Rockstar, hit the big button.
After the break, we're going to interview Eric Weihenmayer, who climbed the highest mountain in the world, Mount Everest. But he's gay. He's blind.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Hey, let the experts at Mortgage Right help get your financial house in order. Their team of experts can make sure you're prepared for anything that may come your way, including freeing up cash to things you need to get done. Take control today. Visit Mortgage Right. Locations, Highway 280 in Birmingham, Parkway Drive in Leeds. You can apply at mortgageright.com/TNR. Call 205-815-9200, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Michael Lombardi is on McAfee's show. Ocean City Yacht Club is the shirt he's wearing.
You remember he was on with us when we were at Ocean City. Now, I think that's Ocean City, New Jersey, but still, I like it.
That's okay.
Yeah, you remember that? We talked to him about that, how he's a big Ocean City, New Jersey guy.
Yeah.
But you know what? I like Michael, and I appreciate him coming on the show all the time. He does not like Tua or Mike McDaniel. So forgive me, like if we have him on, like when Miami's in the Super Bowl this year, if we have him on. You okay with that?
Yeah, I'm totally fine with it. I think you should attack him, though.
No, I'm not going to
be
attack him.
defensive on your Miami Dolphins.
No.
Okay.
By the way, I'm playing New England plus the 3.5 this week.
Okay,
for the record,
I've never been happier to hear something that
I've never heard Brown talk so much about Miami.
For the record, I think in our vast universe, there are other life forms out there.
Yeah.
I don't think we're ever necessarily going to cross paths with them. But where are you guys on the aliens?
When you see the pictures, you will be convinced.
Okay. Our friends who are in studio, extraterrestrial life. Do you believe there's other life forms out there? Yes or no?
Vote yes or no. Yes. Yeah. Okay. 2 yeses.
2 yeses. Okay.
Where are you?
I really don't want to comment.
Why?
Because I don't want to stir them up.
Stir who up?
The extraterrestrials.
All right. So that's a yes.
Okay. So Jim believes them.
Yeah.
All right. I mean, I don't know one way or the other.
Yeah.
I really don't. I don't care, but I don't know.
Okay, so non-human alien corpses have been displayed to Mexican politicians at the country's Congress. Now, the 2 small alleged alien corpses retrieved in Cusco, Peru, were presented in window boxes in Mexico City on Wednesday. Now, this stirred a little excitement, as you can imagine, within the UFO conspiracy theorist community. Now, the event was spearheaded by journalist and ufologist Jamie Mawson, who testified under oath that the mummified specimens are not part of our, quote, terrestrial evolution.
I mean, that couldn't be fake at all, Rockstar.
No, what's great is I saw an article. This guy did the same thing 2 years ago. He's altered the the body. Like it's a little different this time. This
Oh,
time it's
really?
real.
We lost some weight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that looks real, right?
Yeah. I mean, Rockstar's believable.
Looks exactly like we took E.T. and then basically poured him in concrete.
Look how tiny the little fella is.
Yeah,
like
he is.
I didn't get a good scale until the good doctor was standing next to him.
We got a brain scan. He's all right.
Yeah. Boy, he is small though. I thought
Yeah.
they'd be bigger, Lance.
So the alien was still alive where he brain scanned him?
I don't know. They were showing like insides, like this can't be fake because it had organs. It has a skeleton because of course aliens have skeletons.
Now this dude, this Mr. Mawson that you see behind, I wish we could hear him talk a little
the
bit.
doctor?
Yeah, he says, quote, "These specimens are not part of our terrestrial evolution. These aren't beings that were found after a UFO wreckage. They were found in algae mines and were later fossilized."
What we need to do is we gotta look professional. All right, what about a lab coat? Do you have a blank one?
Button it all the way up.
Yeah, blank
Hey,
lab
y'all
coat.
laugh it off. He testified under oath.
In Mexico.
He did.
By the way, I appreciate the alien's family getting the bronze handle upgrades on the casket.
Hey, so if
the
you
arc link lever on there.
he is resting peacefully.
He is. That
very,
looks like
very cushioned.
Flashback from earlier this week. I think we could throw him for a first down.
Hey, should we bury you in a flight suit? No, just bury me naked.
Butt naked.
Bury me naked.
That way I came into this world, the way I'll go out.
So if you roll up to Little Caesars to get your $6 pepperoni pizza and it takes too long, you might be a little vocal about it,
Yeah,
complain.
say something, yeah.
It never takes too long. Though.
guy
They
took-
have them on standby. They're
I
waiting
know.
on you. Yeah.
This guy took it to another level, though. A Tennessee man has pleaded guilty to pointing an AK-47 at a Little Caesar employee because his $6 pepperoni pizza was taking too long to cook.
Wow.
According to records. Now, in a plea deal, Charles Dottie, 64 years old, that you see there in his mugshot, agreed last month to cop to his dangerous gunplay at a restaurant in Knoxville. Dottie was charged with multiple felony counts. He is scheduled to be sentenced on September 29th after pleading guilty to 4 aggravated assault counts. Now, police say Dottie became incensed after being told the pizza would take 10 minutes to prepare. Dottie demanded a free order of Little Caesars Crazy Bread.
You'll give me crazy bread
Before leaving, leaving the restaurant.
Oh, we just call it bread here, sir. We just call it bread here, sir. But for you, we'll call it crazy bread.
He drove 5 miles, got his AK-47, returned, which he pointed at a female worker. I would think by then the pizza's probably ready.
Probably so.
a little bit.
And I tell you what, if I'm a Little Caesars employee, I just walk out at that moment. It ain't worth it. I ain't going to stand here and get an AK-47 pointed at me over this pizza.
I mean, do you go when you rob Little Caesars? Do you have to say hold them up, hold them up? You have to do everything twice.
How about
pizza,
this?
pizza?
So
hold 'em up, hold 'em up.
another employee tried to leave, and that's when Dottie said, "Where the hell are you going?" And the staffer then went to the back room, called 911 in a bid to get Dottie to leave. Little Caesars' female customer who had received her order handed him her own pepperoni pie.
Here, you just take
Dottie
it.
then fled the restaurant before Knoxville Police Department officers arrived. He was then arrested, charged with aggravated kidnapping and aggravated assault. What was the aggravated kidnapping? The pizza?
Yeah, that I don't know.
Did he take the Little Caesar?
Well, if you
guy?
detain anybody from
Yeah.
leaving a premises, you
Yeah.
can be
That's
kidnapped.
kidnapping?
Yeah.
You think they wanted to leave, Jim? Guy's got an AK-47?
Yeah, it's too good of a firearm for the Tennessee National Guard there.
How hard would it be to go back to the alien picture? Great line in the chat room. Karen in the chat room says it looks like Tom Brady's combine picture. You remember how
It really
skinny
does.
Brady looked in the combine?
Tom
Yeah.
Brady.
Yeah, the arms are spot on.
Yeah. Tom said he had his arms hanging down like that.
You guys ever wonder why vampires can't eat garlic?
You know, I've never wondered that. Why can they not, though?
This is, I mean, they did a deep dive on this, Rocky. I didn't know all the research
This is
that went into this.
straight from Mental Floss.
Yeah. Is this a stock photo, by the way?
No, that is an actual vampire freaking out about some cloves of garlic.
That vampire's got some good teeth, actually.
Yeah.
Hygiene.
Actually, I loved her album in the 90s. Is that Jewel? I'm sorry.
Oh, wow.
Wow, Dunaway.
Wow.
Drive
Garlic
by on
is
Jewel.
a pungent plant known around the world for its health benefits. There is, however, one supernatural creature that is harmed, not helped by garlic. That is the vampire. It's commonly said that garlic repels them, hinders their ability to feed on human blood, and can even kill them. Now, there are several theories about why the particular plant is said to repel the blood-sucking nightwalkers that continue to circulate. Now, one theory revolves around the argument that rabies is what makes vampires have an aversion to garlic. Now, people become infected with the virus after being scratched or bitten by a rabid animal. Rabies symptoms include aggressiveness and the urge to bite, insomnia that could potentially cause night wandering, a fear of water, hypersensitivity that leads to an adverse reaction to mirrors, lights, and strong odors, including odorous plants like garlic. Because vampires were thought to be created by a disease, it is believed a food known for its healing powers could potentially cure the infection that led to their existence. People did more than just carry garlic around as protection. To keep vampires from entering their home, they'd also hang the plant in their windows and rub it on their keyholes and chimneys.
Keyholes.
Yeah. That's very...
That's old.
You have to invite a vampire in your house order for... Yeah.
That's what
I didn't know that.
That
They're
was in
very-
Salem, that was in Salem's Lot. Version.
They're very polite.
Yeah, they have to be invited to come in.
Do they take off their hat and sunglasses when they talk to
they
adults?
better.
Yeah.
It's rude.
Okay, so we've got a Jamaican man who has put Rapunzel to shame while showing off his long dreadlocks that he spent 40 years growing. Here we go.
Oh, my.
How bad do you think that smells?
Man, that's rough.
You can't wash that.
My gosh. What you going?
Shirt's a little wet, isn't it?
I mean, he's got a lot going on, Rockstar.
I mean, if you're taking a shower, it takes a while.
Now, footage
I
there
think he's okay from that. I don't think he does it.
of the unidentified local standing on top of a building, waving his colored hair, was shared on the @Jamaica Viral official Instagram page on Monday. The bearded man was dressed in T-shirt, shorts paired with boots, pink towel wrapped around his shoulders. It's unclear why the man was on the roof. I would assume it's to show off the length of the dreads.
I'm
Can't get the full effect without that. He used his fingers to comb his hair over his head, then opened his dreads as if they were a curtain. He can't ride a motorcycle, can he?
He can't do a lot of things. Can't ride an elevator.
You think he can jump out of a plane?
Oh, yeah.
Well, I don't know if that gets sucked
He
back
can-
up into
That's
the
a bungee.
propeller.
Yeah,
he can help somebody escape prison.
My gosh.
That is a lot.
That's a lot right there.
I found it hard to sleep with 2 dogs last night. That's going to be really difficult.
That is going to be
Oh,
difficult.
by the way, on an update on that.
Dead shot.
Dog update.
Yeah, Chili and Bullet.
We don't flashlights on dog
Chili and
updates?
Bullet, first night together.
Right.
This morning, Chili goes out. She's the dominant one. Bullet is super sweet, and he's gained about 20 pounds. Chili darts across. Neighbors across the cul-de-sac are getting construction done. Construction workers have just gotten there, laid out their bag lunches. Chili takes their bag lunches, gets a full bag of the, what's the insanely hot Cheeto? The Flamin' Cheetos.
Flamin' Cheetos? Oh, no.
Ate every bit of the Cheetos.
Oh, no bueno.
It's going to be a bad
So,
DM.
had to replace lunches for all the guys across the street.
Wow.
Thank you, our friends at Taco Mama.
I'll give you a gift card.
Shoeless. This is shoeless.
The bad thing is none of the guys could speak English. Really? Yeah.
In a construction crew?
No bueno. No bueno.
Yeah.
Be back. Un momento.
Poor favor.
Yeah. Okay, do we have time for the miniature mischief makers from folklore?
Yeah, we can do that in 2 minutes.
All around the world. The Luton. Lutons are hobgoblins out of France whose main role in life is to cause strife for humans. They carry out all the usual fairy tricks like making food go bad, stealing things, but their unique skill is hair-related mischief. Lutons love to create knots in the hair of horses or people and have been known to cut the hair of unsuspecting sleeping humans.
Well, we've all had a daughter, man. Those when there's young girls, your daughters get to be about 6 or 7, they can get some the pre-shower, post-shower combing of the hair, brushing of the hair.
Yeah.
Those tangles, man, they can get tangled up.
The kobold is from Germany. Kobolds are pointed-eared goblins found in German folklore. Rather like brownies, they are household sprites, making their home your home, or making their homes your home and your home. Treat a coblet right, and they will help you with chores, but if you annoy one, they will turn to mischief, toppling people over, hiding stuff, and generally causing trouble.
Little guy shouldn't smoke. He looks sick.
He can bend that big toe, though, man.
He
My
can't,
God.
can he?
Yeah.
Double joint is
Very
Damn near
uncomfortable.
broken.
Likes his pipe.
Yep.
Duende. Latin American duendes are small elf-like creatures that migrated to Central and South America. Notably, they have no thumbs. They have been known to be both good and bad, but all dundes are prone to mischief making and will exact revenge if they feel they have been wrong.
I don't fear them if they don't have an
I would
opposable
cast
thumb.
Danny DeVito in this role.
And finally, the Dacobi. The Dacobi is a Korean
No, thank
goblin.
you.
Wow.
Yeah, no, thank you. I was okay with the first 3. This one, no, thank you.
He's well dressed, though.
When a discarded household item, such as a broom or a wooden spoon, gains a spirit and becomes animate, Dacobi are said to be ugly and troll-like in appearance and have just one leg.
Oh,
how do you
not the
climb
one
a
leg.
tree with one leg?
Well, the other one didn't have any thumbs.
Probably uses the tail because that's the devil right there. And that's Trash, brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right.
Hey, buying a home, major milestone in life. Getting it right comes down to
today.
the right advice at the right time. That's why we're proud to partner with our friends at Mortgage Right, who do mortgages the right way. Call them today, 205-815-9200 or online, mortgageright.com/TNR.
LT painting the corners, or as I like to call it, number 2 in the Dodgers rotation if you're in Los Angeles right now. When we come back, Trent Dilfer joins the show. He's the head coach of UAB. That's around the corner on TNR.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
Storm season is here. Make sure you have a plan of action in place right now. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing should be your first call when storms hit. Insurance companies love working with Storm Restoration Roofing because of Greg Nelson's name and reputation in the industry. When storms hit, call Greg Nelson. He's local, 205-542-3531. He's the home of the free no-cost roof inspection. Greg from Pell City on Facebook, 205-542-3531. It's Storm Restoration Roofing.
Going to a big football game? Walking around all day? Then you'll want comfortable shoes. This is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Score a touchdown with a new pair of ultra-comfortable running or walking shoes. Come to the New Balance Birmingham store. I'm telling you, we'll make sure you have a perfect fit and we'll treat you like the starting QB. Our job is to make sure your feet are happy. Visit the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Your feet will thank you.
The Next Round Golf Cart is here. Your chance to play 4 area golf courses for just $89. Get 18 holes in cart at Limestone Springs, Cross Creek, The Meadows, and the newly renovated Woodward Golf Club. A $247 value for just $89. Get your golf cart now at nextround.store.
It's time to get out and enjoy the summer of 2023. Ocean City, Maryland, and your hotel family at Residence Inn by Marriott Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from our Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at our Bayview Bar and Grill, span the 2.5-mile-long Ocean City Boardwalk, and a lot more. See all this plus irresistible summer deals and packages online at residenceInOC.com. Check us out on Instagram and Facebook. Do something different this summer. Residence Inn by Marriott Ocean City, Maryland.
As summer starts to fade, get ready to welcome the arrival of fall. But hey, it's not just football season making an entrance. In the world of pest, it's fall invader season. Hold on tight because we've got 4 major troublemakers stepping into the spotlight. Box elder bugs, kudzu bugs, ladybugs, and stink bugs. These pests don't just knock, they barge in like they own the place. But fear not, dial up Wayne's Pest Control now, 865-588-6686, and let's show those fall invaders who's boss. Don't let pests crash your party. Take charge today.
There are so many things I love about walk-ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got 2 great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 and Hoover with walk-ons.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
UAB football head coach Trent Dilfer coming up in this segment. Big game for the Blazers. Louisiana's in town this week. And it is the Camp Smile a Mile game where we will honor 100 patients with names on back of jerseys. This is one of the great traditions in college sports now. It's been going on for a few years, and it is fantastic. Everything with our friends at UAB, brought to you by Legacy, legacycreditunion.com for all the details. And they bring us all of our UAB coverage, including Brownie's most recent conversation with Jacob Zeno. Where do we get that?
You can get that at the Next Round Live YouTube channel. That's where you find Jacob. Everything is under our Disrupt the Media family there, with the Roll Tide pods, the War Down pods, disrupt the media stuff that we do with Peter Burns and Brock and all that. In fact, Brock Huard unlocked following us on the show today. That's our overtime today, is unlocked with Brock Huard after we talked to Coach here.
Legacy brings you extra cash when you need it, by the way. Look no further than Legacy Credit Union for whatever loan you need for your lifestyle. It only takes a few minutes to apply and request the amount you need to give you peace of mind. Apply online today at legacycreditunion.com/join. That's legacycreditunion.com/join. Federally insured by the NCUA. While we wait on Coach to join us today, I will ask you this about Utah. Do you rest Cam Rising again and let Nate Johnson start and play against a really good FCS team in Weber State? I think this will surprise some people how close this game ends up being.
Well, yeah, I think you definitely get the youngster more snaps because he's going to have packages. Kyle Whittingham's going to make sure of that. Cam Rising, get him a little bit healthier. That should be a huge matchup. Our friend Brock Huard's going to have that. It should be undefeated UCLA and Utah, but I definitely hold him out this week.
When do you go back? I mean, do you just go back next week no matter what? If he's healthy.
Oh, yeah. UCLA's good.
Yeah. I mean, you got to play him against UCLA. It's a good quarterback matchup, the way Dante Moore has played early on for them. By the way, they are still practicing at UAB. Coach was very doubtful at this point.
Okay, so
on the show today.
Coach not going to likely make it on the show today.
I might have to do that one tomorrow.
But always, our friends at legacycreditunion.com, we appreciate Coach joining us most weeks and Legacy being with us all the time. We appreciate those folks so much. One more thing before I give you cut 2 and 3, Rockstar, as we start to get to the top of the hour here. I wanted to ask you guys about Brian Harsin, because all of a sudden his name has become part of Boise State's conversation again.
It's a cuss word around here for a lot of people.
Because Washington and UCF have now beaten Boise State. One was a meltdown by Boise against a really good Washington team in Seattle. The next was UCF, where it took a 50-plus yard kick to win the game for Gus Malzahn's team, in a game in which they lost John Rice Plumlee at the end of the game.
Yeah, Plumlee got knocked out of that game, and you still couldn't win it.
But still 0-2 now for Boise. They won 10 last year. I think they were 10-4 last year. Before that, they were a 7-win team. Can Avalos get fired up there?
I mean, can he? Yes. I mean, there's a huge expectation for that Boise State program. But again, I said this when Harsin took the job. I believed he took an A-plus job, and he did a B job with it. I never liked the Harsin hire. I did appreciate the fact that it was out of the box, but I didn't think Harsin was going to have a lot of success. Avalos can get fired. Harsin cannot be your guy, though.
You don't go back to him.
I would go to Kellen Moore. I would say, do you want to come back and recreate what you guys run a fun offense, what you used to have under Chris Peterson?
Yeah, for those that have lost him, he is the Chargers offensive coordinator right now and is doing, obviously, a really good job there.
What would he say, you think? What would Kellen Moore say?
I don't know, because I think he could be an NFL head coach. I mean,
probably should already be.
Maybe so, but I mean, don't you think coordinating the Chargers offense is probably a pretty good ticket to being a head coach? You're going to look really good with Justin Herbert as your quarterback and Austin Eckler's your running back.
As long as you continue to put up points, which it wasn't the offense's problem this past weekend. It was the defense's problem. Look, I like Kellen Moore a lot. It just depends. I mean, if he could make $4 million and go back to his alma mater, obviously a place where he started for 4 years and loved. I don't know. I mean, that's first call I would make, though, if Avalos was out.
All right, Coach Trent Dilfer is going to join us. He is just wrapping up practice, so Coach is doing us a solid right here, jumping on this quick after practice. He's going to step in the weight room. Welcome in, Coach.
Must have been a good practice. He's got a smile on his face.
How are you, Coach?
It's just been an adventure trying to get this thing ready. I'm sorry.
No, you're all good. You're all good. We appreciate you coming on this quick after practice. Let's start with the fact that the Camp Smile-A-Mile kids are out there. This has become a really cool tradition. Your first time dealing with it, but it is really neat to see how this program reaches out to Camp Smile-A-Mile and helps some of these kids out.
Yeah, I mean, it started. Bill Clark obviously had a great vision for Children's Harbor, which has been the gray jerseys with the lime, and we wanted to just add on again to a great foundation that he built. So bringing on Smile-A-Mile is another organization that serves families in need, serves kids with pediatric cancer. I went over and visited them this off season, was blown away by their investment in the family. And, so just wanted to make it part of what we're doing. And our kids are fired up. In fact, right now, as practice ended, many of the kids that are wearing the names and the jerseys of our players are interacting with them right now. They're able to practice all day long. So again, goes to the messaging of playing something bigger than you. And I think the more we do that as a program, the more positive impact we can have.
Dunaway threw some trivia at us earlier. So Georgia leads the nation right now in consecutive wins. They've won 19 straight. Do you know who number 2 is?
I don't.
Fresno State.
The alma mater.
Yeah.
Jeff's done an incredible job. He went back for a second time, really was rejuvenated. He's done a great job recruiting. He's had massive staff attrition. I mean, you want Coach of the Year candidate, Jeff Tedford, because he's lost coaches year after year because of the challenges of paying his coaches there, and they move on to bigger salaries. So that's with the new staff each and every year. He's a guy I leaned on heavily when I took this job on schedules and process and team building, recruiting, hiring the staff. So a great coach, a great man, and a true mentor of mine.
And you've got a quarterback that you'll be playing this Saturday that actually played at Fresno State. Yeah. And Ben Woodridge, he's a guy, a senior quarterback, a lot of experience, doesn't turn the football over.
Yeah, good player, really good athlete, coming off an ACL, but looks like he's fully recovered. Powerful runner, good deep ball thrower. They're going to take their shots, good movement ability. He's going to go left and right on the move the pocket plays. So they do a really good job with their run game, changes the launch point, trying to get you to sell out on the run and take shots. So we got another challenge. Listen, we have a challenge every single week. This is the next one.
I don't want to sound like the smartest guy on the show, but not only did I bring up the Fresno thing, but I pointed out earlier, other than J.J. McCarthy, Jacob Zeno is second in the country in completion percentage. I know that's not the end-all, be-all at quarterback, but tell me the things you like that your quarterback is doing through 2 contests.
Yeah, he's processing at a high level. He's absorbing a ton of offense. One of the reasons we're able to get guys open is just our volume of offense. He's locating the ball very well. He's protected it for the most part. Now, he's had 2 interceptions dropped, and he threw the one last week, so we're working on cleaning that up. But I'm more proud of his preparation. I've been preaching this since I got here. We'll be a product of our preparation, and we'll be great if we prepare greatly, and he has done that. He bounced back this week and has prepared even at a higher level this week. So we just keep stacking those on top of each other and expect him to continue to play even a higher level.
Did you ever have 85% completion rate, Coach?
You'd have to go back to college. I know I started a Wyoming game, I think like 18 for 18 or 15 of 15, something like that. I had some sick start to a game in Fresno against Wyoming. There's a Baylor game. I think I was 33 of 35 or 31 of 33, something like that. But,
that's good against air, right?
Yeah, no, he's better than me. So that's the goal, right? One I coach is better than me. So
yeah. Coach Trent Dilfer for a few more moments straight off the practice field. He's presented by Legacy Credit Union. You can learn from wins and losses, obviously. In this loss to Georgia Southern, I wonder how much you learned from your team. You got down 14-0 because you missed a field goal. You had a turnover on downs. Things just weren't going your way. But once it was 14-0, it just started to click. I mean, what did you learn from your team in this loss?
Well, yeah, it will go good, bad, right? So the good stuff we learned is we have a really good soul to this team. Like, they didn't flinch. They didn't panic. Their self-talk was good. The energy was good. Coordinators, new coordinators didn't panic. There was no sense of woe is me. It was, okay, here's the challenge ahead of us. Let's deal with it and find solutions to what we're going through. The bad part is that we continue to have self-inflicted wounds, right? So we fumble the ball. We turn over 3 times the other team. Defensively, alignment, assignment, communication, like just breakdowns that are on us. Now, more good news is everything's fixable, right? If these were situations where you give up 49 or you can't score and you need to score and it's because the guy's not fast enough or you can't block long enough or you can't, right? If there's all a bunch of can'ts, then we'd be worried. But these are all cans. These are easily fixable. You fix them during the week. We've just definitely addressed some of them this week and look to improve upon them against Louisiana.
So you got 4 turnovers through 2 games. Is it a situation where would you take, if you knew you'd only turn the football over 1 time a game, is that doable?
I mean, my expectation 0.
Yeah.
I told it to the team this year, we went 9 games. The Lipscomb didn't turn the ball over. I think I might be wrong unless you can fact check me. I think we had 9 in the last 2 years. It's about habits, and that's why I stressed the team was you need better habits in practice that carry over to games. So yes, we stress that we do ball security every day. We're relentless about it. And the message to the coaches, well, let's now be obnoxiously relentless about it. And let's hold them to a standard in their habits, whether it's ROA, routes on air, and you're catching a ball. It's got to be a tight tuck, quick turn, arm bar around the ball. Let's look at everybody that touches the ball and make sure that their habits are the right way. With Jacob, it's, the one thing about the interception is actually reading the play right. He was off platform and the ball went too low on him instead of having some arc to it. So we worked on off platform throws this week with some arc. So, Matt Quinn's missed 2 field goals. The guy's a pro. The guy's one of the best kickers Conference USA ever saw. He missed field goals. What do you do? You go work on timing, the operation. Make sure the timing's, in fact, that's what that's why I was late, to be honest with you. We were putting that together. So you just go to work and you go to work on things that you're already good at to get better at them. And you address things that have been challenges for you to this point. You give them the why. You don't freak out about it. And then you go to work at improving those things.
You are not late, Coach. The show is not over yet. UAB and Louisiana. It is Saturday night, Protective Stadium, 6 o'clock. Go catch the Blazers and the Raging Cajuns. It is the Camp Smile-A-Mile game. Great night there at Protective Stadium. Coach, thank you so much for the time. Have a great week. Good luck Saturday.
Come out just to see the new black jerseys that I designed myself.
Oh, how about that?
Coach designed them.
Yes,
so let's go watch them.
Yeah. Thank you, Coach. Take care.
See you guys.
All right, buddy.
You.
Yeah, thank you. That is Coach Trent Dilfer, courtesy of Legacy Credit Union.
Yeah, our friends at Legacy, everyday checking now available for teens as well, 13 to 17-year-old with adult signings. To get more details and to apply online, just go to legacycreditunion.com/join. legacycreditunion.com/join. Terms and conditions may apply. Legacy is federally insured by the NCUA. Once again, coming up at the top of the hour.
It's Unlocked, this most recent Unlocked. Lance fresh out of the oven with Brock Huard yesterday.
Hey, find out why he pissed blood.
Yeah, there's a heck of a tease. Find out why Brock pissed blood.
That's right. And why Vampire? No, that was this show. Vampires and Garlic. That's coming up next. You don't have to go anywhere. You don't have to click on anything. It just starts magically here at the top of the hour. Don't forget Bud Light Game Night tonight at 10 to Roof. And then we'll see you back here tomorrow at 9 a.m. Buffalo Wild Wings Pick 3 ongoing right now. NextRoundLive.com. Listen and watch what's coming up and go play the Pick 3 too. NextRoundLive.com. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
Jim Dunaway.
Hey, it's time for another edition of Unlocked with Fox's Brock Huard. I'm Lance Taylor from The Next Round. Make sure you like and subscribe. It's always brought to you by mybookie.ag. Sign up. Football season is here. So is winning season. When you sign up, make sure you put in that promo code Next Round. You'll grab a welcome bonus on the house from our friends at mybookie.ag. Hello, my friend.
Are we friends after what happened in Seattle on Sunday? Are we really friends? Really?
Well, I got to ask you a couple of things because I mean,
for you, it's fun.
Fan.
I mean, for you, it's fun, Lance. I mean, for you, you're a passionate Rams fan. For me, it's my livelihood. All right, we're the flagship at the Seahawks. And when the Seahawks do well, ratings go well. And when ratings go well, bonuses go well. This is my livelihood, Lance. Isn't any fun in games?
I get it. I get it. And Seattle was a surprise team last year en route to go into the postseason. You wondered if Geno could back it up. It's hard to do without your starting offensive tackles who both went down. And Charles Cross, one of the best in the game. And then Tyler Lockett gets in concussion protocol. Everything started to unravel. But, I don't know how you saw the game play out. Do you think, and we'll get to college football here in a minute on Unlocked. Do you think, A, Geno Smith is going to have a rough season? And B, does it look like this Rams team is going to be better than advertised?
Well, week one, we got to always be a little leery, right? We've got to learn lessons of week number one in the NFL every single season. If the Rams can protect Matthew Stafford, that dude is good. That dude's a Super Bowl winning elite quarterback. When he has protection around him and Sean McVay, and that's why it was a little scary, and I think we talked about that last week, that I'm not saying this is a total rebuild of the Rams. Like, not when you have Sean McVay and not when you have a Super Bowl winning quarterback. And when those two guys are in rhythm and he is protected, that was the story of the game. I mean, Matthew Stafford, by just about any metric you want to look at, from next level stats to the basic stats, was one of the three best QBs in the NFL with Tua right up there. Like, he was unbelievable. He didn't miss a
Yeah.
throw. I mean, he got
you
hit.
said it. 0 sacks
Yes.
on Matt Stafford, a guy that was under duress nonstop last season, en route to ultimately getting injured and not playing the rest of 2022.
That was
Hey,
the
will you
story.
tell us the Puka Nacua story, though? Because I stealed this guy 2 weeks ago because I'd heard in camp rumblings that this guy was looking really good, and obviously Cooper Kupp put on IR. I got him in the 16th round, our final, and this is 13 different teams in a 16-round draft. I got him that late.
Wow.
And of course, I didn't start him against Seattle because I didn't know really what to expect. But I didn't realize I knew he was at BYU, probably underutilized there because he was a fifth round selection from the Rams.
Yeah.
But you know a little bit more on the story of Puka Nacua, a name that you need to get used to.
Yeah, you went Puka over Tutu. I mean, think of that combo. Puka and Tutu out there in LA making it happen.
Yeah, Tutu can fly, by the way.
Puka was a big-time recruit out of the state of Utah. It was a big get for the Huskies at that time. He was a 4-star kid and super talented, and a bunch of brothers and family that had played college football. And so he came to Washington. It just didn't work. And I think there was always a yearning to get back home to family, friends, community, people you knew. So transferred back to BYU. Had been nicked up and beat up. And that's going to be, I think, Lance, the challenge. You even watched him in that game. It seemed like with every hit, he was like picking the pieces up, Humpty Dumpty, putting them back together to get and run the next play. And that's been some of the challenge for him, Lance, is just to stay healthy. We had a game last year, early in the year, if you remember. It was a great game, very hyped going into it with BYU going to Oregon. And even in that game, Puka was out, had a foot injury, toe injury, something that kind of lingered all last season. But he was the fire starter. Like, even as an injured guy, they brought him on the trip because he just loves ball. He loves to compete. He loves to play. So I think he'll put up big days, but kind of like Stafford, kind of like a bunch of those guys, they've got to stay healthy. That will be the story for the Rams this year. They showed you, man, week one, they were dangerous, a dangerous animal because a head coach that can scheme, a QB that can see it. He can elevate the pieces around him, especially when he was protected. And that was the story of week one. But keeping them healthy, keeping them all together, keeping them active on the roster, I think that'll be a lot of the theme for an up-and-down Rams season this year.
Yeah, and a different animal coming to SoFi this weekend when San Francisco rolls in after dismantling Pittsburgh on the road. We'll get back. We'll circle back to the NFL here on Unlocked with Fox's Brock Huard. But let's go back to college football. The Pac-12, they've got 8 teams ranked. You and I talked about this. It's so sad the Pac-12 is going away, a conference that you actually played in. But this seems like it could be the best year in Pac-12 history. Now you've got 8 teams in the top 25, only the second conference to ever do that behind the SEC. And on the other side, the SEC, before conference play is hit, they are struggling a little bit with these out-of-conference games. Yeah. Is the Pac-12 right now overall better than the SEC?
1 through 12 in the Pac-12, 1 through 16 in the SEC. Depth of lineup, it is. I mean, depth of lineup, it is. Arizona's at the bottom of your order. If I'm giving a little baseball analogy, right? They're hitting like 8 or 9 in your lineup. They went to Mississippi State and nearly had that game.
Should have won the game.
I mean, it was right there for the taking on the road in Starkville.
After 5 turnovers, by the way.
Yes. Cal, we talked about that game and the Star Wars bar out there in Berkeley that Auburn was going to visit and all of that. And if Cal could have done anything offensively, it was there right for the picking. So just kind of head-to-head. And not that Auburn are top of the lineup or Mississippi State top of the lineup, but they're middle of the lineup in the SEC, right? I mean, they're not Vanderbilt. They're not some of the lower feeders of the SEC. They're kind of middle to lower. So, yeah, I test with that. And here it is. And here's the bottom line. When they played each other, what did it look like? And it sure looked like Cal could go toe-to-toe with Auburn. It sure looked like Arizona went toe-to-toe and shoulda, coulda, woulda. And then let alone the top of the lineup with SC and Oregon and Washington. And yeah, man, it is depth-wise, it's the best conference in America. Top-end talent, there's going to be more SEC dudes drafted than Pac-12 dudes in April. You know, top end, LSU and Georgia and Alabama, and walking out of the locker room, going to playing anybody, anytime, anywhere. Obviously, very, very talented. But depth-wise, quarterback position-wise, play-calling-wise, yeah, I'm going to tip my cap to the Pac-12 out west this season.
You know, we were asked earlier today on the next round, does the SEC have a quarterback problem? And coming into the season, Jaden Daniels looked the part of a Heisman contender, and maybe he turns it around. He was really good last year. KJ Jefferson's talented. We've seen Jackson Dart on the West Coast, and now, in Oxford at Ole Miss, he's good. Will Rodgers is putting up, decent numbers. He's a little bit down, not in the air raid system anymore. But overall, I said this today, I don't know if you would agree. I think there are 7 quarterbacks right now in the Pac-12 that could start for any SEC team. That's a bold statement, but I've got 7 deep.
So you go.
I go Cam Ward. I don't have DeLaura.
Okay.
I've got Cam Ward.
Yep.
I've got to have Shadur in there now.
Okay.
I've got Bo Nix. I've got a healthy Cam Rising. I've got Michael Penix Jr. I've got Caleb Williams. And I didn't go DJ. I'm trying to remember what my other one is.
You didn't go DJ, huh?
I did not go DJ.
Okay.
Maybe it was 6. Maybe
Whether
it was
it's 6 or 7, that is a testament to the strength of this conference. And as you rattle those out, each of them is built for where they are. And I think that's a big, big key. Like they fit in from,
Get it, yeah.
Okay, yeah. Penix is right there with the people that love him and believe in him, and it built that thing around him. Cam is right there in Pullman and with the head coach and staff that believes in him. Bo obviously lost Dillingham, but the structure was there. They kept continuity there. Like, yep, he's there. Jaden Delora is there with Jed Fish. Caleb obviously with Lincoln. And Cam Rising, I think this is his 12th year in Salt Lake City, and at some point he's going to play this season. So they all kind of have that substance. It's not a new system, still trying to figure it out a little bit. It's not a little bit of uncertainty. And maybe, Spencer did some nice things in South Carolina, but is that sustainable? And, Joe Milton is a first-time starter, with Heupel really going through it for an entire season. So, stability, continuity, experience, it is all on that side of the teams out west with teams and programs right now that have gotten off to a great start in September.
The other one, Brock, I was going to mention was Dante Moore, the true freshman at UCLA. He just looks like one of those guys that he's just got that it factor. He's in control. And that's one of those teams that now people are starting to talk about him. We talked about him before the season started. We were talking about the 5 teams that were ranked, but Chip Kelly has gotten better each and every year, really in a difficult situation. And people don't understand what goes on internally in that athletics program. But they've gotten better each year. You lose DTR, everybody assumes they're going to fall. They've got a lot of experience around a really good young quarterback.
Yes, they do, and I will have them in Salt Lake. Both of them should get through North Carolina Central and Weber State this weekend, so hopefully both of them do that, and they're both 3-0, and who knows, that may be when they kind of circled the wagons out there in Utah and said, okay, Cam Rising, we're going to give you most of September, right? We're going to get you right, and if we're going to, even though we'd love to have you last week at Baylor and probably would love to have you against Florida, and, kudos to them too, by the way. Playing 2 Power 5 and playing at Baylor and welcoming Florida. I mean, who else does that in college football? Kyle Whittingham does, because he knows it's going to benefit his team. But the rubber is going to hit the road in Salt Lake a week from Saturday. We'll be there, because what strikes me, Lance, about one of the great misperceptions of Chip Kelly over the years is he is just this tempo spread, what he did at Oregon winning the day. And you mentioned DTR and some of this flash. Man, they are the substance of that program, like it was at Oregon, was physicality. A little bit like the late, great Mike Leach. Everybody thought he was just air raid and quirky. But Leach was always a guy that was just this quirky pirate, right? Running the air raid and throwing it all over the yard. But in actuality, if you went and watched him practice, they were physical. If you asked the demands of the offseason, it at times made headlines because he brutalized his guys physically. Like, he demanded a bunch. Chip's the same way. And it's why I know once they get through North Carolina Central, he will be so excited for his young quarterback and for his team to match up against the most physical team west of the Rocky Mountains for the last 5 years. Not always the best team, Utah. That's down at USC in some ways, although they beat them twice last year, but the most physical team. So that will be one that we will get a lot of answers to, not this weekend, but the following weekend for sure.
It is Unlocked with Fox's Brock Huard, brought to you by MyBookie. Use that code NEXTROUND. Secure that first deposit bonus. It's on our friends at mybookie.ag. So in 2 weeks, hopefully premier undefeated matchup. This week, not the best matchup for you guys, but I'll tell you, I'll be tuning in because DirecTV, I can't get CBS right now. So you're going to Columbus, 3 o'clock, Western Kentucky taking on Ohio State. Kyle McCord has struggled a little bit. I mean, Ryan Day came out and it's probably kind of a confidence thing. You are going to be our guy moving forward. He hasn't looked great. I mean, he's following, it's kind of like an Alabama situation where you're following great quarterbacks that go in the first round. But Austin Reed comes rolling in, and in this Tyson Helton offense, 56 total touchdowns over the last couple of years. Who has the better quarterback in Columbus this weekend?
I think it's the Sporty Cast. I think it's still the guys in scarlet and gray, but the dudes in red and white are going to fling it all over the place. And I'll tell you, Lance, watching the tape these first 2 weeks, the number of times I'm doing just this, like just chuckling like, dude, you are a poor man's Brett Favre, right? Like there is no question this kid grew up in St. Augustine, Florida. He didn't watch Brett Favre because he was dumb, but he watched Mahomes and the rest of them who all watch Brett Favre. And like, you know what? I'm going to run and gun, and I'm going to just chuck it all over the – I don't think I've seen a team, and it's some of their system. It's some of what Tyson Helton loves to do and push the ball vertically. But this guy, there's no receiver that comes back to the huddle. It's like, hey, bro, give me a chance. Because that's what most receivers do, Lance. Over my lifetime, and I could read the body language. The receivers getting like, come on, man, just give me a chance. Instead, I think it's the other way. I think some of these receivers are like, okay, Austin, I get it. You're going to throw it to me, and you're going to just throw it up and give me opportunity after opportunity after opportunity. So he's going to run. He's going to get hit. I think you're going to see those DNs for Ohio State that right now are sitting on 0 sacks, JT and Sawyer. I think they add to their sack total this weekend, but it's going to be fun. And on the other side, you're going to see a demo that or some tape I put together. We're watching C.J. Stroud, as you said, the standard, versus watching Kyle McCord. And there's actually a lot of similarities from a size standpoint, from a fundamental standpoint, from an underneath getting the ball out standpoint, but it's that next level. And it's the ability to throw the intermediate game and ultimately the deep shots. When you've got Emeka Egbuka and you've got Marvin Harrison Jr., you got to push the ball. Like, come on now. We got to push this ball down the field. So, yeah, all eyes will be on him as they get ready for Notre Dame the following weekend. And protection up front, not as good as certainly C.J. Stroud had over his years, but those receivers on the perimeter, let's see them push the ball down the field. I'll be watching that Saturday for sure.
You know, I try to remind people 2 years ago, C.J. Stroud really struggled against Oregon. I don't think you were on that game. I think it was Gus and Clyde.
It was Gus, yep.
Yeah, but C.J. Stroud seemed to overthrow everything. Now, the run defense was horrendous against Oregon that day, but they got upset. And, you know, this is an opportunity. I mean, Kyle McCord's playing at Ohio State for a reason. There's a reason Ryan Day brought him in. It's an incredible system. So I will be interested to see if they can get that kind of smoothed out, because Drew Aller right now is looking good at Penn State. J.J. McCarthy, to me, is the best option that Jim Harbaugh's had at quarterback since he's been at Michigan. So they got to get Kyle McCord figured out, or they've got some issues.
They do. And if you really do dig into the tape, yes, there's been some bumps. He played much better week 2 than he did in the opener. Opener missed 4 or 5 throws that, come on, you got to hit it. And that's why it was still a QB competition until week 2. Didn't really miss a throw in week 2, whereas the backup did. Devin missed a 4 or 5. And that's why Ryan said this week, nope, okay, you're the guy. You're settled in. The other young guy still gets a little anxious, still a little bit more inaccurate. So we're going to dial into you. But what you really got to watch, and if you're, an SEC fan thinking the Buckeyes are a playoff contender and sitting at number 6, they are, or if you're a Michigan fan, what you're going to watch is the group up front. Left tackle is a San Diego State transfer. Right tackle is a third-year player that from just a pure athleticism standpoint, very different than the upper crust tier guys they've had that are all in the NFL. 2 guards are good. Center's making his 3rd start, a young player that's just trying to find his way. So that's where the game is. When you play Penn State and there's those dudes, and you play Michigan and those dudes, and you play in Alabama and Georgia and LSU and those dudes, you've got to block them. And once again, other than some of the throws down the field, keep your eye on that line of scrimmage as well. This is a matchup they should dominate. This is a matchup against a defense, and Coach Summers over there is creative and largely plays 2 defensive linemen, got run on for 330 yards by South Florida. This is a game that up front should be a statement for them as they get ready for their trip to South Bend.
This is Unlocked with Fox's Brock Huard. We do it every week here on Disrupt the Media. Make sure you like, you subscribe. It's brought to you by lanceslock.com. Jump on board. Again, season just getting rolling. Week 2 of the NFL. We're ready for it. lanceslock.com. You get a free play every single day. You can buy daily packages, weekly, monthly, annual packages at lanceslock.com. Let's shift to the NFL, back to the NFL. Monday night, Aaron Rodgers runs out of the tunnel. He's got the American flag. Everybody's excited. And then the absolute worst thing, and if you're not only a Jets fan, I said this on Monday or Tuesday, if you're just a sports fan, if you're just a good human being, you feel bad. Whatever your take was on Aaron Rodgers, you feel bad for the guy. You feel bad for the organization. And now people are like, should they go out and get another guy? And I think I'm in the minority. I'm like, stay with Zach Wilson. Let's see what happens with this kid. He wasn't good last year, but you got a healthy Breece Hall right now. You got year 2 Garrett Wilson. You've got some veterans in Allen Lazard and Randall Cobb coming over. And you've also still got Aaron Rodgers there, which to me, Zach has gotten better just in the last couple of months being around that guy. What are your thoughts on the Jets? What should they do? And will they still, with whatever their quarterback situation is, be relevant in the AFC?
Yeah, they still turned over my MVP, right? Last week we made some bold predictions, and I'm like, oh, really? Like, I'm going to do Unlocked, and I'm going to hear like, oh, yeah, Josh Allen, man, here's 3 picks and a fumble. Way to go.
You know what's crazy, Brock? Before you get to your point, like, because of the injury, nobody really is talking about Josh Allen, a guy that was really a turnover machine last year. And in week 1 against a really good defense to turn it over 4 times. I mean, without those turnovers, they win that game. And nobody's talking about that because of the injury.
But you got to go get those turnovers. You got to go make those catches. You got to go create those fumbles, and they do that, and that defense is nasty. To your first question, you do not bring in another guy now. Absolutely not. You don't go trade for somebody. You don't bring Carson Wentz. You don't need that theater. What you need right now is to elevate your practice squad guy who's got some background in the system with Aaron and everything else, and you really empower Zach. And you saw the guys do it. You saw Lazard do it. You saw Garrett do it. You saw defensive players do it, right? You saw them in a way next to him over the course of the game that you never saw last year, right? You never saw the players react to Zach in that way. So you can see they want him to do well. Kind of reminds me of a point that Steve Sarkisian said to us about Quinn Ewers. And you've seen this, and you saw it in Alabama the other night, that he purposely brought his QB coach down to the sidelines because he felt too many times that Quinn was an independent contractor in 22. He wanted him around his teammates. He wanted the quarterback coach around him. He wanted that just kind of life on the sidelines. And I felt life around Zach Wilson in ways that I had never felt over the previous couple years. So no, you don't bring anybody in right now to disrupt it. You give him every opportunity to run it. You run 2 elite backs. You play pass. You play great defense. And with winning, you know what's going to happen to that kid? He's going to gain some confidence. Right. So right now they're all giving him love and they want and hope. But if he wins, and I think with all the pieces around him, they can still win. You're going to see maybe a confidence in Zach you've never seen before in the Big Apple.
Well, you know, I think the first time I really watched Zach was 3 years ago when SC went up to Provo, and it was a Saturday 2:30 atmosphere, 2:30 Central kick, I should say. And Keaton Slovis had just gotten rolling for the Trojans. And BYU, and, you know, they were calling him the Mormon Manziel. And I don't know if Zach really liked that label, but it fit. I mean, the kid was running all over the place, making great plays with his legs, got a lot of zip on the ball, which we saw on Monday night, made a couple of bad reads. But when he made some of those completions, he had a little zip. People are dogging me out, Brock, in our chat room. They're like, you don't know what you're talking about. Zach is awful. And I'm like, I agree. Last year, Zach was awful, but we've seen quarterbacks make a transition in the NFL. Geno Smith was one of those guys who led the NFL in completion percentage last year. He was a terrible Jet.
You know what will be fascinating to see in this saga that we, as you said, was just ripped away from us on the field with Aaron and all that was going to come with it, right? The way he'd handle the New York press, the way he'd handle all the attention, the way he'd handle adversity when inevitably it's going to come, and it will come to Zach as it would have with Aaron Rodgers. Because up front, they're still very, very average on their offensive line, and they've got to block some very difficult people in their division and in the AFC at large. But here's going to be my intrigue factor. Is Aaron Rodgers around? How much is Aaron Rodgers around? It's not his job to make Zach Wilson great, right? We've seen those different storylines over the years. We've heard Joe Flacco talk about it. That's not my job to make the backup great. In Hard Knocks, though, you saw the very active role that he took in his development. You've seen it quoted publicly. How much will Aaron Rodgers be around this season? Or does he, just too much? I'm going to go get fixed. I'm going to go, do everything away, and I'll fly in and I'll fly out. And I'll still, because I love Nathaniel Hackett. Or is that love for Nathaniel Hackett and all the heat that he's taken and now the difficult spot he's in? Does Aaron go, you know what? I'm going to have Nathaniel's back, and I'm going to have Salah's back, and I'm going to have Zach's back, and I'm going to make sure that the Jets, Jets, can rebound from this. How much he's present and how much he's around will be an absolute storyline to watch moving forward.
Well, I would have said 2 years ago, there's no chance Aaron Rodgers is around. But again, the 180 PR he's been able to do, I mean, he looks like a totally different person, much like Quinn Ewers, who you were talking about at Texas. So I assume based on what he has already done to rehab the image, he'll continue to push and he'll be a cheerleader until, maybe they're 2-9 and they're completely out of this thing.
Sure.
Because they got a difficult start to the schedule.
Yeah. And I don't think a cheerleader, and not to parse words here, I don't think a cheerleader, but an actual, like in that meeting room and actually with Zach, and hey, here's all that we installed. And I thought, Troy and Joe and Peyton and Eli did a terrific job of getting to the nuance in the system, of actually getting to where Aaron, is at. It reminds me, and I don't know if I've told you this story before, either on the show or the first couple of weeks. So if I have, just say, hey, delete that. Let's start that one over. You've already told me that. But when Matt Hasselbeck came to the Seattle Seahawks, Mike Holmgren was the head coach. They had been together in Green Bay. Brett Favre was the starter. And, Matt, was traded for, got his contract, and hey, let's start at chapter 10. Let's go. Yeah, I can make this call. Let's make the Tom call. Let's do all this little nuanced stuff that's not in chapter 1. And man, he and Holmgren butted heads so much. And Mike's like, Matt, that's not what I need for this team. You're not Brett Favre, and even though in your mind, you understand it, these guys don't. So go back to chapter 1 and do it this way. And Boston College Matt, and it was like, I don't want to do it that way. Like, hard-headed, rightfully so, competitive, knowing that, hey, I can do more. And Mike say, nope, I need you to do this. So that's, again, with Zach Wilson watching Aaron Rodgers doing all this stuff. It's like, wow, how's he able to do all that? Me watching Peyton Manning go, wow, how is he able to do all of that? How much he can kind of grow on that, and everything that they installed and everything they did in training camp and everything that Aaron was going to do with Randall and Lazard and Garrett. How much of that and how quickly can Nathaniel hack it? And as I said, if Aaron Rodgers right next to him, how quickly they can do that, man. Yes, the big storyline's gone. Okay, the headline of Aaron Rodgers is gone. But I'll tell you, there's a lot of juicy chapters still to be written over the next 16 weeks.
It's Unlocked with Fox's Brock Huard. We talk college football. We talk the NFL. Like, subscribe. It's brought to you by MyBookie. Use that code NEXTROUND. Secure a first deposit bonus on the house, mybookie.ag. Okay, before we get you out of here, let's do a whip around week 1. I mean, the Giants playoff team winning on the road in Minnesota in the postseason last year, they get completely shelled 40-0 at home. Complete embarrassment. 26-0, Brock. I turned it off and I started the new show that I'd never seen because that game was way over. I did back San Francisco going on the road to Hines. Everybody was talking about how good Kenny Pickett and this offense looked in the preseason. That was an ass whipping as well. What do we know coming out of week 1?
We know the dominant defensive lines still play more than anything else in this league. I think that's what we know. I think San Francisco can take their game on the road anytime, anywhere against anybody and be a sizable threat. And by the way, Brock Purdy's surgically repaired elbow looked just fine with all the weaponry that he had. Dallas's crew and their front seven with Dan Quinn and the continuity they have. Yeah, they're monsters, man. And that front just absolutely embarrassed. And while the Rams do not have Leonard Floyd and don't have some of the pieces that Aaron Donald had in the heyday in their Super Bowl years, Aaron Donald is still unblockable when he needs to be and can be. And when they stunt him and move him around, he's still an absolute force of nature. So
did you ever have an oh my God moment though? Because we saw that Geno was mic'd up and you see 99 coming through. And I said, basically the dude's a grizzly in pads, but he goes, oh my God. So what was the worst situation that you can remember with maybe a name player?
Yeah.
When they had that straight shot at you?
Oh, it was, dear God, I just got killed. So Geno got rid of the ball. I did not. So we were playing in one of my rare starts in the NFL. We were playing the Broncos, Mike Shanahan, head coach, Bill Romanowski, linebacker, John Mobley. Yeah, it wasn't Gold. It was Mobley, the other linebacker that was like a 4'4", 215-pound present-day linebacker, just absolutely lightning fast. And we run empty all go. And we put it in that week, and Holmgren's like very clearly to me, listen, we're going to go all go. It's what you do best. I throw the deep ball. But if they bring somebody, you've got to make a play, and you got to get rid of the ball. I'm like, all right, yeah, it's good. So we had like our own 10-yard line, 12-yard line, empty all go. I can't wait. And I'm looking at, I'm trying to play cool. It's like my second start, third year in the NFL, second year.
Who are your big receivers then?
Oh, buddy, it was a rebuilding year. It was not.
Okay.
Sean, Derek May, great guy, just awesome teammate. Sean Dawkins, after he'd bounced around a few places. It was a rebuild year.
Okay.
And no side on them. This was my fault. And I'm trying to look at, Bill Romanowski's bluff and blitz. And I'm like, okay, he's coming, right? So he's coming. So I'm not going to acknowledge him, because if I do, then maybe we turn protection. I know I got to get rid of the ball. So take the snap. I go to throw a little hot. Romanowski drops off. And before I can do anything, I hear the whole crowd go, John Mobley comes from the blind side on probably a 15-yard head start from the other direction and lifts me 15 feet in the air. I mean, absolutely, like from the 8-yard line, I think I landed the 3. It was not an, oh my God. It was upon impact. It was truly, dear God, may I still live. May
Can we still find that on YouTube?
May I still wake up? I don't know. That was in 2000. Probably not. Yeah. So anywho, that happens. My life flashes before my eyes. I can't breathe. The wind is totally knocked out of me. I call a timeout from the ground because I'm like, and then I realize, oh, dear God, again, I got to go to the sidelines where Mike Holmgren is foaming mad, bright red, no grace, killing me. I told you. So we run 2 more plays, Lance. We try to run a sprint pass on the 3rd down, and I can't run. And I come to the sideline, and something is wrong with me. I go up the tunnel, and I pee blood. So he dislodged my kidney, bruised my kidney. I go in an ambulance to the hospital in pads. Like, oh, Lord, please save me and let me live. So, yeah.
You really thought it was that bad, that dire?
I didn't think I was going to die, but it was bad. It was the worst.
I never want to piss blood. I mean, that's one of those things.
Blood, the catheter, that was another dear God moment. Like I'm laying there, taking my shoulder pads off, pants go down. What is that? Oh, dear God, that goes in. I mean, stayed the night in the hospital. It was pretty bad, bro.
Hey, who's the better? And for this purpose, we'll say Jalen Hurts, Alabama quarterback. But when healthy, who would you rather have, Tua or Jalen Hurts?
You build your team totally different. And that's the beauty of it. That's like an impossible question. It's all built. And that's why like this whole game manager gets such a bad rap. How do I manage my team and my offense with that skill set? Jalen Hurts with Tua would not be as good. Tua in Jalen Hurts' system, not be as good. Build the team around him and play to their absolute strengths and play to Jalen Hurts' 240-pound powerlifting physical game. Great. Play to Tua and get in the spread and let him wing it all over the field. Great. So managing, and I'm not dodging the question, but I'm making the point. The game manager is not bad if you manage your quarterback and your system all around their strengths. And yeah, I would probably say if you put me in the corner and said, stop being a clown, answer the freaking question. Okay. On Unlocked, we answer questions. We don't dodge.
That's it. That's it, Brock.
Take the hit from Mobley. Get up and suck it up, like Holmgren yelled at me. I would probably say Hurts just because of the durability. And
but if Tua stays healthy, man, Miami is going to be dangerous. It is a big F. I've got and I hate to do this. I hate to bet on injuries, but I bet Dunaway a couple of years ago that there's no way he'll ever stay healthy for a full 17. I hope I'm wrong.
Yep.
Because he'll put up some massive numbers, man. And with what he's got with Tyreek and Jalen Waddle, man, that's a dangerous offense.
Fun. Yeah, I'm going to bet on Hurts. He did it. He played 20 games. He took a team to a Super Bowl. I'm going to bet on that sustainability and durability, which is, as we know, and I could not do, both concussion and bruised kidney, which you heard today, and pissing blood. My greatest ability was not being available. And that was,
Okay, so week 2, better chance of happening. The Jets go on the road and play a Cowboys team that was lights out defensively last year. People forget about that because Dak was so bad at turning the football over. So with Zach Wilson, they go on the road and win that game, or the Rams at home against that San Francisco roster, which you can make an argument it's the best in football.
The better chance is the Jets because of their defense. The better chance is those guys. The Rams were amazing, but Stafford's going to get hit. His feet are going to move. And then their defense, which the Seahawks could never get to in the second half because they were hardly on the field with the Rams on it forever. You saw in that first half, Seattle went largely up and down the field. So, yeah, that Jets defense is going to give Zach, and that Jets defense with Breece. See, that's the key too, right? When they lost Breece Hall last year, you can't play complementary football. But when you got an elite back and then an elite sidekick and that defense, you can go on the road and be a threat and a danger to anybody anytime this season.
Okay, wait, one final one then. Better chance of bouncing back, because I made the mistake of backing the Broncos this week, and it looked like the same old offense we saw last year. Better chance of bouncing back, having a better year, Bryce Young in Carolina or Russell Wilson in Denver? Neither?
Yeah, that's good.
Bryce did not look good.
No, Bryce is not going to have a lot of help up front. So they invested gazillions of dollars in their offensive line, right? In McGlinchey and the top powers. And Sean Payton is accomplished and knows what he wants to do. And, Russell was top 5 rating. I know they only had 6 possessions. Their defense didn't help them either. I'm going to say Russell on that one. I'd bounce back with him. These rookies, and you saw it with Trevor Lawrence, and you've seen it with most of them, it is going to be a school of hard knocks, and you're just going to have to go through it, and you're going to have to wear it like a pitcher on a bad night with no bullpen, buddy. Sorry, you're going to have to wear it. Bryce is going to wear it a little bit more than I think a Russell will this year.
This is where you get the hard questions, the difficult answers, even with John Mobley breathing down your neck. Hey, he played in the SEC, right? Why is this escaping me? Was it Kentucky? Was it Bama?
I choose to flush that like the bloody toilet.
Okay.
I choose to flush that.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to YouTube right now. 2000, Seattle and Denver.
I don't think you're going to find it, but if you do, yeah, we can revisit this next week. It's going to be. You're right. This week, college football is a little barren, and then it's over. And we didn't even get to Dion, by the way. We got to continue to do that because he continues to be the biggest story in all of college football.
I doubted him. I played Nebraska plus 2.5. That was over quickly. Look, safe travels to Columbus. Enjoy it. We'll be watching Austin Reed against Kyle McCord. We'll see who the better quarterback is.
Thank you, Lance. Always a blast, man. This time just flies by, and that means we're having a whole bunch of fun, and we'll keep doing it all season long. See you, bud.
Like and subscribe. It's Unlocked with Fox's Brock Huard, brought to you by lanceslock.com. Free play every day. Jump on board, lanceslock.com. Hey, it's time for another edition of Unlocked with Fox's Brock Huard. I'm Lance Taylor from The Next Round. Make sure you like and subscribe. It's always brought to you by mybookie.ag. Sign up. Football season is here. So is winning season. When you sign up, make sure you put in that promo code Next Round. You'll grab a welcome bonus on the house from our friends at mybookie.ag. Hello, my friend.
Are we friends after what happened in Seattle on Sunday? Are we really friends? Really?
Well, I got to ask you a couple of things because I mean,
for you, it's fun.
Fan.
I mean, for you, it's fun, Lance. I mean, for you, you're a passionate Rams fan. For me, it's my livelihood. All right, we're the flagship at the Seahawks. When the Seahawks do well, ratings go well, and when ratings go well, bonuses go well. This is my livelihood, Lance. Isn't any fun in games?
I get it. I get it. And Seattle was a surprise team last year en route to go into the postseason. You wondered if Geno could back it up. It's hard to do without your starting offensive tackles who both went down, and Charles Cross, one of the best in the game. And then Tyler Lockett gets in concussion protocol. Everything started to unravel. But, I don't know how you saw the game play out. Do you think, and we'll get to college football here in a minute on Unlocked. Do you think, A, Geno Smith is going to have a rough season? And B, does it look like this Rams team is going to be better than advertised?
Well, week one, we got to always be a little leery, right? We've got to learn lessons of week number one in the NFL every single season. If the Rams can protect Matthew Stafford, that dude is good. That dude's a Super Bowl winning elite quarterback. When he has protection around him and Sean McVay, and that's why it was a little scary, and I think we talked about that last week, that I'm not saying this is a total rebuild of the Rams. Like, not when you have Sean McVay and not when you have a Super Bowl winning quarterback. And when those two guys are in rhythm and he is protected, that was the story of the game. I mean, Matthew Stafford, by just about any metric you want to look at, from next level stats to the basic stats, was one of the 3 best QBs in the NFL, with Tua right up there. Like, he was unbelievable. He didn't miss a throw.
I mean, you said it. 0 sacks on Matt Stafford, a guy that was under duress nonstop last season, en route to ultimately getting injured and not playing the rest of 2022.
That was
will you tell us the Puka Nacua story, though? Because I stilled this guy 2 weeks ago because I'd heard in camp rumblings that this guy was looking really good, and obviously Cooper Kupp put on IR. I got him in the 16th round, our final, and this is 13 different teams in a 16-round draft. I got him that late,
Wow.
And of course, I didn't start him against Seattle because I didn't know really what to expect. But I didn't realize I knew he was at BYU, probably underutilized there because he was a fifth round selection from the Rams.
Yeah.
But you know a little bit more on the story of Puka Nacua, a name that you need to get used to.
Yeah, you went Puka over Tutu. I mean, think of that combo, Puka and Tutu out there in LA, making it happen.
Yeah, Tutu can fly, by the way.
Puka was a big time recruit out of the state of Utah. It was a big get for the Huskies at that time. He was a 4-star kid and super talented, and a bunch of brothers and family that had played college football. And so he came to Washington. It just didn't work. And I think there was always a yearning to get back home to family, friends, community, people you knew. So transferred back to BYU. Had been nicked up and beat up. And that's going to be, I think, Lance, the challenge. You even watched him in that game. It seemed like with every hit, he was like picking the pieces up, Humpty Dumpty, putting them back together to get and run the next play. And that's been some of the challenge for him, Lance, is just to stay healthy. We had a game last year, early in the year, if you remember. It was a great game, very hyped going into it with BYU going to Oregon. And even in that game, Puka was out, had a foot injury, toe injury, something that kind of lingered all last season. But he was the fire starter. Like even as an injured guy, they brought him on the trip because he just loves ball. He loves to compete. He loves to play. So I think he'll put up big days, but kind of like Stafford, kind of like a bunch of those guys, they've got to stay healthy. That will be the story for the Rams this year. They showed you, man, week 1, they were dangerous, a dangerous animal because a head coach that can scheme, a QB that can see it, he can elevate the pieces around him, especially when he was protected. And that was the story of week 1. But keeping them healthy, keeping them all together, keeping them active on the roster, I think that'll be a lot of the theme for an up-and-down Rams season this year.
Yeah, and a different animal coming to SoFi this weekend when San Francisco rolls in after dismantling Pittsburgh on the road. We'll circle back to the NFL here on Unlocked with Fox's Brock Huard. But let's go back to college football. The Pac-12, they've got 8 teams ranked. You and I talked about this. It's so sad the Pac-12 is going away, a conference that you actually played in. But this seems like it could be the best year in Pac-12 history. Now you've got 8 teams in the top 25, only the second conference to ever do that behind the SEC. And on the other side, the SEC, before conference play is hit, they are struggling a little bit with these out-of-conference games. Yeah. Is the Pac-12 right now overall better than the SEC?
1 through 12 in the Pac-12, 1 through 16 in the SEC. Depth of lineup, it is. I mean, depth of lineup, it is. Arizona's at the bottom of your order. If I'm giving a little baseball analogy, right? They're hitting like 8 or 9 in your lineup. They went to Mississippi State and nearly had that game.
Should have won the game.
I mean, it was right there for the taking on the road in Starkville.
After 5 turnovers, by the way.
Yes. Cal, we talked about that game and the Star Wars bar out there in Berkeley that Auburn was going to visit and all of that. And if Cal could have done anything offensively, it was there right for the picking. So just kind of head-to-head. And not that Auburn are top of the lineup or Mississippi State top of the lineup, but they're middle of the lineup in the SEC, right? I mean, they're not Vanderbilt. They're not some of the lower feeders of the SEC. They're kind of middle to lower. So, yeah, I test with that. And here it is. And here's the bottom line. When they played each other, what did it look like? And it sure looked like Cal could go toe-to-toe with Auburn. It sure looked like Arizona went toe-to-toe and shoulda, coulda, woulda. And then let alone the top of the lineup with SC and Oregon and Washington. And yeah, man, it is depth-wise, it's the best conference in America. Top-end talent, there's going to be more SEC dudes drafted than Pac-12 dudes in April. You know, top end, LSU and Georgia and Alabama, and walking out of the locker room, going to playing anybody, anytime, anywhere. Obviously, very, very talented. But depth-wise, quarterback position-wise, play-calling-wise, yeah, I'm going to tip my cap to the Pac-12 out west this season.
You know, we were asked earlier today on the next round, does the SEC have a quarterback problem? And coming into the season, Jaden Daniels looked the part of a Heisman contender, and maybe he turns it around. He was really good last year. KJ Jefferson's talented. We've seen Jackson Dart on the West Coast, and now, you know, in Oxford at Ole Miss, he's good. Will Rodgers is putting up, decent numbers. He's a little bit down, not in the air raid system anymore. But overall, I said this today, I don't know if you would agree. I think there are 7 quarterbacks right now in the Pac-12 that could start for any SEC team. That's a bold statement, but I've got 7 deep.
So you go.
I go Cam Ward. I don't have DeLaura.
Okay.
I've got Cam Ward.
Yeah.
I've got to have Shadur in there now.
Okay.
I've got Bo Nix. I've got a healthy Cam Rising. I've got Michael Penix Jr. I've got Caleb Williams. and I didn't go DJ. I'm trying to remember what my other one is.
You didn't go DJ, huh?
I did not go DJ.
Okay.
Maybe it was 6.
Whether it's 6 or 7, that is a testament to the strength of this conference. And as you rattle those out, each of them is built for where they are. And I think that's a big, big key. Like they fit in from,
Yeah.
okay, yeah. Penix is right there with the people that love him and believe in him, and it built that thing around him. Cam is right there in Pullman, and with the head coach and staff that believes in him. Bo obviously lost Dillingham, but the structure was there. They kept continuity there. Like, yep, he's there. Jaden Delores there with Jed Fish. Caleb obviously with Lincoln, and Cam Rising. I think this is his 12th year in Salt Lake City, and at some point he's going to play this season. So they all kind of have that substance. It's not a new system, still trying to figure it out a little bit. It's not a little bit of uncertainty. And maybe, Spencer did some nice things in South Carolina, but is that sustainable? And, Joe Milton is a first-time starter, with Heupel really going through it for an entire season. So, stability, continuity, experience, it is all on that side of the teams out west with teams and programs right now that have gotten off to a great start in September.
The other one, Brock, I was going to mention was Dante Moore, the true freshman at UCLA. He just looks like one of those guys that he's just got that it factor. He's in control. And that's one of those teams that now people are starting to talk about him. We talked about him before the season started. We were talking about the 5 teams that were ranked, but Chip Kelly has gotten better each and every year, really in a difficult situation. And people don't understand what goes on internally in that athletics program. But they've gotten better each year. You lose DTR, everybody assumes they're going to fall. They've got a lot of experience around a really good young quarterback.
Yes, they do, and I will have them in Salt Lake. Both of them should get through North Carolina Central and Weber State this weekend, so hopefully both of them do that, and they're both 3-0, and who knows, that may be when they kind of circled the wagons out there in Utah and said, okay, Cam Rising, we're going to give you most of September, right? We're going to get you right, and if we're going to, even though we'd love to have you last week at Baylor and probably would love to have you against Florida, and, kudos to them too, by the way. Playing 2 Power 5 and playing at Baylor and welcoming Florida. I mean, who else does that in college football? Kyle Whittingham does, because he knows it's going to benefit his team. But, the rubber is going to hit the road in Salt Lake a week from Saturday. We'll be there, because what strikes me, Lance, about one of the great misperceptions of Chip Kelly over the years is he is just this tempo spread, what he did at Oregon winning the day. And you mentioned DTR and some of this flash. Man, they are the substance of that program, like it was at Oregon, was physicality. A little bit like the late, great Mike Leach. Everybody thought he was just air raid and quirky. But Leach was always a guy that was just this quirky pirate, right? Running the air raid and throwing it all over the yard. But in actuality, if you went and watched him practice, they were physical. If you asked the demands of the offseason, it at times made headlines because he brutalized his guys physically. Like, he demanded a bunch. Chip's the same way. And it's why I know once they get through North Carolina Central, he will be so excited for his young quarterback and for his team to match up against the most physical team west of the Rocky Mountains for the last 5 years. Not always the best team, Utah. That's down at USC in some ways, although they beat them twice last year, but the most physical team. So that will be one that we will get a lot of answers to, not this weekend, but the following weekend for sure.
It is Unlocked with Fox's Brock Huard, brought to you by MyBookie. Use that code NEXTROUND. Secure that first deposit bonus. It's on our friends at mybookie.ag. So in 2 weeks, hopefully premier undefeated matchup. This week, not the best matchup for you guys, but I'll tell you, I'll be tuning in because DirecTV, I can't get CBS right now. So you're going to Columbus, 3 o'clock, Western Kentucky taking on Ohio State. Kyle McCord has struggled a little bit. I mean, Ryan Day came out and it's probably kind of a confidence thing. You are going to be our guy moving forward. He hasn't looked great. I mean, he's following, it's kind of like an Alabama situation where you're following great quarterbacks that go in the first round. But Austin Reed comes rolling in, and in this Tyson Helton offense, 56 total touchdowns over the last couple of years. Who has the better quarterback in Columbus this weekend?
I think it's the Sporty Cast. I think it's still the guys in scarlet and gray, but the dudes in red and white are going to fling it all over the place. And I'll tell you, Lance, watching the team these first 2 weeks, the number of times I'm doing just this, like just chuckling like, dude, you are a poor man's Brett Favre, right? Like, there is no question this kid grew up in St. Augustine, Florida. He didn't watch Brett Favre because he was done, but he watched Mahomes and the rest of them who all watch Brett Favre and like, you know what? I'm going to run and gun. and I'm going to just chuck it all over the. I don't think I've seen a team, and it's some of their system. It's some of what Tyson Helton loves to do and push the ball vertically. But this guy, there's no receiver that comes back to the huddle. It's like, hey, bro, give me a chance. Because that's what most receivers do, Lance. Over my lifetime, I could read the body language. The receivers getting like, come on, man, just give me a chance. Instead, I think it's the other way. I think some of these receivers are like, okay, Austin, I get it. You're going to throw it to me, and you're going to just throw it up and give me opportunity after opportunity after opportunity. So he's going to run. He's going to get hit. I think you're going to see those DNs for Ohio State that right now are sitting on 0 sacks, JT and Sawyer. I think they add to their sack total this weekend, but it's going to be fun. And on the other side, you're going to see a demo that or some tape I put together. We're watching C.J. Stroud, as you said, the standard, versus watching Kyle McCord. And there's actually a lot of similarities from a size standpoint, from a fundamental standpoint, from an underneath getting the ball out standpoint, but it's that next level. And it's the ability to throw the intermediate game and ultimately the deep shots. When you've got Mecca Ibuka and you've got Marvin Harrison Jr., you got to push the ball. Like, come on now. We got to push this ball down the field. So, yeah, all eyes will be on him as they get ready for Notre Dame the following weekend. And protection up front, not as good as certainly C.J. Stroud had over his years, but those receivers on the perimeter, let's see them push the ball down the field. I'll be watching that Saturday for sure.
You know, I try to remind people 2 years ago, C.J. Stroud really struggled against Oregon. I don't think you were on that game. I think it was Gus and Clyde.
It was Gus, yep.
Yeah, but C.J. Stroud seemed to overthrow everything. Now, their run defense was horrendous against Oregon that day, but they got upset. And, you know, this is an opportunity. I mean, Kyle McCord's playing at Ohio State for a reason. There's a reason Ryan Day brought him in. It's an incredible system. So I will be interested to see if they can get that kind of smoothed out, because Drew Aller right now is looking good at Penn State. J.J. McCarthy, to me, is the best option that Jim Harbaugh's had at quarterback since he's been at Michigan. So they got to get Kyle McCord figured out, or they've got some issues.
They do. And if you really do dig into the tape, yes, there's been some bumps. He played much better week 2 than he did in the opener. Opener missed 4 or 5 throws that, come on, you got to hit it. And that's why it was still a QB competition until week 2. Didn't really miss a throw in week 2, whereas the backup did. Devin missed a 4 or 5. And that's why Ryan said this week, nope, okay, you're the guy. You're settled in. The other young guy still gets a little anxious, still a little bit more inaccurate. So we're going to dial into you. But what you really got to watch, and if you're, an SEC fan thinking the Buckeyes are a playoff contender and sitting at number 6, they are. Or if you're a Michigan fan, what you're going to watch is the group up front. Left tackle is a San Diego State transfer. Right tackle is a third-year player that from just a pure athleticism standpoint, very different than the upper crust tier guys they've had that are all in the NFL. 2 guards are good. Center's making his 3rd start, a young player that's just trying to find his way. So that's where the game is. When you play Penn State and there's those dudes, and you play Michigan and those dudes, and you play in Alabama and Georgia and LSU and those dudes, you've got to block them. And once again, other than some of the throws down the field, keep your eye on that line of scrimmage as well. This is a matchup they should dominate. This is a matchup against a defense, and Coach Summers over there is creative and largely plays 2 defensive linemen, got run on for 330 yards by South Florida. This is a game that up front should be a statement for them as they get ready for their trip to South Bend.
This is Unlocked with Fox's Brock Huard. We do it every week here on Disrupt the Media. Make sure you like, you subscribe. It's brought to you by LancesLock.com. Jump on board. Again, season just getting rolling. Week 2 of the NFL. We're ready for it. LancesLock.com. You get a free play every single day. You can buy daily packages, weekly, monthly, annual packages at LancesLock.com. Let's shift to the NFL, back to the NFL. Monday night, Aaron Rodgers runs out of the tunnel. He's got the American flag. Everybody's excited. And then the absolute worst thing, and if you're not only a Jets fan, I said this on Monday or Tuesday, if you're just a sports fan, if you're just a good human being, you feel bad. Whatever your take was on Aaron Rodgers, you feel bad for the guy. You feel bad for the organization. And now people are like, should they go out and get another guy? And I think I'm in the minority. I'm like, stay with Zach Wilson. Let's see what happens with this kid. He wasn't good last year, but you got a healthy Breece Hall right now. You got year 2 Garrett Wilson. You've got some veterans in Alan Lazard and Randall Cobb coming over. And you've also still got Aaron Rodgers there, which to me, Zach has gotten better just in the last couple of months being around that guy. What are your thoughts on the Jets? What should they do? And will they still, with whatever their quarterback situation is, be relevant in the AFC?
Yeah, they still turned over my MVP, right? Last week we made some bold predictions, and I'm like, oh, really? Like, I'm going to do unlocked and I'm going to hear like, oh yeah, Josh Allen, man, here's 3 picks and a fumble. Way to
Hey,
go.
you know what's crazy, Brock? Before you get to your point, like because of the injury, nobody really is talking about Josh Allen, a guy that was really a turnover machine last year.
Yep.
And in week 1 against a really good defense to turn it over 4 times. I mean, without those turnovers, they win that game. And nobody's talking about that because of the injury.
But you got to go get those turnovers. You got to go make those catches. You got to go create those fumbles, and they do that, and that defense is nasty. To your first question, you do not bring in another guy now. Absolutely not. You don't go trade for somebody. You don't bring Carson Wentz. You don't need that theater. What you need right now is to elevate your practice squad guy who's got some background in the system with Aaron and everything else, and you really empower Zach. And you saw the guys do it. You saw Lazard do it. You saw Garrett do it. You saw defensive players do it, right? You saw them in a way next to him over the course of the game that you never saw last year, right? You never saw the players react to Zach in that way. So you can see they want him to do well. Kind of reminds me of a point that Steve Sarkisian said to us about Quinn Ewers. And you've seen this, and you saw it in Alabama the other night, that he purposely brought his QB coach down to the sidelines because he felt too many times that Quinn was an independent contractor in 22. He wanted him around his teammates. He wanted the quarterback coach around him. He wanted that just kind of life on the sidelines. And I felt life around Zach Wilson in ways that I had never felt over the previous couple years. So no, you don't bring anybody in right now to disrupt it. You give him every opportunity to run it. You run 2 elite backs. You play pass. You play great defense. And with winning, you know what's going to happen to that kid? He's going to gain some confidence. Right. So right now they're all giving him love and they want and hope. But if he wins, and I think with all the pieces around him, they can still win. You're going to see maybe a confidence in Zach you've never seen before in the Big Apple.
Well, you know, I think the first time I really watched Zach was 3 years ago when SC went up to Provo, and it was a Saturday 2:30 atmosphere, 2:30 Central kick, I should say. And Keaton Slovis had just gotten rolling for the Trojans.
Yep.
And BYU, and you know, they were calling him the Mormon Manziel. And I don't know if Zach really liked that label, but it fit. I mean, the kid was running all over the place, making great plays with his legs, got a lot of zip on the ball, which we saw on Monday night, made a couple of bad reads, but when he made some of those completions, he had a little zip. People are dogging me out, Brock, in our chat room. They're like, you don't know what you're talking about. Zach is awful. And I'm like, I agree. Last year, Zach was awful, but we've seen quarterbacks make a transition in the NFL. Geno Smith was one of those guys who led the NFL in completion percentage last year. He was a terrible Jet.
You know what will be fascinating to see in this saga that we, as you said, was just ripped away from us on the field with Aaron and all that was going to come with it, right? The way he'd handle the New York press, the way he'd handle all the attention, the way he'd handle adversity when inevitably it's going to come, and it will come to Zach as it would have with Aaron Rodgers. Because up front, they're still very, very average on their offensive line, and they've got to block some very difficult people in their division and in the AFC at large. But here's going to be my intrigue factor. Is Aaron Rodgers around? How much is Aaron Rodgers around? It's not his job to make Zach Wilson great, right? We've seen those different storylines over the years. We've heard Joe Flacco talk about it. That's not my job to make the backup great. In Hard Knocks, though, you saw the very active role that he took in his development. You've seen it quoted publicly. How much will Aaron Rodgers be around this season? Or does he, it's just too much? I'm going to go get fixed. I'm going to go, do everything away, and I'll fly in and I'll fly out. And I'll still, because I love Nathaniel Hackett. Or is that love for Nathaniel Hackett and all the heat that he's taken and now the difficult spot he's in? Does Aaron go, you know what? I'm going to have Nathaniel's back, and I'm going to have Salah's back, and I'm going to have Zach's back, and I'm going to make sure that the Jets, Jets, can rebound from this. How much he's present and how much he's around will be an absolute storyline to watch moving forward.
Well, I would have said 2 years ago, there's no chance Aaron Rodgers is around. But again, the 180 PR he's been able to do, I mean, he looks like a totally different person, much like Quinn Ewers, who you were talking about at Texas. So I assume based on what he has already done to rehab the image, he'll continue to push and he'll be a cheerleader until, maybe they're 2-9 and they're completely out of this thing.
Sure.
Because they got a difficult start to the schedule.
Yeah, and I don't think a cheerleader, and not to parse words here, I don't think a cheerleader, but an actual, like, in that meeting room, and actually with Zach, and hey, here's all that we installed. And I thought, Troy and Joe and Peyton and Eli did a terrific job of getting to the nuance in the system, of actually getting to where Aaron, is at. It reminds me, and I don't know if I've told you this story before, either on the show or the first couple of weeks. So if I have, just say, hey, delete that. Let's start that one over. You've already told me that. But when Matt Hasselbeck came to the Seattle Seahawks, Mike Holmgren was the head coach. They had been together in Green Bay. Brett Favre was the starter. And, Matt was traded for, got his contract, and hey, let's start at chapter 10. Let's go. Yeah, I can make this call. Let's make the Tom call. Let's do all this little nuanced stuff that's not in chapter 1. And man, he and Holmgren butted heads so much. And Mike's like, Matt, that's not what I need for this team. You're not Brett Favre, and even though in your mind you understand it, these guys don't. So go back to chapter 1 and do it this way. And Boston College Matt, and it was like, I don't want to do it that way. Like, hard-headed, rightfully so, competitive, knowing that, hey, I can do more. And Mike say, nope, I need you to do this. So that's, again, with Zach Wilson watching Aaron Rodgers doing all this stuff. It's like, wow, how's he able to do all that? Me watching Peyton Manning go, wow, how is he able to do all of that? How much he can kind of grow on that, and everything that they installed and everything they did in training camp and everything that Aaron was going to do with Randall and Lazard and Garrett. How much of that and how quickly can Nathaniel hack it? And as I said, if Aaron Rodgers right next to him, how quickly they can do that, man. Yes, the big storyline's gone. Okay, the headline of Aaron Rodgers is gone. But I'll tell you, there's a lot of juicy chapters still to be written over the next 16 weeks.
It's Unlocked with Fox's Brock Huard. We talk college football. We talk the NFL. Like, subscribe. It's brought to you by MyBookie. Use that code NEXTROUND. Secure a first deposit bonus on the house, mybookie.ag. Okay, before we get you out of here, let's do a whip around week 1. I mean, the Giants playoff team winning on the road in Minnesota in the postseason last year, they get completely shelled 40-0 at home. Complete embarrassment. 26-0, Brock. I turned it off and I started a new show that I'd never seen because that game was way over. I did back San Francisco going on the road to Hines. Everybody was talking about how good Kenny Pickett and this offense looked in the preseason. That was an ass whipping as well. What do we know coming out of week 1?
We know that dominant defensive lines still play more than anything else in this league. I think that's what we know. I think San Francisco can take their game on the road anytime, anywhere against anybody and be a sizable threat. And by the way, Brock Purdy's surgically repaired elbow looked just fine with all the weaponry that he had. Dallas's crew and their front seven with Dan Quinn and the continuity they have. Yeah, they're monsters, man. And that front just absolutely embarrassed. And while the Rams do not have Leonard Floyd and don't have some of the pieces that Aaron Donald had in the heyday in their Super Bowl years, Aaron Donald is still unblockable. When he needs to be and can be, and when they stunt him and move him around, he's still an absolute force of nature. So
did you ever have an oh my God moment though? Because we saw that Geno was mic'd up and you see 99 coming through. And I said, basically the dude's a grizzly in pads, but he goes, oh my God. So what was the worst situation that you can remember with maybe a name player?
Yeah.
When they had that straight shot at you?
Oh, it was, dear God, I just got killed. So Geno got rid of the ball. I did not. So we were playing in one of my rare starts in the NFL. We were playing the Broncos, Mike Shanahan, head coach, Bill Romanowski, linebacker, John Mobley. Yeah, it wasn't Gold. It was Mobley, the other linebacker that was like a 4'4", 215-pound present-day linebacker, just absolutely lightning fast. And we run empty all go. And we put it in that week, and Holmgren's like very clearly to me, listen, we're going to go all go. It's what you do best. I throw the deep ball. But if they bring somebody, you've got to make a play, and you got to get rid of the ball. I'm like, all right, yeah, it's good. So we had like the